Well, good morning. I'm at-large Councilmember Anita Bonds, Chairperson of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. The time is 9:10 a.m. on Wednesday, May 1, 2024. We are meeting in Council Hearing Room 123 and via Zoom to convene the committee's budget oversight hearing for the Office of City Administrator, the Executive Office of the Mayor, the Office of Secretary of the District of Columbia, the Employees Compensation Fund, and the Department of Employment Services, the government witness. We are going to talk today about the budgets. That is the FY24 supplemental budget, and of course the FY25 budget plan. We will hear or receive testimony from public witnesses as well as our government witnesses today regarding the budgetary needs and expenditures of these agencies. I am asking the public witnesses to keep their remarks to 5 minutes. Therefore, we will allow all witnesses the opportunity to be heard. The written testimonies will be a part of the record, so if you have not submitted yours, please upload it to the Council's hearing management system on dccouncil.gov, or you may email it to seal@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL@dccouncil.gov. Today, we are here to examine the agency's overall budgetary expenditures to date and plans for the proposed FY25 budget as mentioned. Along the way, we will identify areas of success and areas for improvement. Specific to the agency's reporting today as well, we will use this opportunity to hear about pressing needs, key services, and highlights in the mayor's proposed budget for addressing gaps. We will begin by receiving our public testimonies regarding the Office of the City Administrator, followed by the Executive Office of the Mayor, and then the Office of the Secretary, and then followed by the Employees Compensation Fund, and finally, the Department on Employment Services government witness. I'd like to take this time to recognize any of my colleagues that may have joined us. All right, we're all very busy, I know, but anyway, we'll move forward. And with that, we'll begin the hearing by hearing from our public witnesses. And I want to thank the public witnesses for testifying today. I know this budget process has been long, and some of you have had an opportunity to testify multiple times. I think that's all good, and we thank you for participating in this very important process. Our first panel, Felicia Jones, Trudy Peterson, and Carl Bergman, all three are virtual witnesses, so we'll receive their testimony and then we'll move to the next group. So we'll start with Ms. Jones. Okay, all right. I understand that Ms. Peterson is here virtually, and Ann DeBias, who is also a public witness, is here virtual. So we'll receive their testimony. Ms. Peterson, you may start when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairwoman. It's a real pleasure to be able to talk to you today about the budget for the Office of the Secretary, but specifically the Office of Public Records. As we've testified before you in the past, the Archives Advisory Group of the Council is very concerned about the new building for the Archives of the District of Columbia. And we're very heartened by the budget for the building itself and for its construction. But what we are worried about now is the operational budget for the Office of Public Records. It is time to get serious about what it's going to take to move into a new building. We think we're about 2.5 years maybe from being into the building. We think maybe the construction will start in the autumn. And that means all the preparation work needs to be going forward now. And what I'm going to tell you is that we are lacking in 3 areas of being ready to move into that building. I'm going to talk about personnel first. I'm going to talk about a need for a survey of records. And finally, I'm going to talk about move preparation itself. So first, a little bit about personnel. The Office of Public Records has 8 staff members. This is inadequate to do their current work, let alone move into a new building. When I look at the states that surround the district, we're nowhere in the range of what staffing they have. Maryland, in its 2023 report, shows 71 staffers. That's the biggest in the country, I must admit. Virginia's got 50. Delaware is 41. Now, admittedly, these are old states and have more staff and records. But if I look at comparable size states, the average still is about 20 staff. We're at 8. We're nowhere near where we need to be an operating archives, let alone move into a new one. So we think that immediately an increase of about 6 staff members is required for the next fiscal year, and then again probably another 6 in the following year, which would get us to the move-in date, and we would be up to what we think the staffing needs to be. Let me take my second point, which is survey. We really don't know how many records that are eligible to be in the archives are still sitting in agency space. In 2015, there was a study done by a contractor, very good contractor, which said that tens of thousands of feet of records were still out in agencies that needed to be transferred to the archives. Just to give you a sense, if you look at a filing cabinet drawer, and we've all seen metal filing cabinets, that's about 2 feet in a filing cabinet drawer. We've got tens of thousands of feet out there that we think are ready to be transferred to the archives, either immediately or to be held in the archives for transfer in a few years. And this survey that was done in 2015 did not survey police and fire. And we know there's huge amounts of records in those. And I think they didn't do the Department of Transportation either. So we don't know what's out there. And we don't know what ought to go into that building. And until we do a survey, we're not going to find out. It would be like moving a house and not looking with your mover at either the garage or the basement or the shed in the yard. We just don't know what's all out there. And we need money for a survey to be done. The third point then, preparation for the move. The records that are in Naylor Court now also will need to be all packed, and some are in vulnerable condition. We've got oversized materials. We've got big rolls of things that need careful wrapping. We need boxes, good boxes to enable these things to be packed and move safely. And then we have things like big objects, paintings, and so forth that also need specialty wrapping. And the budget does not include any money for either the survey I've mentioned, nor for procuring the specialized supplies that are needed, nor for the staffing that would allow us to safely move the records. So what we suggest to you is that you ask the Secretary's office to obtain estimates of the costs for the survey and the costs for the move preparation work and submit it to you within 2 weeks. We are told that there are contractors that will do this work, and we would then ask you to include in the budget the sufficient funding such that we can begin this move preparation and move safely into the new building that we all desire. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, next we will hear from Ms. DeBise. Good morning. See you on the monitor.
Yes, good morning, Councilmember Bonds, Chairman Bonds. It's good to see you. My name is Ann DeBuise. Thank you for this opportunity to testify as a district resident on a matter of importance under the Secretary's purview, the DC Archives. I can sum up my statement about the proposed DC Archives facility with 3 points. One, the scheme for conditioning the air in the new building started with one bad plan, went to the next bad plan, and proceeded to a third bad plan. Two, the current design's heating and cooling approach is so antithetical to energy efficiency as to be unacceptable. And three, the design team either was unaware of or willingly ignored the requirements of the Greener Government Buildings Act. A lack of transparency around this project has been one of its hallmarks. Currently, the 3 requested exemptions for the building are in limbo because insufficient information was provided to the Green Building Advisory Council at the exemption application hearing April 24th. For example, when asked so basic a question as the percentage of the building's total area dedicated to archival storage, members of the design team offered several different estimates, but were not able to supply a precise number during the meeting, so that figure needed to be requested by GBAC. The current proposed temperature control and dehumidification system operates heating and cooling functions simultaneously to remain within strict temperature and humidity limits. But just as it sounds, this is an energy hogging method, and the energy demand is in fact 2.5 times the maximum allowed. Yet this building aims for LEED Gold certification. Heating and cooling technologies have advanced considerably since the new archives project was undertaken, but this project's design did not evolve accordingly. An air-to-water heat pump system could cost significantly less to operate, potentially saving the district tens of thousands of dollars in energy bills each year. Under the proposed DC budget, we see how the mayor now plans to use Sustainable Energy Trust Fund money designated by law to support sustainability and energy efficiency to pay such energy bills instead. Many government-owned buildings generate wasteful energy costs since they have yet to meet efficiency targets as required under the building energy performance standards. In fact, the mayor would like to weaken BEPS in order to let DGS off the hook for compliance. Time is passing as historic and culturally valuable materials languish and possibly degrade in questionable storage conditions. The budget for the new archives might not allow for a more efficient and less costly to operate alternative for conditioning the air. I'm not a building engineer. I'm a concerned citizen who is very disappointed that the district government intends multi-million-dollar construction of what it calls a state-of-the-art facility that takes us backward while setting a poor example for government buildings to come. What a shame. Thank you for your attention. Please see my expanded testimony, which was submitted this morning.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do you have anyone else? All right, we have additional public witnesses listed, but they have not appeared. At some point later, we may be able to hear from them. We're going to move right along because time is of great value. Just give us 1 minute to set up for our government witness. As we mentioned a little earlier, we are having a somewhat of a glitch, which we believe has been fixed. And now we're moving forward with our first government witness. We will come back to any additional public witnesses. So the first agency we will discuss is the Office of the City Administrator. And this office provides oversight and support to the deputy mayors and district agencies through strategic actions that increase government effectiveness across agencies and with targeted initiatives, including the integration of strategic policy, priorities, budgetary planning, and operational direction. Additionally, the city administrator manages the district's performance management activities, such as requiring the implementation and reporting of annual key performance measures, and organizes multi-agency accountability sessions with the mayor. The city administrator reports directly to the mayor and has direct oversight over all operating agencies under the purview of the various deputy mayor offices. City administrator is also responsible for the internal services team, Lab at DC, Resilient DC, the Office of Racial Equity, and Building Blocks DC that has morphed into the Gun Violence Initiative. With all of these divisions within the city administrator's office, I look forward to learning about their performance in the past fiscal year and the upcoming plans for fiscal year 25. Specifically, the office has a proposed budget of 10.3 million and 62 FTEs, which reflects a reduction of 15.4% and 10.1% respectively. With that, we are going to hear now from our government witness, City Administrator Kevin Donahue. But first, I must swear him in, and he has a team with him. So if you would, if you raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? Thank you. And you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members and staff of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I'm Kevin Donahue, and I have the privilege of serving as a city administrator. And I'm here to discuss our office's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. And I'm joined by members of my team, Jenny Reed, the Director of the Office of Budget and Performance Management, and Dr. Amber Hewitt, the Chief Equity Officer, as well as our AFO. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2025 budget reflects many tough choices, yet enables the district government to continue delivering world-class programs and services by making necessary investments that focus on essential pillars of long-term growth. A bit about the office that in your introduction, Councilmember, you framed really, really well. My office, which is embedded within the Home Rule Act, is a central hub of district government operations. What that means is that we prepare and manage the district's budget like a household balances its checkbook. We monitor agency budgets throughout the year to try to predict what costs the district will see in coming years and evaluate whether programs are effectively utilizing allocated funds. We work closely with agencies to set operational goals and implement legislative actions and policy decisions of Mayor Bowser and the council. My office also serves quite critically as a coordination hub for several critical priorities, including creating a more racially equitable city and preventing gun violence, to name two. A bit about our FY25 budget. As you stated, council member, our budget is for $10.3 million, consisting entirely of local funds. The OCA proposed budget includes $9 million for personal services, which funds 62 FTEs, a decrease of 10 FTEs from this fiscal year. It also includes almost $1 million in non-personnel service costs, which is a decrease of $1 million from FY24. Overall, my proposed office budget reflects a decrease of $1.8 million from the approved FY24 budget. The proposed 25 budget funds several OCA initiatives that impact citywide. I'll summarize the impacts of a few of the offices right now. I'll start with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Preventing gun violence is one of the mayor's top priorities, if not the top priority. Mayor Bowser's FY25 budget for the OGVP, as we call it, is $1.2 million and supports 6 FTEs. The office coordinates and evaluates gun violence prevention strategies citywide by partnering with all agencies who have a potential impact on preventing or reducing gun violence. The office ensures that coordination is taking place across district government and holds agencies accountable for their gun violence prevention work. Since first taking office, Mayor Bowser has made historic-sized investments in gun violence prevention efforts. Those investments are heavily focused on creating employment opportunities, wraparound services to meet the financial, health, education, and housing needs of persons most at risk of gun violence. We also know we cannot do this work without coordinating and working with district residents. Through this office's mini grants programs, OGVP has awarded almost $3 million directly to community members, providing opportunities for DC residents to implement their solutions to assist in breaking the cycles of violence and addressing the needs that they see in their communities. The spring mini grants are being implemented now and will be announcing the summer grants by June. Next, I'll talk a bit about the Office of Racial Equity. Mayor Bowser's FY25 budget funds several initiatives aimed at addressing racial equity, including flood resilience upgrades for homes at risk of flooding, learning acceleration strategies through education training in literacy and math, high-impact tutoring, and expanded 911 operations. Dr. Amber Hewitt, who's with me today, and her team at ORE, as we call it, are in continuing their work to build an infrastructure and further embed racial equity principles into government operations. ORE released the district-wide Racial Equity Action Plan on February 1st, 2024, and is working with 25 DC agencies to develop agency-level racial equity action plans. ORE has completed 50 racial equity training sessions since October 2021, attended by nearly 1,700 district government managers and staff, to improve staff understanding of the legacy of opportunities and inequities in the district, develop a shared language of racial equity, and increase skills to analyze policies and practices through a racial equity lens, and to highlight tools that better equip personnel to identify and address issues of racial equity. ORE, working with the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, are also developing the district's first racial equity dashboard. Once completed later this year, the dashboard will be a comprehensive, multi-page online platform providing timely, relevant, and accessible data on 43 racial equity indicators across 7 dimensions of life in the district. The OCA's FY25 budget includes funding to refine the dashboard and add additional key racial equity indicators. The FY25 budget will also allow ORE to continue community engagement efforts to build on the 16 engagement efforts that they did in FY23 and those that they've done in FY24. Next, I'll talk a bit about the internal services team, which is led by the Assistant City Administrator, Chris Rodriguez, which helps DC run efficiently. The IS team largely focuses on the internal operations of government. Think HR, contracting, technology, building operations. They'll be working to improve agency hiring processes, making sure we are adequately utilizing space in the district's portfolio, and look to smart contracting to save taxpayer dollars. They're also assisting OCTO in its efforts to operationalize artificial intelligence technologies, utilizing best practices and policies to safely and effectively roll out AI initiatives to make our government work better. Next, the Office of Budget and Performance Management, led by Director Jenny Reed, leverages data and strategic planning and innovation to ensure the efficient use of public funds and drive continuous improvements to agency programs and services. This team is responsible for formulating the district government's annual operating and capital budgets, administering our annual performance planning process. The team also leads the district's strategic planning and program development work. And lastly, I want to highlight a bit of the work of the lab at DC and how they use data, resident input, and rigorous science to help answer important questions facing our government. Our investments in the lab and performance team through the launch, evaluation, and monitoring hub has generated better informed budget and programmatic decisions through ongoing reporting, data analysis, and impact evaluations. The lab continues to work with the Department of Human Services, for example, on the implementation and evaluation of the Career Map program, which is an annual operating budget of almost $19 million. More than 500 families are currently enrolled in the 5-year pilot, and they receive rental assistance, career coaching, and cash payments to cover the loss of government assistance as families earn more. The lab helped design the program and is evaluating its impact on jobs, income, and performance in school using randomized evaluation techniques. I'm proud of the work done by the OCA this past year. I'm equally proud of to work in an administration where so many of our agencies and our employees go above and beyond in ensuring our residents are well served. We know the upcoming fiscal year will present many challenges, and I have full confidence that we will be able to meet those challenges and excel in moving our city forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about our proposed FY25 budget, and I'm available to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I find it very informative. It's easy to assume that those who are at the top of our government are really just responsible for barking orders and direction. But I'm hearing this morning a lot about the great work that is unfolding in your office. So kudos to you for that. And I think, as you know, at the council, we have we're challenged with how we manage racial equity almost in all of our legislation now. But I'm just excited to understand what Dr. Hewitt is doing with her team. I mean, 50 work sessions with staff across the government is tremendous. Congratulations. That's exceptional. I believe I at one time did a series of hearings with individuals. Really, they were forums, but they treated it as a hearing, very formalized. And just getting people to come forth is a challenge. So that's tremendous. I have a big ask. Do you think you might come and talk with my staff or include us in that? Because I think it could be so rewarding to understand, one, the history of where we've been as a government, as a community, and then where we might go in the application. I would love it if you could.
Well, good morning, Chairperson
Morning.
Bonds, and thank you for the kind words. And I must give credit to a very capable team and our training specialist who leads our racial equity training program under the leadership of the city administrator. And we'd be happy to share with you our overview of our training program. And like you said, understanding the historical context of DC and the legacy of both inequity and opportunity, and the great opportunity that we have in district government to really address the challenges that our cities are facing and striving towards a more racially equitable DC.
All right, and I may ask some of the ANC commissioners and civic association members if they would like to tag along. I think it could be a big reward for our community. So thank you for this work. Took you a while to get it going in the right direction, but now I think it can move forward expeditiously. So thank you very much for that. And see, Mr. City Administrator, I did not know that was going to happen. I like to hear the testimony when it happens, not read it and mark it up. So thank you very much for that. It's really a big reward. I do have a question about your internal services division. It says working to improve the agency hiring process, utilizing the space in our portfolio, the district's portfolio, DC owned I guess, properties. And then smart contracting to save taxpayers' dollars. I would be very interested in seeing any reports, information that speaks to those three items. I think that is at the crux of how we continue to move our government forward. So if there are recent reports, I would like to have an opportunity to take a look at those.
I'm happy to provide a follow-up to this discussion, reports they have, and if they don't have ready reports, we can provide you with written descriptions and summaries of their initiatives that are ongoing right now and they expect to do throughout FY25. They're the team whose work touches every agency, because every agency occupies a building, has to hire people, has to contract effectively with our vendors. So it has an incredibly important impact, even if its work is often not front-facing or customer-facing in what it does.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to take you, as you said, you're going to make sure we get that. That can be very helpful. One of the questions that I've had before the Department of Human Resources is trying to understand the promotions process for our government employees, trying to understand. I believe that there are some agencies that promote more readily than others, and then trying to look at why that might be the case. Is it that, the budgets are not inspiring, or is it that the work is not inspiring? Just trying to understand the culture of our government. As you know, this committee is charged with looking at return to work to the marketplace. And so we're trying to just grapple with all of it, what it means, and to come up with an approach that can be beneficial to our government, and one that the community, will understand and want to applaud. So this is part of it.
Okay, you're right. Each agency has a very different framework and environment in which they focus on promotions. And you just take a few of them. You have departments like MPD and Fire EMS, in which promotions there's a very large agencies without many different types of positions. So there's a very well-honed, defined, and clarified promotion process for MPD and Fire EMS, often involving exams. But there's a clear indication, if you're an entry-level person, exactly what your path is to not just management, but senior level executive leadership. We have other agencies like the Department of Public Works that has to promote or offer jobs internally first before it goes externally. Then you have agencies that are actually quite flat, or the nature of what someone does is highly specialized. So the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is a very flat organization, and the nature of the work doesn't provide a lot of opportunities for promotion except for running the team that you're on. So the environments are different. What we try to focus on in DCHR is for agencies that really have flatter organizations and employees that have skills that can be used in different agencies, is really providing opportunities to gain promotion through lateral movements or upward movements within district government, but maybe at different agencies, and to give people exposure through some of the programs that DCHR runs, like the CPM program.
All right. So remind me of how much, what is the budget for your internal services division?
I'll turn to my AFO.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
The budget for the internal services is 1,134,000 and 8 FTEs.
8?
8, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And gun violence is 1.2 million and 6 FTEs. Okay. And of course, the agency that's doing all of these training sessions, the Office of Racial Equity, that budget is?
That budget is 1,170,000 and 7 FTEs.
Okay. Great. A long ways away from 62. Just trying to get to 62. Okay, thank you. Am I to assume that the lab at DC, because it does ongoing reporting, data analysis, and evaluation, that it sort of, I guess, sort of works with all of your office, the different divisions, or are they focused just in one particular area?
They will work closely with each one of my teams. Probably the most clear example is whenever we're evaluating, doing budget formulation, and we're evaluating enhancement requests for new money. They do a systematic assessment of the evidence behind the idea for an enhancement. And they're present at the table and in conversation with formulation. So they work with each team. But most of the work is really going to be focused on agency operations. And the example I gave for the Department of Human Services is they will, when they have an agency client, work fairly extensively in the formulation and helping the agency develop a program in a way that allows it to be accessible to its users and customers and allows for it to be evaluated. And then they'll do the evaluation, which sometimes is fast. Sometimes they have to wait a number of years in order to be able to assess the impact, because the program is designed to create an impact over a number of years. Some cases they can do an evaluation much more quickly. But so most of their work really is focused on agency operations, customer serving agency, but they will have a role in each one of my offices, most notably budget.
I am looking in the table, I guess, table 4, to be informed as to the budget for the lab and the number of FTEs. I'm sorry, it's
Yeah, that's in the table 4 that you're looking at. You see budget management services, and that's budgeted at $4,588,000 and 28 FTEs. It's within that office. It's a subset or a component thereof.
under budget management.
Yes, that's correct.
The lab is under budget management.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is part of the lab at DC, the budget team and the performance team all report to Jenny Reed. And those 3 teams also work collectively together on budget formulation and program assessments. That's why they're all contained within that one budget line.
All right, so the budget management, what I have here shows a total of 28, as you were mentioning. So within that 28, there is a team of individuals called the lab at DC. How many are in that group?
There are 10 locally funded positions, and then there are, in this current fiscal year, positions also supported with ARPA dollars.
Opera dollars. So we still have some federal money left over.
We have through this fiscal year, federal money to support the launch evaluation and monitoring program the city administrator mentioned. This was stood up when we received the historic influx of ARPA dollars, so that we could, really stand up our ability to help agencies design and evaluate programs, and then also monitor how they roll out.
So how much opera money is in this package?
For
With-
FY25, there is no more ARPA money. So for the money that we have for FY24, it's reflected in the $5.8 million that you see just to the left of the number we're discussing in table 4. You also see a change in the FTE number for that team. Well, really for the agency budget performance and lab at DC team, it was 34 FTEs. It'll be 28 FTEs in FY25. The intent behind that is when we got the ARPA money, we set aside a certain amount in my office as well as the Inspector General's office to be sure we do in our office assessments of impact, the IG's office to be able to have extra funding to be able to look at the efficient allocation of resources. So it was designed to expand with ARPA and then sunset when ARPA went away for the city.
All right, and so how much of this federal dollar is in the Inspector General now?
Council member, I'll get back to you with the specific amount. It's about $3 million to support their ability to contract, right, for additional studies, but we'll get back to you with the specific number.
All right, and I think we have that, but I just like to make sure we're talking the same apples. Thank you. Would you, let's see, I think we got pretty much an accounting. Would you discuss the activities within the district-wide agency oversight support category? And that's under city agency services.
That's also internal services. In the new financial management system that we're using in the interim budget application, there's slightly different terminology used, but that's the internal services office that you see there.
So what is internal services?
That's a team of individuals, I think about 7 to 8 individuals who really act as liaison between myself and the internal serving agencies of district government. And that would be human resources, contracting, risk management, technology, our Department of General Services, and our Office of Disability Rights. So those are all offices whose primary clients are other agencies. And there is not in our reporting structure a deputy mayor they report to. They report directly to my office. And to be able to have appropriate oversight and coordination, as well as to make sure I get all the information I need to help manage those agencies. That's a team that helps really support their mission and impact they have through that coordination and oversight. Without that team, my span of control, given all the things my office, my position does, would be too broad to be able to spend the time I need with each one of the agencies, given that that without the ACA and the IS team, there's not an intermediary or deputy mayor they report to. So it's a vital team to helping those agencies carry forward with their work.
All right, and the agencies again, disability rights.
DGS, our OCP, OCTO, and if I know if I'm DCHR, I don't know if I mentioned HR.
What is it?
DCHR, ORM, OCP, OCTO, DGS,
Okay,
and ODR.
all right. Back in the day, there was a process where we had program analysts, and they had a few of some of these agencies I kind of remember. Is that is this so-called team approach sort of like leftover remnants from the past management system that we had in the city administrator's office, or is this something new?
You know, I have been around long enough to also remember the program analysts, and I actually think that is a good analogy. It is, it does have a connection back to the program analyst roles that typically was the most common role. It was the most common type of role you had in the OCA in past generations. I would say a difference when I worked in this office 15 years ago, when I worked with the office 20 years ago, is you also didn't have deputy mayor's offices that had their own program analysts. So I think over the decades, as deputy mayor's offices were created, as they were expanded, the role of the program analyst, as you remember it, started to narrow down because those offices had their own. And that's why I framed the IS team, internal services team, as because there's not a separate office of a deputy mayor for these agencies, it is in fact most akin to what you remember to be program analyst in OCA structures of prior decades, to age myself in DC government a bit.
All right, well, thank you. And of course, you know, DCHR is also in this committee, so I was very curious as to how they report or their reports get to your office through key performance process.
A program analyst in the IS team will make sure I have the data that I need to have. If DCHR has an issue they'll have to get to raise, they'll raise it. Even if DGS, like I'll ask, you know, yes, maybe it was Monday morning, our first hot day, how are we doing for HVACs in schools? They're able to provide that information instantaneously to me. I can give it to the mayor because they're in constant contact with DGS, who's in all the schools. And so without their presence with that program analyst, I'm left to having to chase down directors. And it's very efficient to have someone on that team who's able to have constant contact with DGS, has the answers. It works for the agency. It works for my office. And that's where I think it might be similar to what you remember a program analyst role was in the OCA prior to having the deputy mayors we do now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so within this group, there are only 8 FTEs. And these
Yes.
are the individuals that are part of this team.
Yes.
All right. And thank you for putting on the record that the source of your operating budget is all local dollars,
That's correct.
except for that little bit that remains of the federal dollars.
Well, for FY25,
Yeah,
the
but
federal money sunsets.
it's gone.
So it's gone. It's really, that's why you see some of the reductions that you do walking through table 4
Okay.
that we're both going through right now.
Well, on that note, we are finding that it's somewhat difficult to explain to the public that the budgets of the past couple of years are no longer available simply because we don't have that infusion. I'm curious, do you have promotional information that could be more informative, that could help the public to understand that we don't have those dollars? Because even today, people are saying, well, you know, the budget is $21 billion. It's larger than it was last year. So how can you say you don't have the money? What do we say to that?
Well, we do have promotional information that we started using as early as the budget engagement forums. Our agency directors, my staff, our mayor's office staff that are at ANC meetings, civic association meetings, continue to use that information. We can share with you some of that information that we do use if it's helpful for you to either frame what the difference is. Now, when I talk to people, I always try to simplify why our budget's hard by I say we have the perfect storm this coming year, which is we have the loss of federal dollars, and I typically frame those in the billions that we've received that are no longer available. We having increasing costs across the board, just like every household is seeing. And we also have some, we are seeing the impact of workers not coming downtown. And all three of those are hitting our bottom lines in the same year, which is why the budget's different this year, and it's more challenging. And the decisions that we have to make around resource allocation don't look like they did before. This year, for the first time in a while, we really have to do hard, honest assessments of what we think is the highest, best use of taxpayer dollars and make tough choices around that. And in prior years, really, it was often a conversation around, given new money, whether it's federal, whether it was local, what's the best way to spend new money? And that's just a different, that is the conversation that has changed from prior budgets to this one.
Thank you. You kind of opened a number of doors here. Because one of the things I try to do is to help bring some understanding to, how our government functions. I guess I'll start then with what agencies have opera money that's left over that they are spending during FY24, and is there any that will be spent in FY25?
I don't believe we budgeted any ARPA money for FY25. It's legally only allowable through the first quarter of FY25. So the federal government framed ARPA around calendar years. So it said through calendar year 24. And it was impractical to budget federal funding for one quarter of a year, then have it drop off. So when we formulated the budget year that we're now in, FY24, we designed ARPA to be able to expend all the available resources by the end of September this year, knowing that there was only 3 months left that it could legally be used. So that's why you see sometimes dramatic swings in agency budgets from FY24 to 25. You're seeing the drop off of that federal funding. So there's not any funding available in 25. That was ARPA money that we've been using the past few years.
All right, so what agencies have opera money to spend in FY2024?
Sure. So it's a number of agencies. It's probably close to 20. So we can follow up with the full list, unless you'd like me to go through them all right now.
You want to? We'll take it now.
Okay. So the Office of the Inspector General has $2.4 million. Our office, the Office of the City Administrator, has 1.3 million. The Department of Employment Services has 4.6 million. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection has 245,000. The Department of Buildings has 2.7 million. The Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, 2.1 million. The Metropolitan Police Department, 5.4 million. The Department of Corrections, 425,000. The Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants Administration, $8 million. The Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, 5.2 million. The Office of the State Superintendent for Education, 30.8 million. The University of the District of Columbia, 1.8 million. The Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, 750,000. The Department of Parks and Recreation, 2.1 million. The Department of Human Services, 99.2 million. The Department of Disability Services, 98,000. The Department of Youth Rehabilitative Services, 1.9 million. The Department of Energy and the Environment, 13.7 million. Department of Public Works, 7.7 million. Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, 15.5 million. The Tax Revision Commission, $400,000. The Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, $617,000. The Department of Behavioral Health, $9.6 million. The Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, $1.7 million. The Department of For-Hire Vehicles, $8.9 million. The Office of Unified Communications, $533,000. And then about $106 million across a variety of different smaller buckets. So for a total of about $365 million.
And so that $365 million is in the FY current budget
Mhm.
24. So as of September the 30th, the thought that that money will be expended.
That is the goal. I would assume there would be a little bit of underspending because we always, we have to have
Yes.
a balanced
Yeah.
budget. But what would happen, that's the reason that we designed it so that there's no money budgeted in 25. So if anything rolls over, we'll be able to expend it in that first quarter. We'll obligate it. So we meet the requirements. We won't have to return any money to the federal government.
All right. And so that means the council will receive reprogramming requests.
Potentially. So in the past, what has happened, and it's been extremely helpful, is the council has allowed for the budget authority to carry forward into the next fiscal year, as long as we spend the money on the intended purpose, so that we didn't have to wait until after the first quarter in the prior fiscal year closed. So we could keep the programs going without any delay. If we were to change its intended use, however, we would need to come to the council for a reprogramming.
All right. Very good.
And-
How-
And I was just going to say a good example of that is we have programs like our high impact tutoring
Yeah.
that just continue year after year,
Yeah.
right? And so if the grantee hasn't fully expended the funds by the end of this fiscal year and they can spend a little more into the next fiscal year, still use up the same amount of money, we want them to do that.
All right. And so for programs that I'm concerned now specifically about programs in this committee. A program like Project Empowerment stands the opportunity to maybe get a few additional dollars infused that may be left over, because I think that's a program where we use federal and local monies. Am I correct? Okay.
We did. We used ARPA money in particular to expand slots in project empowerment and provide greater wraparound services than are typically offered through the program. So, and actually that was one of the programs that we had framed as one of our violence prevention efforts when we first rolled out Building Blocks DC. So that is an example. As long as there is a program and we're not changing the intended use, money can spill over from one fiscal year to the next in a process that we're, as Director Reed has mentioned, has worked out very well in collaboration with the Council Budget Office.
All right, okay, and so we have a couple of other programs like that. The one that works with outer school youth also, I think, speaks to the concerns that we have about public safety, and at the same time could be, all right, I'm looking for dollars. I'm looking for dollars for these important programs. Mr. Washington, if you're still here, he's left, I want you to hear that so you know that those are the directions that I feel strongly we need to move in and keep the ball rolling.
And I was going to say, council member, to that point, we definitely hear you. And that's why the mayor made sure that we maintained those investments that were funded with ARPA for the out of school time programs for youth across a variety of programs with local funding. So we were able to continue high impact tutoring, maintain the historic investment in out of school time programming, keep our late night activities open at DPR for our teens. So all of those continued with local dollars despite the loss of federal money.
All right. And so does that mean we would be able to use any leftover federal dollars in these programs?
If there was money that went unspent at the end of this fiscal year, it would be available for future spending. We won't know, though, how much that is until, the late fall, as we go through the close process with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer.
All right. Well, that's fair. I'm just looking for all the dollars we can find for some very vital programs. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Would you discuss your plans to fill the vacant program analyst position? This is, of course, the Office of Gun violence prevention? Or do you plan on filling it, or how do you see that operating in FY25?
We do plan on filling all of our positions. OGVP really, I would say, their staff focus on 3 different critical activities. One is coordination of services across government. A second is data analysis to assess and evaluate gun violence prevention programs. And the third is monitoring and maintaining the mini grants program that started under Director Harley Harper. So those are the 3 functions. It's a small team, so they generally will have a couple of people assigned to each one of those. And I would work with that team to understand where within their portfolio is sort of the greatest need moving forward, fill it with a skill set that would appropriately address one of those 3 critical services that the office does.
So you only have one vacancy in that particular arena,
And
or do you have multiple?
well, we
vacancies?
also obviously have the director of gun violence prevention.
Right.
That is a vacant position.
Okay, so it's 2.
It's 2. In the past, the mayor had Linda Harley Harper serving in 2 capacities. So that is a determination the mayor would make. But there's one analyst role, and then there's the leadership role.
Okay. I'm asking that question because in your testimony, you mention the importance of this process, but you also pointed out, at least I'm thinking that you're telling us also that the deputy mayor for public safety is really functioning as the coordinator of all of these services that feed into the plan for managing public safety in the community, or is that a different kind of process?
They obviously share the same mission and goal orientation. Having been the deputy mayor for public safety for a number of years, the focus of my attention was largely focused on the agencies in that cluster and agencies outside of the cluster, but whose support is directly given to MPD or the one's office. There's also important work, for example, around truancy that might exist almost entirely within our health and human services cluster across a number of agencies. So OGVP, from its original intended statutory mission, was never meant, and it does not displace the role and primacy of the deputy mayor for public safety. Its role is to make sure there's a coordination function across some of the prevention programs that live outside of that swim lane of public safety, provide some analytical and evaluation skills, and they run a really innovative grant program, which is probably the one function that may not have been part of the statutory original vision, but it runs very well and I find to be quite effective.
All right, thank you very much for that. In developing the FY25 budget, can you walk us through the process that you contemplated in prioritizing programs and service deliveries? I'm thinking particularly when you talk about maybe budgetary restrictions, what programs and services have been identified as duplications, maybe those needing restructuring, or those that there are issues with maybe wanting to reprogram the funding.
Sure. So I mentioned so we start with our guiding principles, which I'll mention, and I'll describe the process, and then I'll have Director read go into a bit more detail about your final part of your question, which is how we look at when we have lots of programs addressing some of the same basic function.
Correct.
So we always start with our values and principles for how it guides our work. And this is in this budget year particularly critical because we had to make hard choices, and now the council and you and your colleagues make some hard choices. So it starts from the mayor's clear direction that there's some services that every municipal government must do to exist. Picking up trash, making sure fire trucks arrive when they're called, having building inspectors to inspect the safety of buildings, maintaining our core functions. So we have to so we preserve and maintain those. There's also services that we have a legal obligation to carry out. And I don't mean often in laws that we can at the local level adjust, but there's federal obligations or moral obligations that have the power of law behind them we have to maintain. So our children with IEPs that are transported to school through OSSI's program, they must be able to maintain that work to be able to comply with the law. The second principle was often around looking at the impact the program would have due to its very nature. So the nature of some programs are meant to protect life and safety. The nature of other programs, very good programs, might be meant to help improve the quality of life in the city. And so we sort of understood what was the impact of a cut. Did it affect human lives? Did it affect the quality of life? Those are different things. And third, we wanted to make sure, and the mayor made clear, that we look at long-term growth. The budgets get easier if our revenues grow beyond what the CFO forecasted to. And we know that schools education downtown and public safety are key parts of that. So those are some of the principles that we used. Then we have a formulation process in which the lab at DC, the Office of Racial Equity, played very important parts of assessing programs for their impact on racial equity, for their evidence behind whether they're having an impact. And it's a very methodical, weeks and months long process of going over every program and spending both by those principles as well as looking at what we know about the evidence of impact. And if I could just have a tiny bit of time, I'm going to have Director Reed. You raised a really interesting question at the end, which is we do in fact have many programs in government that often serve the same mission, that are often not literally duplicative, but are close to it. I call them the sibling programs. They exist in different agencies often. And we really would look at programs that are meant to transport people, programs that are meant to feed people, and workforce development programs as well, in which we have a number of programs with varying levels of performance and popularity that all have similar missions. And I'll have Jenny kind of walk through maybe one of those areas.
Sure. So I will talk through the food assistance programs. I know this is something that we have talked about before, and you and the mayor share a strong interest in making sure our seniors in particular have the right levels of nutrition available to them. So what we have done is we will work with agencies to develop a comprehensive list of all of the different food assistance programs across the district. And then we'll look at sort of what bucket do they fall in? Are they meals provided on site, like in our schools or in our senior wellness centers? Are they meals that are delivered directly to seniors or other residents who have mobility issues? Or are they different types of food, either prepared or produce or other types of package that people can come pick up? And what we have learned through that process is we do have a number of programs, in this case, more than 35, that provide food assistance across the city. As the city administrator mentioned, none of them are explicitly duplicative, but they all are related. And what we found going through that process is that there are areas where we can certainly find more efficiencies to make sure those programs are better utilized. So that can be cross promotion, making sure people understand the different programs that are out there. That can be signing people up where we have space, which we do have space in these programs. And it can be understanding how to most effectively deliver them and contract for them. It is a process that does take a while. So it's one we've been working on for several months and will continue to work on for several months as we sort of peel back all the different layers of these programs, with the ultimate goal being that we can provide the maximum assistance possible at the most cost-effective rate and the easiest way for residents.
I really appreciate hearing that because, food is one of the areas that I know we really have to become more involved in. There must be a cheaper way of getting it done and a more reliable way and a more tasty way, if I can speak for the senior community. That is one of their real issues. They're about nutrition, but they also about food looking wonderful and tasting delicious. So thank you for that. And I'm sure that our young people would be appreciative of that as well. And I believe modern systems indicate that we can do it better. Have you identified in your analysis thus far the amount of resources that we expend on food in the government?
Yes, and we can follow up with more specifics. It is more than $100 million, but a lot of that is federal money, right? So the 95% of the food assistance money that's provided in the district is provided through the federal government, which, also speaks to the cost of providing these services. It's largely through the SNAP program. And so where we look at is how do we invest local dollars to make up for some of the gaps in what people are able to obtain through SNAP or through WIC. And starting this summer, summer EBT that we will be standing up as well.
All right. As well as, are you including in this 100 million? I don't think so, but things like the feeding sites, we have the conjugate meal sites for seniors. That's
right.
included in the 100 million.
That's right.
That's not a lot of money. What about a food program we have for the students in school?
That's not included
That's
in
not,
this.
so
Right.
this is exclusively senior population that you're speaking of?
No, this is for direct assistance to residents. Mhm.
All residents.
All residents.
All right, so the pot that is related to assistance to senior population and their conjugate meal locations, their home delivered meals, have you segmented that from this 100 million?
I don't have the number right offhand, but I can follow up and get you that
Yes, I
number.
would really like to understand better what that is. I feel that we can get, we should be getting a little better deal on this issue. Of course, everyone is complaining, even I at the grocery store, and it's just outrageous. But it is what it is, and we do have to do the best job that we can.
We're happy to walk through with you and your staff the work product that Director Reed's team did, which is a product of all three of her teams. Does walk through in some detail the different feeding programs and how they overlap or are differentiated by their mission, their size, their scope. So
Yes.
we're happy to walk through that work product with you and your team if it'll help you assess the different programs in the budget better.
It really would. A few years ago, there was a proposal, particularly as it related to stamping out hunger in our senior population. And it was a very costly piece of legislation, which we just have not been able to afford. But at the same time, we do know that there are many versions of it in food giveaways, fresh produce, all of that. And so I'm just trying to get a handle on it. I figure that the operating side of our government is what, 33,000? At the council, my little staff, we're just 10. So I figure I'll munch on you guys and see what you come up with. And you have the wonderful lab at DC. Perhaps you've done some real analysis that we could use.
Yes, council member, the lab has been working on the food access issue in particular. And so we have both the sort of landscape analysis that they've done, as well as some findings that we are starting to implement solutions to correct, right? So for example, that was the thing I mentioned where we're finding under enrollment from seniors in a lot of our food assistance programs. So how can we get more seniors enrolled? I think when we were here speaking to you in January during oversight time, we talked about the senior influencer program that we're going to start. We also know we need to make the way you fill out the forms a lot easier. It's too complicated. It's too long. We don't need all that information. So we're working with the Department of Human Services on that. And then there are other things that we can do to make sure that it's just easier to sign up and enroll in programs. I think that oftentimes we have a program in the district that can help someone. It's that people don't always necessarily know where they have to go or how to sign up.
So how do we, and this is sort of on the side, but how do we reach and get seniors involved that are kind of isolated, do not have friend circles? They're living in the city, but they're not really reaching out. Maybe they don't know where to reach out. Should we, I don't know how we would do it. I was just wondering if we had a hotline where you pick up the phone and you dial 222 or something like that, and someone comes on and you get to talk and explore. And I just don't know, because we know that we feel, I'll say, that there are a number of isolated seniors, but we don't know exactly how to reach them.
We do have a 211 service, not as well known as 911 or 311, but it does. Its intent and purpose is to connect residents to services that don't that obviously aren't emergencies, but also don't fall into the more traditional services of 311. And we can take a look at sort of the utilization of that hotline as a service for the kind of need that you're identifying, and would be happy to work with you in your office to sort of make operational adjustments. Those are sort of things that, as Jenny talked about, even for enrollment, that in a tight budget year, sometimes you can improve impact by just making adjustments to how we operate and the accessibility and awareness of our residents of programs that are already funded. So we're happy to look at 211 and see if that is serving part of the purpose you're laying out.
That would be great. Even if we just create a little sign that we make sure is posted in all of the apartment buildings, elevators, something that, because we're missing people and we know that. And it's very unfortunate to discover someone, expired in a unit and no one really knew. So we want to, this is a society that we're all have the ability to live longer, and many are. And so we just want to make sure that, we're extending the best quality of life that we can to our senior population. They're asking for it. So thank you very much for that. Any other outstanding duplicate services that you come to mind?
You rarely find true one-for-one duplications. You often find programs that are different from each other, but who are trying to achieve the same end. And that sort of is the basis for comparison. The Deputy Mayor for Education has done an analysis of workforce investment programs, looking at both the utilization of them. So are people signing up and showing up to the end, and their efficacy for those who show up to the end, how many get unsubsidized positions. And that is inherently a function that across the country, it's hard to produce, it's hard to produce outstanding results. And we have programs that operate differently. But probably the most significant budgetary assessment we did was we had to make a hard choice around the circulator bus. And that was not an apples to apples, but we looked at Metro bus, we looked at circulator bus, we looked at their routes. We also looked at the significant increase in usage of capital bike share and of the private scooter rentals. And we saw that Metro Bus more or less has recovered its pre-pandemic ridership. Bikes and scooters took off during the pandemic and have sustained those increases, but we didn't see the kind of ridership uptick in circulator. In fact, it continued going down. So all meant to move people around, different, obviously different modes entirely, but have a similar mission. And we did an assessment, and based on that evaluation, made a hard choice in the budget. And we did that throughout, but that's probably the one that is the most notable in what you see in the budget.
So I hear that, but meanwhile, or at the same time, I think we're promoting some special ride situations like down in Southwest DC, where they have little scooters, not scooters, that's the wrong term, but like a little shuttle system that takes you from maybe your apartment building to the grocery store or to the soccer stadium. Or we're trying to get those who live down near the point in that part of Southwest, bringing them to the grocery store. Do you see that kind of model a way to address some of the transportation needs that we have? For instance, back to my seniors. Seniors live near the police substation over off of Hayes Street Northeast. There's no grocery store there, and they have to wait for transportation, someone to come and get them, to fetch them. Not everyone has a relative or a friend, and so shouldn't they have a way, that neighborhood have a way to get to whatever grocery store we can get them to? I'm okay where I live. I'm in the so-called downtown, South Bloomingdale, Truxton Circle. I have many choices. Might take a while to walk to them, but I have many choices. But when we think about other parts of the city where we have chosen to have an influx of elderly persons, shouldn't we have a similar kind of, it's not the high-end apartment buildings like down by the water, but nevertheless, they have to, we said we were going to be concerned with, food and clothing and housing. We passed an ordinance years ago that said that is your right if you live in the District of Columbia. So I'm just trying to understand, how can we put in place those kinds of services on this very narrow dollar that we have, and therefore improve the quality of life for many?
I do think it's incumbent upon us to keep innovating. So the short answer is I do find what you described, which is a grant program run, I believe, by the Capital Waterfront bid. I do find it promising. So promising means it's something done at a relatively small scale, low cost, good utilization. Therefore, it's worth trying to expand. And in the budget, we do have funding to be able to expand that kind of service, to extend a bit more into the National Mall and downtown area. I think with transportation, there are always going to be transportation gaps. And it's very important in our budget to experiment, innovate. When we see promise, expand it. And when something from a cost and use standpoint isn't living up to our expectations, or its costs are unsustainable, being able to make the tough choice to be able to sunset it and to be able to expand innovation elsewhere. I'll talk about sort of one other innovation around transportation. a different age population, but we started with ARPA money, are a program that connects kids to schools who the principals and guidance counselors believe that have some risk to violence. So it's the DC School Connect program run by For Hire Vehicles. It's a program that serves about almost 400 kids, has a waiting list of probably 200 or 300 more. It is a relatively higher cost program, but we sent OSSI the ridership information, and they then bounced the ridership against their attendance data. For the high school kids, the typical kid who took the School Connect program showed up to school only 54% of days before that program rolled out. So half the time they were not showing up to school. With the program, they're showing up to school almost 90% of days. So it's a really niche need, but a profound one. And the data suggests a transformational improvement on attendance by getting people someplace safely. So we're keeping it and we're extending it with local money, what we started with ARPA money. So it's important for us to innovate and experiment. And you identified a specific need, and I think we have to make sure we're always trying to innovate to be able to fill those transportation gaps and then move on if it's too costly or not working as intended.
All right, as you were speaking, I was thinking that there, and maybe you can help spur this forward. Maybe some of the wealthy bids could begin to adopt neighborhoods to assist them in setting up a bid, of course, ultimately would be the goal, but really to begin to address some of these really deep gaps that we have across our community.
I do think the idea of utilizing bids, particularly around some discrete mobility and transportation needs, is a really good idea. Bids sometimes have more flexibility than we do, and they have a real nuanced pulse and sense of like where the transportation, where there's transportation flow, where there's still needs. So that's why, you know, we have the grant program that that helped roll out the program that you mentioned in Southwest. We're expanding it, but it is something that I think is a good idea and worth exploring. It's not going to address every neighborhood, obviously, but when you do have a bid in a neighborhood with a transportation need, they can be a useful vehicle for being able to innovate around
All right, and
transportation.
so some of this money that we may have left over from 2024 might be a possible pot to expand a bid and have the bid to adopt another neighborhood to see if they can get a transportation system moving forward for special needs population, I guess.
Well, one of the investments we have with local dollars in 25 is in DDOT's budget. It's $620,000. And it is to do what the city administrator mentioned, a grant program to test out more of this micro transit and how we might expand it beyond the areas that it's currently operating in. So I think it's a great point that we'll talk to the DDOT director about making sure we're looking at underserved areas across the city and special populations. But it is something that we have found to be much more cost effective at getting people around than, for example, the circulator.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I know you have other things. I don't want to keep you too long because we could talk all day. I mean, clearly, and that would take up all of your time. And I know that you have a meeting with the mayor that you must do.
It's one of the unique things of the scope of my office. You can kind of ask anything. Because
I
technically,
know, and that's, I
comes up.
listen.
I understand
I'm
that
taking-
risk when I
yes,
come in.
indeed, most definitely. Yes. What program areas or agencies receive the largest investment from the income franchise tax? I know it was 4 billion in revenue, but what agencies, and I'm looking now at the chart that you provided, which is revenues by source, government activities. This one.
So, Councilmember, I can start. There's not like a direct line, right? All that chart that we shared with you is the resources that the district brings in. And those resources are then utilized on our entire budget. What we can share back is sort of how the expenditures are allocated. So for example, we can tell you that 52% of the budget is education and health and human services. So they make up the largest share of the district's budget. And then we can look at the other appropriation titles and how they add up. So we're happy to follow up with you on that, but unless it's a dedicated tax for a specific purpose, it goes into the general fund and then gets
All right.
apportioned out.
All right, that's very important to know because when there are discussions about, as you know, in some places down at this level in our government, at the council, there have been discussions about how do we come up with additional taxes. And I just was very curious as to how the current taxes that we collect, the revenue we currently have in our budget is allocated. And if there were some way to determine the portion of property taxes, the $3 billion, where is it scattered throughout the government? The same with the income and franchise tax. Where is it, this $4 billion scattered throughout the government? But you've given us somewhat a better understanding of that.
Because you mentioned it, I can't stress more strongly. The mayor took a very tough line in making tough choices. She did have to raise some taxes. I cannot have strong enough words to convey to the council. I know it's not you, it's your colleagues. The risk they take on of raising taxes further on our residents in a moment when we're trying to encourage people to stay here, to visit here. And if there are programs that the council wants more funding for, I would suggest do what we did when we formulated the budget. We are expanding programs for valuable investments. We took hard looks at what we thought where we could unlock additional funding. But the answer is not in trying to get new taxes.
Well, yes, and I hear you 100%, but the numbers don't lie. We're now at 21 billion, which is greater than the 20 billion of last year. So there's more money. And yet we say we're cutting, and that I believe the mayor indicated that she, in order to balance today's budget plan for FY25, I think it was $500 million of fees and taxes that are incumbent in this plan. So it's kind of hard for the public to get it. So help me understand. I'm really trying to get this. So where did you cut? Did you cut anywhere?
Oh, we cut throughout government, and we're happy to walk through. We scaled programs back, we cut programs, we closed off vacancies, we've eliminated some filled positions. We cut throughout government, and we tried to protect and preserve really core programs. And we looked at the sustainability of programs. The fact is that not only have costs gone up for carrying out the same work, we also have started programs in which the cost was never truly reflected in our financial planning, in the CFO's fiscal impact statements. So we're also having to take on costs that were not either not expected or not scored when the CFO would allow a bill to become law because maybe it was a new area that didn't have a lot of data yet. So we're seeing costs go up. We're seeing greater utilization and demand on the same services, where even if your unit costs are really efficient, you're seeing more demand because there's greater need out there. And as Director Reed mentioned, literally more than half our budget is education, healthcare, and human services. So we are spending funding in the areas that have the direct impact on life and safety and on education. So I would just suggest to look within the programs, see how we can get better access and utilization of programs. And it's been a while since we've had to do hard assessments of programs that we started. And it's a good opportunity for a reset. But we can walk through many cuts and reductions that we had to do throughout government. It just wasn't enough to keep up with the demand and cost increases, or the fact that federal funds are dropping off this year.
Well, I really think it's important for the public to understand where we did do cuts. I think that's important. Because again, 21 point and 20 is the difference. And we're saying that it was a difficult year and we had to, we still had to balance the budget. So it doesn't look like we cut anything. It looks like we increased. That's the point I'm making.
And council member, just to add to what the city administrator said, I mean, we made over $500 million in reductions, and we can certainly provide a further breakdown of that. We first looked for as many, efficiencies as we could find, right? So things that wouldn't have any impact on operations or services. For example, we eliminated more than 8,800 unused phone and telecom lines. We eliminated vacancies, we renegotiated leases, we cut equipment, travel, training, so things that wouldn't impact residents. But we also did have to make program reductions and tough choices, as the city administrator spoke about. The reality is that our expenditures are growing at 7% a year and our revenues are only growing at 2%. And when you have that kind of mismatch, you have to make adjustments in order to close that gap.
So are we saying to the public that the increase that they see is inflation?
We say to the, first of all, the public, that the advocacy that comes into this building are individuals who often do see reductions. And that's why they're here, and that's why they're arguing for additional funding. So, but our goal, and if we were able to bridge a $4 billion budget gap, and the average member of the public were to not see or think we made cuts, I'm not sure that, I would say that was probably a pretty good set of budget choices, that we've managed to be able to bridge that gap in a way that minimizes the direct impact that the average resident feels. So our costs grow at 7%, costs go sometimes at 5%, our revenues at 2%. So the most positive focus we put on it is that for all the talk of cuts, if that 2% revenue growth that the CFO estimates becomes 4%, which is what it has been really all the way up until the pandemic, so not including all the federal aid, just local organic economic growth, then we can achieve and be able to grow really good programs that people ask for without having to make the kind of choices that are being formulated right now, which is either around tax increases or programmatic reductions. Let's focus on what will grow that 2% to 4%, then everybody wins. And that's why when we talked about principles, central to that was the mayor's 3 pillars of improving the revenue growth, which is public safety, education, and having a strong, vibrant downtown. That's where my energy would be if I were, and that's where it is when someone is asking what they should do because they're upset that a program was cut. Let's figure out how to grow that 2% back to 4%, which is what we saw for about 12 years.
All right, I won't. Thank you very much for that. Would you say that the annual key performance indicators, the goals and the reports represent a true picture of the status of government's response to the needs of the district's public, businesses, and institutions?
I'll try to answer this question. I go over each and every agency's performance accountability report and their performance plan. It's a lot because we have a lot of city agencies. I think by and large, the performance measures that are embedded within our public plans do in fact represent the core functions of those agencies and their mission. Not all plans are equally good. I wouldn't give them all grades of A. So you're going to see some plans that probably need to get better. But I think by and large, those plans are taken seriously, and they often reflect the core services of the agencies. What they may not do is there may be an emergent issue that's really critical this year or next year. And so where they don't cover something that is important to you or your staff or the public, I find it's often because there was an issue that was maybe in the background that has come to the foreground. And those plans were often meant to really track performance over time. So you can really see performance as compared to 2 years ago. So the measures themselves don't change very much from year to year. But by and large, I think they're taken very seriously, and they're good reflective documents.
I have to ask this because we had somewhat of a discussion about this the other day. Given the situation that has developed on George Washington's campus as it relates to the protests, how would that or could that become a key performance indicator, maybe from public safety cluster? How do you see that being handled? Because that's one of those emerging situations that was not anticipated, but nevertheless, it's requiring the utilization of resources, time, effort on the part of the government to maintain not only order, but really to make sure you're guaranteeing the safety of the participants, although they may or may not be voters because many are students and they vote elsewhere, but nevertheless, they're in our city.
I'm going to answer the question generalized to the point you're trying
Sure.
to get at, and not literally to the GW issue, which is sort of literally active right now. So when there's something of high importance that really comes to the surface and is the most important thing an agency does, that was unexpected. And it could be human services dealing with a change in the night. Example, let me give a different, same concept. We had a surge in migrants, unexpected, significant, sustained, that you wouldn't have expected DHS to put that in their performance plan because we couldn't have expected it. So I would say for the emergent issues that really arise, the formal performance plan is not the ideal document to be able to capture that. It's the oversight the council has the authority for, typically looking back after an event's happened, to assess what we can learn from it. And in doing that, ask for data and information and make it public. So the Migrant Services Office is one in which we had hearings about it, and we would provide data that we never would have thought we had to collect because we weren't expecting there to be a surge in buses being sent by governors from border states to DC. Now, this is one where it stayed with us. So we're now actually had to budget for it in the budget. It's its own budget line. It had previously been funded out of contingency cash. And as long as it's with us, it is, I'd say, maturing from something that is appropriate for a hearing setting to get information out to the public to something that's reflected in a formal budget, oversight hearings, because we'll still have an Office of Migrant Services next year. They're serving a smaller population because they do really outstanding work, but they will still be having a sizable budget. And of level of performance. So I would say, first, it starts in regular oversight. And if an issue sticks with us, then it's not an emergent issue anymore. And the performance plan and traditional documents does become appropriate. But I would say it has to stick around for at least a year to be able to have an agency embedded within its performance plan.
Thank you very much for that. I just wanted to make sure we understood what that is. A number of major operations and capital projects or initiatives are underway by the government. Can you provide a quick update on the status of the following, including giving us the FY23 budget expenditures and the number of FTEs that were engaged in that work? And number 3 is if the activity has a planned end date and what that is, and the project balance as of 3/31/2024. And for those that have a number of lifetime changes or reprogramming associated with implementation of these plans, and I'm thinking of plans like the citywide bike lanes, public housing repairs, underground wiring, healthcare coverage, returning citizens employment, subsidized daycare service. And we mentioned earlier, the senior food contracts. Those things that tend to continue from year to year, and we're working on trying to get them together.
We are happy to provide that as part of
Okay.
the follow-up to this.
All right.
That is not something does not information I came in by memory. And
I know.
even the director reads encyclopedic knowledge of the budget may not be able to go over each of those line
And
items.
then I understand, but I wanted to put it on the record
Yes,
that
we
we're
will provide
looking
all
at
that.
these big, how do we, okay,
We can provide that.
all right. All right. Thank you so very, very much. And I hope I haven't delayed you too long.
I appreciate
you.
I appreciate the time. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you. We're going to take 2 minutes and then we'll move to our next agency, the Executive Office of the Mayor. Now we will hear from the Executive Office of the Mayor. The mission of the Executive Office of the Mayor, as also known as EOM, is to serve the public by supporting the mayor in governing, including and through constituent engagement and media relations. And the office is responsible for the vision, policy direction, and provides district agencies with leadership, support, and oversight to implement policy goals and objectives. In fact, the EOM is the bottom line for the administering and running of our government. Specifically, it works to help agencies build pathways to the middle class, maintain safe and clean neighborhoods, provide better job opportunities, and make long-term investments in infrastructure, all to support the city's economic growth. And it focuses on making sure that those of need have the services that are required for quality living. The agency's proposed FY25 operating budget is $23.5 million, and it includes 137.5 FTEs. The office is led by the mayor's chief of staff, Lindsay Parker, who will present the testimony today, along with Stephen Walker, who is the deputy chief of staff, and they will talk about the budget expenditures in FY24 to date and the proposed FY25 budget. And so now we're going to hear from the EOM, but I will swear them in if you will raise your right hand. All right, thank you. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony today is truthful and complete? Thank you, and thank you for coming and being with us today. And you can begin when you're ready.
Well, thank you, Councilmember. So good morning, Chairman
Good morning.
Bonds, members of the committee, staff, and the viewing public. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed FY25 budget. My name is Lindsay Parker, and I proudly serve as Mayor Bowser's Chief of Staff for DC government. I can't pass up the opportunity to say that I'm incredibly proud to serve alongside the hardest working team in Washington, DC. One might argue the nation. My colleagues work tirelessly to ensure that our residents, our businesses, our visitors to DC are able to live, work, and play in this great city that we're lucky to call home. And I wanted to start today by helping ensure that the public understands a little bit more about the work of the Executive Office of the Mayor. And I would argue that the mayor is the one that comes up with that vision. We just help to execute. So also known as EOM, the team plays a critical role in supporting Mayor Bowser's agenda and ensuring that the Bowser administration's policies and initiatives are effectively communicated, they're implemented, and they're responsive to community needs, including translating those needs into action across the administration. The Executive Office of the Mayor consists of the immediate staff to the mayor, along with entities such as the Office of the Secretary, who you will hear from shortly. EOM has a multifaceted role that includes overseeing communications, outreach, engagement, appointments, and legislative relations at various levels of government, including with the DC Council and you yourself, the US Congress, the federal government, regional governments, and international stakeholders. On October 16th of last year, Mayor Bowser announced a reorganization of EOM that created the following 4 divisions reporting to the Chief of Staff. And I counted quickly, there's 5. The Office of the General Counsel, led by Betsy Cavendish, the General Counsel to the Mayor, advises the Mayor and EOM offices on legal matters. The Office of the Secretary, led by Kim Bassett, the Secretary, manages DC's archives, she commissions all DC notaries public. They publish the District of Columbia Registrar and the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations, also affectionately known as DCMR in this building, and acts as the liaison between the government and the diplomatic community. The third division in EOM is the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, also known as IGA, led by Tomas Talamante. He's the Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, serves to engage local, regional, federal, and international governments and elected officials to address the most pressing issues that we have going on and advance the mayor's agenda. This new portfolio includes the Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs, known as OPLA, some of them are here today, and the Office of Federal and Regional Affairs, also known as OFRA. The Office of Communications is our next division. That's led by Susana Castillo, the Communications Director. And that office is responsible for creating and coordinating direct dialogue between the mayor and the public by providing strategic communication direction, media relations, public information dissemination, we review agency communications, and generally coordinate government-wide communication standards and and provide guidance to and training opportunities for Bowser administration public information officers in each agency. Lastly, the Operations and Engagement Division, led by Steve Walker, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Mayor. They're responsible for basically the daily operations of EOM and improving public awareness and involvement in the work of the Bowser administration. This is through our outreach and engagement teams. This also includes maintaining strong two-way communication with our residents and businesses via our outreach and engagement offices and by filling mayoral appointments. So this portfolio, for instance, includes the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, affectionately known as MOCA, the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services, the MOCRs that you might see at your next community meeting, and the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments, who actually has all of the appointments that the mayor makes online at mota.dc.gov. So that's MOTA.dc.gov, MOTA.dc.gov. Mayor Bowser's FY25 budget includes, as you pointed out, $23.5 million for the Executive Office of the Mayor to support 137 FTEs in the budget chapter. This represents a 7.6% increase over FY24 due to this realignment. And I want to be very careful to point out that based on your last conversation with the city administrator, this looks odd. But the reason for the 7.6% increase is because we moved the budgets for the Office of Federal and Regional Affairs, OFRA, and the Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs, OPLA, into the EOM budget chapter. So that's what represents that increase. It's not truly an increase kind of in the pie across the budget. I also wanted to point out that those October reorganization decisions, specifically those 5 divisions that I just listed out, that didn't quite get reflected in this year's budget chapter. And so we've submitted a little bit of a crosswalk in our answers to the committee to reflect that, but we'll make sure that that gets fixed before the next year, if not this year. On that note, just wanted to sort of point out what those 137 FTEs and then some get done every day. And so really effective communication, strategic coordination, and inclusive outreach are essential components in amplifying Mayor Bowser's broader vision for the District of Columbia, as outlined in this budget proposal. And that is what, those 137 folks do. And really, it's a lot more than 137. That's just sort of what's in the budget, and we'll talk about that a little bit as we get into questions. But through targeted communication efforts, we ensure that residents are informed about the strategic investments being made in critical areas such as public education, public safety, and they can read more about those at budget.dc.gov. And furthermore, strategic interagency coordination, which you talked a little bit with the city administrator about, with stakeholders and agencies, is really essential for the successful implementation of these initiatives. Mayor Bowser's budget prioritizes efforts to break down silos and foster partnerships that will maximize the impact of these strategic investments and ensure that resources are allocated efficiently and effectively. The EOM staff conduct that critical inclusive outreach that I know is so fundamental to you, council member, to ensure that all residents have a voice in the decision-making process. As an example, we saw many residents this year come out to budget engagement forums, both in person and online, and submit ideas and questions about the budget to that budget.dc.gov website. And this all happened before the budget was finalized. And so those voices were super critical as the mayor thought through what strategic investments to include in this tight budget, and also some things to cut. By actively engaging with all communities and amplifying their perspectives, we ensure that our policies and programs are reflective of the diverse needs and aspirations of our city. And I want to acknowledge that you talked with the CA a little bit about this, the shared sacrifices that are also necessary to achieve these goals this year, based on those confluence of factors that he discussed. Mayor Bowser's FY25 budget includes difficult decisions, such as budget cuts, actually more than $500 million worth, and the need to raise about $300 million in taxes. That was as far as we should really go. And these sacrifices are really necessary to ensure the long-term fiscal health of our city and to support the investments that will drive our progress and our comeback. In conclusion, the Executive Office of the Mayor uses all tools in our tool chest to drive effective communication, strategic coordination, and inclusive outreach in order to amplify Mayor Bowser's vision for the District of Columbia and ensure the successful implementation of her proposed FY25 budget. And so I thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I do want to start with a couple of things that you mentioned. You point out that you want to ensure that the public understands the work of the Executive Office of the Mayor. And when you talk about that, when you say understands the work, what divisions are we speaking of? Are the divisions that you mentioned in your testimony, or just in general, all the numbers of times that people are probably grabbing at the mayor to have a conversation, to press on their particular issue, just trying to understand what that is. If you could expound on that a little bit more. I'm honestly curious as to the decision-making process. I know you mentioned in your testimony the budget forums, which we all are aware of, and the famous take $1 bill and cut it into pieces, and what do you end up with? But is that the only time when conversations or input is formalized that makes it into the mayor's thinking so she can decide what she must do with the budget process?
Well, I like your question because I think the short answer is absolutely not. She's thinking about what goes in the budget every day. And in fact, I was just asking the team for some fast, fun facts before we came down, and somebody pointed out that the mayor did 278 sort of public events that anybody was allowed to go to last year. And, just a quick reminder that there's only 260 weekdays in a calendar year. And so she's doing events on the weekends, she's doing more than one event a day. And each of those interactions allow us to kind of build a little bit more on what we're hearing, what we're seeing, and what sort of the needs are in the community. And that's really what drives how the mayor pulls together her budget. She's done this now. This is the 10th budget that she sent down to the council. So she's really good at it. She has probably one of the most astute understandings of sort of what communities need across the city, sometimes honing in on it before even that community does. And so all of our teams work to make sure that we're managing that information and that input throughout the year, whether that's our correspondence unit, the mayor's correspondence unit under Jim Slattery that receives all correspondence coming into the mayor, whether that's on a piece of paper or in an email. And we're looking at those inputs. We're looking at the inputs that we're getting from community meetings across the city and from our boards and commissions, actually, to really hone in on what's needed. And all that information comes into to EOM, and we help make sure that we're pulling together sort of the briefing notes that are needed for the mayor to make some hard decisions. And then that's sort of that input side. I would say that output side is on the other side of the team, and that's communications, where we're also taking in what people are saying on social media, what the press is asking, what other electeds are doing and talking about, whether that be locally or federally, and then coming up with the proactive messaging that we know folks need to make sure that they have an awareness of what's going on in their government. So it's a full effort throughout our office.
I appreciate that, and was particularly interested in this 278 events this was done during FY23 primarily, or the year?
Well, so we're gonna get even better the next time we talk to you, and we'll make sure
Okay.
that we have we're gonna use one metric. This is actually the calendar year. So 2023
okay.
calendar year. Yeah.
That's okay. As someone who put on 301 events in one year for a mayor, I can attest to roller skates.
Well, now I have to beat that,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah,
Now
you
you've set
do.
you've set a high bar.
That's the point.
Okay,
You gotta
okay,
beat
okay,
that.
Okay.
And yes, and Mr. What about the number of correspondences in one year? Where are we with that? It
Um,
should be in the neighborhood of
I mean, that's such a good question.
thousands.
Thousands. I mean, not in a
Yes.
year. I would say thousands come in a week. So,
Mhm.
you know, the other thing that we do actually, and Jim Slattery, the director of the mayor's correspondence unit, who I believe might be one of the longest serving employees that's worked with the mayor. He has come up with an interesting way so that we can capture all the input that we're getting about the budget, and we can sort of easily assess the interest in different areas. And so we tabulate that. And just the budget alone, I'm trying to remember the spreadsheet that I had a fun time looking at. It's, you know, over 1,000 touches in regards to just the budget. So that's just one issue. But there's
Yes.
many other issues that kind of come in regularly. Imagine all of the ANC member commissioners like to write the mayor, members of Congress like to write the mayor, people that are residents, of course, want to communicate with the mayor, but also visitors. We got a lovely note the other day from a retired fire chief that served a number of years ago that reached out to say that he's retired and living in Florida, but rooting for the
I know who
district.
that is.
You do.
Yes, 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 indeed. He's keeping up with what we are doing every day. Yes, thank you for that. And I can, well, Mr. Slattery has to surpass 4,822, I believe it was, on any one major issue. So tell him he has to have that kind of goal.
I'll do that. He's here
Okay.
today.
All right. All right, definitely. I remember doing Mayor Williams's administration. We actually had that many pieces on one particular very important, significant, I'll say, concern. So tell him he's gotta do some extra time.
I love it.
but
I love
he's excellent
You know,
anyway.
he is excellent. The interesting thing that I think is different. You know, you set up a process that we really still use today. I saw it in another mayor's administration as well. It's sort of just been passed down through the years. But the interesting thing that, you know, Jim and I talk about a lot is people write to different emails across the sort of dc.gov platform saying that, you know, thinking it's the mayor, whether that's, you know, writing to the director of, or writing to the secretary, writing to the director of the Department of Buildings, and they all assume that that's going to go to the mayor. And so one of the things that we're also trying to do is make sure that we're helping everybody understand where they can centralize that type of communication so that we're able to get out the correct message and help people get the response that they're looking for.
Right. I think that's a great idea, to have a service delivery portal where all of what we get, and then, have the computer to sort of categorize it. It would be very helpful. We have to modernize our systems. I'm still in the world of paper, but many do not deal with paper at all, and we just have to move forward because the broader world is moving forward. So I appreciate hearing that. That's exciting. Maybe I'll talk with Jim and we can, come up with something that we can. Yeah, I love that.
Neat.
Thank you. When you talk about the various levels of government and the various entities that you have to communicate with, including the council, Congress, federal government, regional governments, and international stakeholders. How are we doing on the issue of statehood with all of these entities? Is there a grade that we can give or a ranking? Are we, this issue of DC statehood, is it resonating still today, or is it taking on some modern trend that we can talk about?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And, Beverly Perry, the senior advisor, leads
Yeah.
the statehood team. And I believe, and somebody can check for me so I can correct the record if I'm wrong, but I believe that statehood.dc.gov is still up there.
Yes,
So
yeah.
folks can go there and learn more and sort of learn about the progress. I recently spoke to somebody that's a Hill staffer that was just pointing out sort of, within these last 10 years, the mayor being mayor, we've made some massive progress, right? We had 2 votes in the House for the first time ever. The statehood bill made it through the House, and more Senate co-sponsors than we've ever seen. But this is a tough Congress. And I think it's worth remembering that when you look at this Congress versus previous Congresses, they haven't really done the work of Congress, right? Much less like tackle a pretty challenging issue. So they have a lot to do, I think, before they will turn to statehood. This one, but we've got an election coming up in November, and I think one thing that all residents in Washington, D.C. ought to do is make sure that they're talking to their friends and family members out of town and ensuring that, they ask a tough question of who they're sending to Washington. Should Americans in the nation's capital be able to vote for a member of the House of Representatives and a member of the Senate that's able to vote? I think that's a tough question that they all need to kind of think about as they go to their polling place.
I appreciate that. And I want the public to know she did not come close to advocating one way or the other. But I do want to ask about how are we doing with the regional governments, or what about the international community? How receptive are they to our government and the role that we play?
Yeah. And you'll be able to get into that even more with Secretary Bassett, but I would say we've got a tremendous relationship with the international community. The mayor tells each ambassador that comes to Washington, D.C., that while they're here, she's their mayor, and she means it. And really, they feel it. So they reach out to our office, and Secretary Bassett is our liaison there to let us know that they've got something parked in the street in front of their embassy that they need some help with, or they have a tree issue, or right. So they're constantly reaching out. I think the way that the mayor has really kind of driven that engagement and sort of solidified that place is she came up with a concept a few years ago, not a few years ago, I would say 8 years ago, and did it with the ambassador of Qatar, actually, and asked him to host a reception for all of the visiting mayors coming to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And we've now done that every year since. And so we have a welcome to DC reception at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and we rotate through the different embassies. The fun thing this year is there's a few embassies clamoring to host it. And so I think that's sort of a telling sign that that engagement has been tremendous. So in terms of sort of international, and the other thing that we have going on is a close partnership with the State Department. When visiting governments come in, oftentimes they want to hear about what we're doing when it comes to, a handful, like any topic, you name it. When I served as the chief technology officer, a lot of folks wanted to talk about technology and thinking about the use of AI, for instance. And so we would do exchanges while they were in town. So that is highly functioning, kind of a well-oiled machine these days, and it's neat to see. In terms of regional governments, they change. So I think we've got great relationships at all levels of government in the region. In fact, I think there's a Council of Governments meeting today to talk about some of the hardest, one of the sort of the top of mind issues of the day, which is making sure that Metro has a future. And so you know, we continue to make sure that we're communicating and sharing our concerns, hearing theirs, and looking for ways to collaborate.
On this big issue of transportation and metro, um, uh, how comfortable are we that I guess the pledge that we have made to Metro is what is needed?
In this year's budget, the mayor included, and you know, if Jenny Reed were right here, we would have the exact number, but around $200 million to help alleviate some of the gap that Metro pointed out that they had. This was after the federal funds that they had received during COVID kind of went away, and as we're kind of working to catch up that pre-COVID ridership number, and that is just for the next year. And so one of the things that the COG is meeting today on is to put together a plan to figure out sort of the out years. How are we going to work together to address this concern going forward? And it's a tough issue. It's a big issue, but I think the best, like we're in the best place that we possibly can because ridership on Metro continues to grow, and service delivery has increased, and people are back on the Metro, and they're using it. But the most interesting thing is they're using it even more than they did pre-pandemic on the weekends. People are coming into town. I don't know if you were out and about this weekend, but there were a lot of people, not only downtown, but across our neighborhoods, from Petworth's Porch Fest to Georgetown's French Market, to games. There was a hockey game. I think there was a women's soccer game. And so people are out and about and utilizing public transportation, which is exciting. Now we just have to continue to push the federal government to come back into the office so that we flatten out that ridership and increase our numbers during the weekdays as well.
Okay, so this 200 million, which is, you know, sort of like you said, gap funding. So the annual amount is usually about 165. So we still have the 165 on top of this. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's right. And you know, Jenny Reed can explain this even better than I can, but the way to think about this is during COVID, the Metro got some federal funding, as did all major transit systems. And so they said, you know, hey, jurisdictions, we typically charge you, I think, 3% more each year. We won't charge you that increase because we know that you're struggling with your budgets as well. And then they came back after COVID and said, well, you didn't pay those increases, but we're going to pretend that you did. And so we're going to charge you essentially like a 9% increase in what you owe. That was a lot for all of us to deal with. And so, but that's what this gap funding is attempting to make up for.
And is this gap funding capital dollars or operating?
I think it has to be operating, but I'll check.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. I know at one time we were aware that we had much more capital dollars, and I was hoping that we could do capital dollars to Metro, and that would help them with the repairs.
Yeah.
And that would also help us to keep the operating dollars intact
Yeah.
for other things that we needed exclusively for our population.
Well, Dr. Hurley probably should have elbowed me because I know this, and he used to taught me this over the years. But capital dollars can't be used on assets that we don't own, and so Metro we don't own.
We don't
and so
own.
therefore it has
That's
to be
the
operating
key.
dollars. Yep.
All right, I thought that was a solution when I was at the COG meeting months ago. I was like, oh, we got capital. We got an answer. See, no one told me that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will not propose that again now that I know. Thank you so much for that. I think it's important to understand what we're doing here. I know you would probably echo the sentiments we got from the city administrator about no additional taxes, but I'll give you an opportunity to put your rationale on the table from the EOM perspective.
All one team. So, all of our perspectives are the same. As I pointed out in my testimony, or in an earlier answer to a question, the mayor, looked around, the city, and we found $500 million worth of cuts in city agencies. That's a lot. That will, that is a sharp tightening of the belt for a number of agencies. And proposed smaller, though also significant, tax increase. That will be around $300 million in FY25. And so, really important to the mayor is that we shared in that sacrifice. And so the government has found more dollars internally than we're asking our residents and businesses to pay. But you made this point earlier, council member, the pot is bigger, the pie is bigger than it was last year. But I think the important thing and you also made this point, the important thing to remember is, a year ago, $75 for my grocery bill every week, managed to stretch to allow me to purchase, breakfast and lunch for the week to bring to the office. Now it's like $140. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's a complicated economic issue, but maybe we don't have to talk about it here. But that sort of buying power of that dollar is significantly decreased. And so, yes, we have a bigger pie, but we're not able to do the same things as we were last year. Asking for our residents and our businesses at this time to give us more dollars, to add programs that we haven't tried out before, expand programs that haven't been data driven, would be irresponsible. In fact, we need those residents and businesses to allow. We need them to be able to have as many dollars at their fingertips to also deal with this inflation pressure, also deal with their purchasing power issues that they're going to see when they go to the grocery store. Any additional will just put us out of line with not only the region, but other major cities. What it does to residents and businesses that are making very difficult decisions, much like the government has made with this budget, is they're going to look around and say, gosh, I love this place, but it's cheaper to do business in, name the place, Virginia, Connecticut, who knows? And so therefore, I've got to look out for my family and my business's financial future, and I'm going to have to make that tough decision to move. We don't want that to happen. And we want to instead attract more taxpayers, whether that be residents or businesses, to the district. It's really critical at this time that we don't expand the pie. It sends the wrong message. And that message is so critical right now, to Kevin's point, to getting back to that 6% growth year over year. We have to be really thoughtful about what we're asking people to do and what message we're sending them about our future. It is more important than ever.
Well, I guess here at the council, we can look at the point that you're making, that any thoughts about increasing the pie that is not data driven would be a problem, because we have no way to measure what the outcome is. So maybe that's one cardinal principle that can be applied.
Yeah.
And then your point of keeping in line with the region. We are a part of the broader region, and we need to keep that in mind. I was thinking about a couple of years ago when we were out of line with the region, and we can see what happened. Our franchise tax is an example. And Virginia grew by leaps and bounds. In fact, Northern Virginia, some say, needs to be its own state, because it is so transparent in how it is getting, things to happen. But, I'm not saying I agree with that, but, nevertheless, we have seen its growth. It's been phenomenal. And so that's a lesson that we could perhaps learn. I am not suggesting that we become a tax haven like some parts of I'll say the Eastern Seaboard world, like some of the islands, but and maybe there are a few states too that have that practice, but we have to be competitive within the region. And that's why it's so difficult for us to, in my opinion, manage the influx of guns in our city, because we're in the region and the region around us. And we suffer dearly because we have no control over that. And so when folk are saying, why aren't you doing something? I'm like, how do we keep them out? There is no way. We just have to intercept them, and communities have to work with us to make sure if they know of one, let us know, so that, anonymously, of course, so that we can get that scourge out of our city. So I just wanted you got me talking. I didn't mean to do that. So sorry. I think I have one other. You said you were going to explain, and I think you kind of did, and we don't need to be redundant to talk about how you moved to having a 7.6 increase in the number of FTEs. I think we all understand that. So I don't think we have to spend more time on that. I am curious if you could put on the record the stakeholders. When you speak of the EOM talking with stakeholders, we know about the budget process, and that's very transparent, but surely there are other prominent groups and prominent individuals, and then just the man on the street that speaks to the mayor about what the government should be doing, how it should be doing it, or performing, and what the desired outcomes are. So can you just speak about that realm, even, to those who apply for boards and commissions? I mean, how do we bring this mass of DC together to really influence the mayor? Or is she not influenced at all? And it's all in her wisdom, and she just wakes up and says, I got it. I know what I'm going to do. And you don't have to be careful. This is just, esoterical, this is not.
No one's watching, right? Just a
That's right.
conversation between
Not
the
a
two of us.
soul,
Okay.
not a soul. You've got a whole peanut gallery in here. Oh my God.
Well, council member, I'm trying to think of, is that okay? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I'm trying to think about the best way to answer your question. I think the first part of your question is, how do we engage stakeholders, and what stakeholders are we really talking about? So stakeholders include, I mean, actually, I was sort of directing the question to Steve, because Steve Walker's team puts together a plan every budget cycle to think about which deputy mayors are going to go to which meetings and engage with which associations and stakeholder groups. And so a great example is the deputy mayor for education and their engagement. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Thank you, Lindsay. And thank you, council member. And as Lindsay was saying, especially around the budget and just information overall. We're working with all the deputy mayor's offices, and over the next couple of weeks, actually started a few weeks ago and through the mid-May, they will have engaged with 55 different civic associations, ANCs, and individuals specifically around the FY25 budget. So that includes whether it's one of the ANCs, whether it's a civic association, and that will be going on. And that's one way that not only do those groups get to hear directly from deputy mayors, but more importantly, we get to hear from them. So we get to hear feedback that's a continuation of what the mayor does every year with the budget engagement forums. So the budget engagement forums help us think about what priorities the mayor should put into the budget. Then she releases the budget. And then, as I mentioned, the deputy mayors, directors, and others will go out to those groups and get to hear about what people feel about the mayor's budget proposals. And that's been underway for several weeks, and it'll continue for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
All
and
right.
And I think another great example is, Deputy Mayor Kine, I think you went to 8 education councils in 1 week to make sure that we're engaging them, and also some of the nonprofits that we work with when it comes to high impact tutoring. We did a big event actually with the mayor and a number of different nonprofits who have really done an amazing job to double down on a high impact tutoring that's shown improvements in attendance, but also improvements in test scores in our NDCPS. We also include partners that are funding certain programs in that engagement. And so it's sort of all over, all along the spectrum, from folks that are sort of on the ground in our schools to organizations and charter leaders and school leaders, and then to folks that are kind of more association based, whether it's our WTU or our education councils or SBOE. So it's really just, we engage sort of a spectrum of stakeholders.
So are you sort of helping me to understand that in order to have input in the budget process, the annual budget process, that it is wise for a constituent to be a member of an organized group?
No, I don't think so. I mean, yes, always. I answered the question 2 ways. I think yes, and is what I would say. So we are going to listen to a regular, a member of the public that doesn't belong to a group, and we'll hear them at budget engagement forums. We hope to hear them throughout the year at public events, one of those 278 public events. We love it when community members come and let us know what they're thinking. We also have ANC. We are at ANC meetings every week and at civic association meetings every week. So if you go there, we also are going to be able to chat. We do walks around the city where we'd also love to talk to people, and all of that information all year long is collected and helpful as we're making tough decisions in this budget process.
No, I'm so glad you mentioned the walks, because citizens have said that they feel that that's really helping to uplift their community. So, and I'm sure that Mr. Slattery's correspondence unit, we all can write, and even if it's just a quick note, even if you don't use cursor, because I think the kids don't learn cursor anymore. They barely learn to print. Everything is through the computer system. And so even little people can also, young people can write. You heard my conversation earlier with, I guess Jenny was talking about the potential of there will be some leftover monies this year that are opera money, the federal dollars. And I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could, with this high impact tutoring, have a tutor for every student that is performing below grade level. Wouldn't that be extraordinary? I don't know how much money that would take, but it seems to me it would be an extraordinary good use of our education dollars if we're putting more into education. You know, we do that every year. You know, the education cup is a bathtub, it's an ocean, it's, you know, we just put more money there. And I just want to make sure that the young people who are in the education system, you know, become out the benefactors of this expenditure. And I would just really, since we know we finally found the hook, if we could just use that hook, you know, at the community college level, um, you go there, you enroll, and at least in Montgomery County, Virginia, and you get like a coach from day one, and that coach stays with you know, helps you just matriculate through the process. So I think we're on to something. And I was just wondering, at least those students in our um, system that are really below grade level, 2 grade levels below, can they have someone, you know, can we expand the program so they can have someone to work with them, help them improve literacy, what have you?
So all suggestions are tremendous. And, you know, those are the things that the mayor is always interested in. And that's why she asked to have meetings with you and other members of the DC Council. I think the way that, you know, and you're pointing out area that as the mayor closed the budget and had to make some trade-offs, and Jenny and Kevin talked about this, with those federal funds expiring, a lot of important programs were paid for by with those federal funds, and we had to look and see, right, where were there some programs that were obviously working. And then we had to go and find some local funds to replace those federal funds. And that's what we did with high impact tutoring. So we've already, that was, you know, ultimately zeroed out because those federal dollars went away. And so the mayor's investment in that program, it looks like a new investment. It's not. It is just utilizing our local funds to continue something that we saw had some great results. You're asking me some pretty specific questions about how many students we serve and how they come up with that population. That is where Dr. Grant is just sort of brilliant at laying out exactly who is getting those dollars and those services. She'll be much better equipped to answer that question, and I'll make sure that we get a good answer on that. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. And I'm hoping we can do the old Dr. Gandhi deal. And that is, Steve, you didn't know this, but the last quarter of every FY year is kind of reserved. You don't get it unless you really, you know, need to spend it. So I'm hoping that that's something we still practice, and therefore we may have resources so that we can bump up this, you know, high impact tutoring.
I
So
hear you. The only challenge that I would point out is and this has sort of happened, this happened in the last fiscal year as well. Schools, because of their calendar and kind of when it starts during the fiscal year, it's really hard to, when we give them cash kind of late in the school year, it's hard for them to then utilize that and you know, find a person, bring them in, actually get that outcome achieved. And so
I'm looking at the new school year.
the next school year. Okay,
Yes,
got
of
it. Got it.
course.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
So we've got a little pot, maybe. I'm hoping that, you know, we can get to that. Before you leave, I just wanted to ask about your vacancies. Do you have any vacancies and where are they?
Steve, would you like to answer that question?
Absolutely. The Mayor's Office of Talent Appointments is always recruiting for persons to serve in the Bowser administration. whether it's staff and boards and commissions. Right now, in EOM, we have 6 vacancies with some offers that were extended to some other positions that might have been currently listed as vacant. And then throughout the rest of the EOM, and that's just any EOMA 0. As you know, we've got other offices as well. And so I believe there's a total of 6 to 8 other vacancies with several offers being extended there as well. And I will repeat what Lindsay said earlier, which is we're always looking for people to help the mayor in her administration, whether it's one of her staffer appointees or a board appointee. So we would invite everyone to go to moda.dc.gov. Every one of the mayor's appointments, whether it's a staff or boards and commission, are listed. And as people are interested in serving in boards and commissions, it includes terms that are ending this year. So it's a combination of vacant and terms ending, and people can contact a MOTA staffer and get information about that opportunity.
All right, but you have approximately 12 to 14 FTE vacancies.
Actually, that was a question that I answered in the pre-hearing questions, and we've hired a few people. So I think it's, we're down to, I think we're down to 8.
Okay, all right, great.
Which feels good. It's fine.
Yes,
That's good.
oh, of
Yeah.
course, yes. How does your office determine which materials are indispensable, such as, your printers, your office supplies versus anything else that's considered non-essential, such as tote bags or water bottles? Just trying to get a handle on this,
Well, if you're
area.
asking me personally, Lindsay Parker, I don't love swag. So
Okay.
I think we've probably got a lot of it around government and enough of it to last us during these tough budget times and ought not be purchased while we're all tightening our belts. That's my philosophy, very personally.
All right, and so you're really speaking to the so-called premiums that we
Well,
put together to hand out to the public, or are you?
Oh yeah, talking about what, like you mentioned, the tote bags and
Yes,
the water
yes,
bottles and stuff
yeah.
like that. I imagine if we look around this building, we would find
Yeah.
some boxes of
Right.
water bottles that we could give out, and we don't need to buy any more right now.
Right, and we can, market them as heirlooms, come by with the next event that you host. This is an heirloom. I know you want it.
Exactly.
Yes, I hear you.
Historic, if you will.
Yes, yes.
But otherwise, we actually, I would argue Steve Walker runs a tight ship, and you really need to make the case that you need a new pen or a new pencil. And that's not something that I'm worried about in the executive office of the mayor.
Okay. All right, thank you. The Mayor's Office of Community Affairs consists of 8 offices, including the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, African American Affairs, and the Office of Religious Affairs, just to name a few. And these offices have a budget ranging from 80,000 or less to $1.6 million. Yet there is not much data within each office on how this money is being spent, either in the MOCA budget chapters or the EOM budget chapters. Can you tell me a little bit of what these budgets consist of? Are they primarily FTEs or?
Yeah, we have a very, and Dr. Hurley can kind of get into this if helpful, but our budget is pretty heavily PS, personnel services. So we have a small budget when it comes to non-personnel services. So all of that money that you're seeing in those agencies is people.
All right.
And not to, I just want to make sure that we're crediting, we have, I think I was trying to count really fast while you were asking, but I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those offices within the EOM budget. But in reality, we have 14 offices. So that includes the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs, the Mayor's Office of Asian Pacific Islander Affairs, of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing, and Veterans Affairs. So all of those offices report up to Jackie Reyes, who's the director of the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, and work together to really make sure that we're meeting the needs of specific communities that over time the council has suggested, we need to have a resource office for.
Okay, I am particularly interested in where and how we move forward with the Office of Returning Citizens, and as well as the Office of LGBTQ. LTP, LD, LTPQ is very important because we're going to be celebrating, worldwide in FY25. And I was just wondering if it's time that they be unveiled as a standalone office. Just curious if thought had been given to that, given the population it relates to, one of the largest populations in the entire city. And I say that from the spirit of, the Office on Aging became the Department of Aging. I'm not saying they need to be a department. It would be a tiny one for sure, at least initially, because LGBT is all over the map as far as, service delivery. But just wondered if there was something unique that we could do in celebration of us having the world, celebration here.
We're going to do a lot together to get ready for World Pride. There's no question about it. The question about where an office sits.
Yeah.
So you made a massive, you gave a massive nod to our senior population when you changed the Office of Aging to the Department of Aging and Community Living. And I think that was celebrated across the city. What you're asking about in terms of reporting lines for the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs, I would profit that it doesn't matter whether the agency is within EOM or not. They'll still be reporting up into one would argue the most important agency in DC government, which is the one that supports the mayor. So it's the closest to the mayor that you can get.
It is.
So you could pull it out
Yeah.
and have a different budget chapter. I actually think that that's confusing and convoluted, but and in fact, would love to kind of bring in line the rest of the community affairs offices into one budget chapter so that everybody understands that in fact, it's the resources of EOM shared across all of these agencies that allow us to function. Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs with their 6 FTEs right now, if they were a standalone function, they wouldn't have all the non-personnel services in order to operate. They need to be under the sort of the chapeau of EOM in order to get those resources.
All right, and is that similar kind of thinking about the Office of Returning Citizens, which we're very concerned about because, as you know, I'll say 10 years ago, we were having 1,000 returning citizens to the city every month. Now I think it's maybe 300 and something, but that's still a sizable number of individuals that come back. By law, they must return here, and we must, again, they're back in the city for 24 hours, feed, clothing, and house. And that is one population that struggles to get those resources. First, they have to get an identification card again. So I just wondered if there is something more that we can do to shine bright light on the necessity for these programs and help the populations that they respond to.
Yeah, so under the leadership of Director Lamont Carey, MORCA, I think, is in the best shape it's ever been since Mayor Barry kind of envisioned that office. And what I want to sort of put on the record is that's one of the offices that I just listed that's a little unique. They actually do have a sort of dotted line report into the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. And in fact, worked alongside the Department of Corrections to establish the Ready Center. this year out on MLK Ave. And so what I'd love to do is invite you to kind of join us and see what's going on at the Ready Center and what's going on at Morca. A lot is happening. I would argue they are they are among the most dedicated team of individuals to really making sure, and a lot of that is because actually throughout the executive office of the mayor, we have a lot of returning citizens that are members of our team, and help to not only make sure that we're making those critical connections to services for those that are returning, but also make sure that when we're thinking about a new policy, we're adequately addressing needs that somebody that might be a returning citizen might face that we hadn't thought of. And so we're constantly trying to look for ways to ensure that, you're coming back, you've got a place here in Washington, D.C. And I think that's been important to the mayor since day one. And it continues to be top of mind for all of us in the mayor's office.
I appreciate that. When housing was my focus, I was able to allocate a few vouchers every year to that population. And I surely feel that it was good use. And I'm hoping that we can come up with that and make it permanent so that that office knows that, certain amount of vouchers are available. I think it's really, really critical. And for that purpose, also the LGBTQ, older community has similar kinds of needs. And I'm about housing everyone that wants to be in DC to the best of our ability. But those that can put something in the pot, we want it. We got to have it. We all have to share in this future of our community. So if you can let us know if there's anything that we can do, to make that real. I said to seniors, for instance, I do not want you to be in your wheelchair coming down Pennsylvania Avenue yet. And I reserve that yet. But there are things that we have to have as our aging community, gets the opportunity to be around even longer. So thank you for that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Can you tell me about the Office of Clean City? I know it's important in maintaining the clean streets, and as it speaks to tourism and businesses and residents. But you have two FTEs, so are they more to like the coordinating element and, because they're not out there.
That means you've never met Phil Thomas. So
yes,
the
he's
director
tremendous,
of
tremendous.
the Office of Clean City, Phil Thomas is probably gets more steps in than anybody else I know. But Steve will talk a little bit about the work of that office.
Absolutely. So yes, you haven't met Phil Thomas, have you? Phil Thomas, the director of the Office of Clean City, and Deja Pierre, the associate director, the two of them. The Office of Clean City is a coordinating and connecting organization. They also are doers. For example, this past weekend in celebration of the Earth Day week, in all 8 wards, there was a community cleanup. So a community-based cleanup that included members of the community, ANC commissioners, people who volunteered, who sign up on Serve DC's portal. And we had hundreds of volunteers in each ward. In fact, the two I remember off the top of my head, Ward 4 had over 50 volunteers. Ward 8 had over 40 volunteers who spent several hours going out in the community, picking up tons of trash from our streets. Residents were also able to bring items that they didn't need anymore and they could discard into a roll-off container. And that's one example of what Phil and his team does in coordination. So they worked with DPW, worked with the Department of Lights and Consumer Protection, DOB, and other agencies on those types of coordination events.
Thank you.
You know, unfortunately, I didn't make it out there, but the Ward 8 had a fantastic celebration that included a fish fry. So people who cleaned up their community had an opportunity to do some fellowship with a fantastic fish fry. And that's an example of what our community affairs offices do. They connect residents to district services. They connect residents to opportunity to make their communities better.
And they build community pride, and
That's
that's
correct.
so important because, you know, we're talking government, but when all is said and done, we are but people who live in neighborhoods. And I think people consider this their hometown and they want to take pride in what they're doing and how they're getting it done. So thank you for that. I just have a question from the schedule. It says Schedule 30-PBB. It shows the elimination of $1.4 million to zero. It just zeros out the public policy analyst services. Is that because it's now absorbed into, okay, thank
Yep,
you.
just for the record, it was originally moved into the CA's office, the city administrator's office, and now it's at OCTO, Office of Chief Technology
Oh, it's at
Officer. Mhm.
Octo now. All right. In the talent and appointments office, you're increasing to, from 796,000 to 882,000. Does this increase in FTEs, only one, it amounts to one FTE increase. Does this address the recruitment activities that the talent office is doing, or is it for some other types of tasks?
Can I just ask what program you're looking at specifically?
I'm looking under, it says, talent and appointments office. And the monies, yeah, I got it. The monies are moved, from FY24 approved was 796,000. And the request is 882. Yeah, just a
Right.
smidgen more.
Yeah, that's the Human Resource Office, the entry, which is the same as the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments.
Yeah,
Same organizational
yeah.
entity, and there was an adjustment of a 0.5 FTE.
Right,
that
and not a
so
whole person, yes,
Right, they have a
exactly.
part-time.
All right. So, but my question is, would this individual be focused on the recruitment aspect, or is there some other, activity that they would be engaged in?
Yes, and so everything that the Office of Talent and Appointments does is all about recruitment. So it recruits, as I mentioned, over 189 boards and commissions, and the appointments that the mayor makes in the cabinet and to her policy and program staff. So it will be a recruitment focus. It's recruitment focused.
All right, so, the community is hearing that it's not just boards and commissions, that this office is also engaged in, recruiting senior level officials of our government.
That's correct. So the mayor formed the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments at the beginning of her administration to help her find great people to serve in the government. So whether that's a cabinet level position, and there are several cabinet positions that we're recruiting for right now at moda.dc.gov. There are many policy and program staff who work in throughout the government, in EOM and in every single deputy mayor's cluster and almost every agency. And then, as I mentioned, the mayor has a total of about 1,500 public member, and I distinguish public member from government appointees who serve on 189 boards and commissions. So MODA, the great talented team there, they focus on it every single day with what we call both passive and active recruitment. The website is one way, so I'll say it again, moda.dc.gov, but this team also, mota.dc.gov. This team also goes out to community meetings, ANC meetings, community events, and talk to individuals to make sure that they're aware of those opportunities.
And so we are learning or understanding that 7.5 FTEs do all of this, or is it more?
Yes, so that's the team that does it. Hardworking, engaging team who, by the way, take as much enjoy that I do in whenever the mayor's making a cabinet announcement, they will have been the person who found that person, either by active or passive recruitment, or when we're swearing in a new member of board and commission, and it's someone that the member of the mayor's office of talent appointments led the recruitment for. And that's what we get excited for every single day.
All right, and so you are sharing that the office does so much with so little.
I just actually did the rough math because I was like, what is 1,900 appointees divided by 7.5 individuals? And so each of the staff members are looking for about 253 individuals in a given year. So that's, that's a lot.
Tremendous.
That's a lot of
It
work.
is. It really is.
But I also just think that this was just sort of like budget dust. It was a move of 0.5 from the executive administration category, which includes our scheduling office and a bunch of other,
Yes.
just a quick move to the HR team. So
Yeah, why didn't you take a whole person?
I think there was a 0.5 in the budget. It was 49.5
Okay,
in the
alright.
budget, and it just got moved. I'm not quite sure why it got moved. I'll figure that out and I'll make sure I have a better answer for you. But the truth is that our executive administration component of the budget and the HR team work very closely together. So it's not
Alright.
a big deal.
All right, very good. Thank you for that. The MOC, I believe it is, that is also within the EOM, but it's a separate agency. We did not, we're not examining the MOC during the budget season, but we did oversight as same as with the senior advisor.
Yes.
But you don't absorb their budget or
I believe
help
it's
them
in a
figure
separate-
out how they can
separate
get
budget.
more money. I got you. All right, thank you for that. Well, I think we did everything. There's probably much more, but thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
All right. We're just going to take a few minutes, personal privilege, and then we'll come right back. And we do have a couple of Office of the Secretary of the District of Columbia public witnesses that are here. Just, I think it's two. And then we'll go right to the Office of the Secretary. Thank you all very much. Thank you. We'll now call forth, I think we have 3 public witnesses as it relates to the Office of the Secretary of the District of Columbia, Bill Rice, um, Neil Flanagan, and James Daughtry. Great. If you are here, terrific. Thank you so much. And you can begin when you're ready with your testimony.
Thank you, Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for the opportunity to speak. I'm gonna keep it relatively casual because I've been at the DC Archives a lot this year, and I had it's been great. The good news is there's lots of material. The bad news is there's way too much material. So I'm a little busy these days. But what I would say is that it's been a remarkable experience to be at the DC Archives the last couple of months. The staff has been incredibly supportive, even though I don't see Dr. Matthews very often. I interact with the staff, particularly Ishmael Childs, Lana Mason, and then Nick, whose last name I'm forgetting, and as well as Andrew Washington and Bill Branch. And they have it's a difficult situation there in terms of the resources that they have. And the records really show the wear of neglect for many years. And I think but nevertheless, I can see how it is being run much more effectively. Everyone is seems much less burdened than they did last time I was at the DC Archives for a significant period of time in 2019. And I can see a lot of activity in terms of making the records in particular more accessible to the public in terms of digitization, cataloging, and also the involvement of interns. There's always interns coming and going as throughout the day when I'm working there. And I think that it still faces significant challenges and there's significant challenges as reflected, as discussed in the Archives Advisory Group testimony. And I didn't see that Trudy is here. And so I am a member, but my comments here are not reflecting that. But I would point you to what the group discussed in terms of the move, that there is such a very obvious backlog of work to be done that I think it presents significant issues as the DC Archives is planned to move into an excellent and fully funded new facility under the current budget. And I believe there is a reduction in funding that is due to an end of a contract. And I think rather than being relocated out of the Secretary's office, that money should be instead revised to reallocated to fund a handful of personnel to expand the capacity, particularly to improve reference services, to physically prepare for the move. They're doing a lot of reboxing, but there's 30 years of not reboxing from records that have come in and are in inappropriate containers. And then eventually they will have to try to keep it open as they prepare to move. So there needs to be, I think the funds should be instead retained within and reallocated towards services that will be valuable and reduce future costs when you have to get contractors to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Sorry, yes, my name is Neil Flanagan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I believe we do not have, is that it? Yeah. Okay, that is our public witnesses for today. Mr. Flanagan, let me inquire a little bit about the reallocation of the funds that may be ending because the contract. Do you have a number, and can you also give me a sense of what your thought is about the number of FTEs we would need?
Well, it's difficult to, I believe the number is $517,000. Is that, I mean, do we have?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's a savings that the secretary was able to find, but I think that, that might be, reallocated if you look at the benefit, the total cost, within the budget, within their questions and answers, they did provide obviously the full explanation of benefits to several employees. So if some people were hired could be hired at relatively low levels, because the quantity of work is not necessarily, there's a lot of just very basic work that anyone with an archives background would be able to do that needs to be done.
So are you suggesting 2 or 3
Yeah,
FTEs, or what's your number?
I think 2 or 3 is reasonable. Ultimately, I defer to Dr. Matthews. He knows the needs. They really should eventually have 20 people, and I think they have 8 now.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Mhm. Now we will move to the examining the Office of the Secretary of the District of Columbia. As you know, the Office of the Secretary provides protocol, ceremonial, and public records management services on behalf of the mayor and the District of Columbia government agencies. In that capacity, the Office of the Secretary oversees the District of Columbia archives, the Commission's public notaries, and publishes both the District of Columbia Register and the District of Columbia municipal regulations. The Office of the Secretary is also responsible for maintaining official records of mayoral actions, receiving services of process for legal actions against the mayor, preparing executive orders and administrative issuance, and acting as a liaison between the district government and the diplomatic community. This year's budget, which is FY24 budget, is an operating budget of $5.4 million with 29 FTEs. The proposed FY25 budget is $5.3 million, and this represents somewhat of a reduction, only 1.8% change from FY24. The number of FTEs remains the same, 29. The office has a proposed capital budget, however, of $57.8 million for FY25, and this is representative of 29.5% increase from the budget of this year, capital budget of $41.4 million. And that is solely for the capital project of the archives, which preserves historical and permanently valuable records of the district government. The new archives building is currently under construction, yay, at the University of the District of Columbia campus, and will provide a facility that meets standards for records retention centers. We will hear from our government witness, but first I must swear them in. So if you'll raise your right hand, and thank you. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right. All right. Madam Secretary, you can begin when you're ready, and if you would also introduce who is with you today.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members and staff of the Committee on the Executive Administration and Labor. I'm Kimberly A. Bassett, and I have the privilege of serving as Secretary of State for the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to provide testimony on the Office of the Secretary in the District of Columbia's budget as outlined in Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2025 proposed budget, A Fair Shot, Strategic Investments and Shared Sacrifices. Today, I'm pleased to be joined by our agency's fiscal officer, Paul Blake, and members of my team, Alma Candelaria, Deputy Secretary, Victor Reed, who's at my right, the Administrator for the Office of Documents and Administrative Issuances, who also serves as the Office of the Secretary's General Counsel, our state archivist, administrator for the Office of Public Records, Dr. Lopez Matthews Jr., the Director of Notary Commissions and Authentications, Ms. Judy Gold, who I'd like to welcome back. Welcome back, Judy. The Director of Ceremonial Service Unit, Terry Handy. Also, our Director of International Affairs and Protocol Officer, Anthony Andrews, and Weewick Rembrandt, our Operations Manager. The Office of the Secretary is the official resource for protocol, legal records, and the District of Columbia's history and records, and recognitions for public, government, and the international community. The Office of the Secretary is also the official custodian of the corporate seal of the District of Columbia. The Office of the Secretary is comprised of 4 offices and 1 unit located in 3 different buildings. The components include the Office of Notary Commissions and Authentications, ANCA, the Office of Documents and Administrative Issuances, ODAI, the Office of Public Records and Archives, OPR, and the Office of Protocol and International Affairs, OPIA, and Ceremonial Services Unit, CS. The Office of the Secretary works with several key internal and external stakeholders, including the Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Commission, the DC Emancipation Compensation Commission, the National Cherry Blossom Foundation, and the National Association of Secretaries of State. The Office of the Secretary also has a role in the mayor's swearing-in ceremony and oversees the DC One Fund and the DC Democracy Grant Program. This year, the Office of the Secretary will also administer the DC Electoral College. The Office of the Secretary FY 2025 proposed operating budget in approximately $5.3 million, which includes 29 full-time equivalents, FTEs, to support our operation. The budget comprised of approximately $4.3 million in local funds and $1 million in special purpose revenue funds. The FY25 proposed budget represents a 1.8% decrease from FY24. There's a decrease of $98,000 in local funds. Also requests the same budget authority as $1 million in SPR, which derives from the revenue generated from our Office of Notary Commissions and Authentications. The Office of the Secretary's FY25 budget represents a 0.9%, which is $33,230 decrease in personal services. There is a 4.1% reduction, $65,000 in non-personnel NPS primary, represented by various cost savings. So looking ahead in FY25, I want to highlight the following changes we've made to our programs in this budget. Agency management, where the Executive Office of the Secretary and most of our administrative functions are located. OS proposes 6 FTEs for agency management with no changes from FY24. The increase of $545,422 for agency management and alignment, 1 FTE that was previously placed in the wrong program, and realigns the contractual services funding from other programs to be centralized under agency management. The decrease of $126,249 in the ceremonial service units accounts for the alignment of 1 FTE to agency management. So there are 2 FTEs proposed for ceremonial, and there's no change proposed for FY25. There's 1 FTE under international services. The slight decrease is due to the lower personnel cost. There are 6 FTEs for ODAI, and there are no changes to the FY25 proposed budget. The FY25 proposed budget for the Office of Notary Commissions and Authentication includes 6 FTEs and is funded through our special purpose revenue funds. The increase of $16,584 accounts for some personnel cost adjustments. The FY25 proposed budget for the Office of Public Records and Archives includes 8 FTEs with no changes from FY24. The decrease of $526,505 under public records is due to the realignment of contractual services costs to be centralized under agency management. OS will work with the budget team for the next fiscal year to realign the contractual services budget for OPR to be allocated under the program's public records. In addition to the operating budget, OS proposes the capital budget for planning and design of the state-of-the-art facility for the Office of Public Records and Archives. Preserving the district's history has been a priority of Mayor Bowser. Mayor Bowser continues to commit her support for the construction of the new DC Archives. The implementing agency for the DC Archives project is DGS. The capital budget for this project is also managed by DGS. The Office of the Secretary, as the owner agency, only has the monitoring role on the budget. The overall project budget is estimated at $103 million. In the FY25 proposed budget, as a part of maintaining government operations, $57.8 million in the capital budget is proposed. In addition, during FY24, $31 million of the allotment balance of $67 million from the archives capital budget will be realigned. The funds will be put back into a project budget in FY25. We anticipate the construction contract to be executed in October of this year for the project to be substantially completed by the summer of 2026. The Office of the Secretary is also charged with managing and administrating the DC Democracy Grant Program. Each year, the Office of the Secretary administers a $200,000 in grant funds to qualified community-based organizations. In closing, I'd like to thank Lindsay Parker for her leadership and also Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2025 proposed budget of fair strategic investment and shared sacrifices gives the Office of the Secretary the resources necessary to maintain its critical role in being able to execute key high-profile projects on behalf of Mayor Bowser. So I'd like to thank you, Chairperson Bonds, and members of the Committee on the Executive Administration and Labor for the opportunity to testify in support of Mayor's FY 2025 budget. This budget reflects many tough choices, but we are fortunate that even in challenging times, the district remains well-resourced and able to continue delivering world-class programs and services. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just want to start with where I kind of left off in the conversation with the Executive Office of the Mayor. As we were talking about this great, world conference type that we're having where we're going to celebrate World Pride. Is your office involved at all in the planning for this activity?
No, not at this point.
Not at this point.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because I was going to say, where do we find the dollars? Show it to us. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that. You mentioned that, you're charged with managing and administering the Democratic DC Democracy Grants. Where do I find that in the budget chapter? This is the 200,000.
You'll see it under governmental subsidies and grants. The account group is 704100 if you're looking at table BA03.
Okay, what is the account group again?
71401000C.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I wanted to try and understand, you said that, I'm trying to make sure I got this. We were talking about the archives budget, and you mentioned that the overall budget is estimated at 103, and that the current budget of current FY24 budget has, is it 31 million that is allotted to the balance of 67 million, which would be realigned? What help me understand what we're talking about, because in the budget, we see the 57.8, which is in the FY25. So help me understand what is being realigned. Are we taking because when I take 31 from 67, I don't get 57. So I'm trying to understand the math. Mr. Blake, that's your arena.
Oh, okay. So, the project is currently funded at 103 million. We did have 30, and this includes the 30 million, the 31 million via supplemental.
So, all right, yes, okay.
So currently, the 31 million was there, but now it's been moved. So, and it's been overstated because we've moved it and it will return back into our budget in FY25.
All right, well, I'm trying, I'm old school arithmetic,
Mhm.
mathematics, okay. All right, so when I take 31 from 103, I get 72. So where did 57.8 come from? I see it's in the budget, but should I do more math and take 57.8 from 72? And then I end up with 15.2. Where's that money?
So in the FY25 budget book, the total funding amount shown for the archive project is overstated by 31 million. And, this is due to an error in the funding amount in FY24. And so in the capital improvement plan, it includes the proposed relocation of the 31 million in unspent project balances from 24 to 25. And so it's going to shift in 25 to reflect in the budget book. And so again, it means that the total project budget is overstated by 31 million.
Okay, so you're telling me if I add 67 million and 57.8 million, and then subtract that from 103, I get that total budget amount?
So, Chairman, it's spread over, for 24, 25, and 26. And it will all come out to, 103.
Well, I'm trying to follow your numbers now. They say
Yeah,
follow the numbers.
It's not reflected in the.
So these numbers don't mean anything. what, tell me please, how much is in the FY24 budget for the archives? What number do you have, Mr. Blake?
That's the 41 million that's listed. That's the-
41 million, that's another number. Okay, 41 million in FY24.
That's the approved amount for FY24.
Okay, all right, and so it's being spent now, some will be carried over into 25. Is that, am I
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Is that how it, okay.
Yes.
And then for 25, there is this 57.8, and the 57.8 is added to whatever isn't, you estimate isn't spent in 24.
Right.
Okay. And
Then there may be a reassignment or realignment of the 31 million.
okay,
And that's
so
it.
you're estimating you're gonna have 31 million unspent in 24?
No, that's part of the 25. So that may be used somewhere else, but it will return to the budget eventually. The capital budget.
You're telling me that there's some capital dollars on the table. That's what I'm hearing. And I'm trying to figure out where they are.
So,
I mean-
again, as I expressed in my, testimony that, the budget is managed by, our
General,
General-
yes, yes. And I must say, I've had, coming and going with that agency.
Mhm.
And, sometimes I don't understand their language either. So I am requesting that, Mr. Blake, that we get something in writing that takes us from the 103, which is the estimated budget, that would explain how we are handling the monies currently in the budget, the FY24. What happens when there is a drop off? In other words, that we don't use the money. I want to know if that money goes into 25 or if that money is moved to another program, if you don't mind. If we could get something in writing, let's say, well, unfortunately, I don't have many days, but Monday would be the absolute drop dead, if possible. Because as you know, the council will be looking very closely at the mayor's proposed budget. And I don't want my colleagues to become exercised and we end up with not having the 103 or and more, because inflation means every year, every month it's going up. It's costing
Right.
us more. So to that end, could I get that at the latest by Monday?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you so very, very much. This leads me to understanding when will demolition take place at the, if you know, UDC, to make way for this important project?
So we're hoping that after we get all of our permits, that the demolition will start, sometime in the next couple of months. Internal demolition, not external
All right.
demolition.
And so, we have committed as a government to having expedited permitting processing for the downtown projects.
Mhm.
Has thought been given that we should ask that this important, whole government enterprise, if we can get the permitting be expedited so we can move forward?
Yes, we can. So far, our permitting process has moved very quickly and we haven't had to ask for that. But in order to get our permits, we had to make sure that the building was completely vacant. And so the building is completely vacant as of yesterday.
I was gonna
So,
say.
we started the permitting process before
Okay.
that, but they've been moving very quickly.
All right, so the building is finally vacant
Yes. it
as
is.
of yesterday. 'cause,
Yes.
Today is Wednesday. On Monday, it was not.
On Monday, we had a few more books from the JAF.
Okay.
Yes, and some
All right.
of the JAF collection.
I say all of this because, the community is keeping an eye on this. They're so excited that they finally are moving in this
Yes.
direction. So believe me, they don't sleep. They're just spending the night. They are watching every inch of the proposed campus for this important building. So please keep that in mind. And they
We
like
are.
to share with me. So
Yes,
helps me to be up to date so I can be up to date with you.
we've attended all of our community meetings and we are trying to be as transparent as possible. Also, our construction manager is about to put up a website that our residents will be able to go to and get information about the project and ask questions.
All right. Just so we're all on the same page, I am going to ask that we hold a quick update on status of the archives with your office, with Dr. Matthews especially, and perhaps with Mr. Blake for sure,
Mhm.
and also with DGS.
Yes.
I think it's time, and with the University of the District of Columbia. See if we can't, sort of be brought up to date as to where we really are. And then we can look and see whether periodic reviews are necessary, if that's okay with you.
That's absolutely okay.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much. I do have a question about it. I think I understand that of your 4 divisions, you list the Office of Protocol and International Affairs as one unit, correct?
It's one of my
Okay.
offices.
All
Yes.
right, well, I'm confused because it says you have 2 FTEs, and on page 3, your testimony said 2 FTEs proposed for ceremonial, no change proposed for FY25. Then it says there is 1 FTE under international services. So how many people are in that total unit? Is it 1, 2, 3?
So there's one person in that unit. However, we do have an FTE, we call him our historical photographer, Latif Mangum, who is in the FTE for international.
All right, but so that's 2 people.
Yes.
2 people. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, arithmetic is in the way. Sorry.
No, it's-
I love the arithmetic, you know that. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. All right. We just have a few more questions. I hope that you can answer this, and unfortunately, it's back to the archives because
Yeah.
that's where everyone's attention is seemingly. What budgetary considerations have been made for the environmental impact of the new archives facility? You indicated in your pre-response um, that any direct cost in the capital project would be, I guess, featured in the budget, but also any operating costs such as indirect costs incurred by the agency in an effort to capture public feedback. And what I'm really getting at, what is what is the decision as it relates to the environment and the impact that the environment will have, given that we're using gold lead and not platinum lead?
Yes.
Because the plan was developed when we had gold lead, and now our society more modern, and so now we're saying, oh, you got to be platinum. Help us understand what impact that really has.
Well, it does have a huge impact, but our agency, DGS, is working really hard and our architect, Hartman Cox, has been working diligently to figure out ways that we can make sure that we reach those goals. As you know, we just exchanged our boilers now. They're electric boilers, which didn't have a huge impact on cost. And so we continue to find ways to make sure that we can meet those standards. And we've been meeting, decisions haven't been made, but I think probably in the next month, we will have more to talk about as far as the environmental
All
impact.
right. So a quick update in about a month would make sense.
Yes.
And we can talk about the environmental impact and what we're really planning,
Yes.
how the original plan has been modified as much as possible. Let me ask you, is there anything in the DC code, in the US code, that suggests that we must change from gold lead construction to platinum lead?
Yes. Do you want
Dr. Matthews?
I don't know the exact code.
Okay,
The only thing that I'm aware of is the Greener Buildings Act that was passed here in DC. That's really the only code that I'm aware of.
all right, so in the DC Buildings Act, you're speaking of the green buildings?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so what does that stipulate that we should be doing, that
The
any
buildings
building built
to
now
be-
would be?
Buildings after 2026 need to be net zero.
Okay,
To a net zero
after
scale.
2026, okay. And prior to that, is the goal lead appropriate, or can we use the goal lead?
Personally,
we know?
I think we
Yes.
can, but DGS is really working that's why DGS is working to
All
improve
right,
the sustainability of the building, and they're still running modeling, and they're looking at how that act impacts our project. So they're still working.
all right.
Yeah.
All right, so this opportunity to discuss it further in June makes a lot of sense. If you look at your FY24 budget for the Office of Public Records, it shows $1.8 million. What are the expenditures to date for this division of your office?
Well, I can get into that. At least $1 million of that we give to NARA for records storage. And you want to speak to the rest, or?
The rest is personnel, supplies, and
Also
contracts and building operations.
Okay, so you're saying it is record storage, it's a contract?
Yes.
All right,
with NARA.
and will you continue that contract into 2025?
Yes.
And would it be you said it's about $1 million? It would be
Yes.
at that level? No increase from
We cannot,
inflation?
we can't say if it'll be an increase, but as of now, it's almost $1 million.
It's almost $1 million.
Mhm.
Okay, just one second. And so, when do we get those records from that vendor? At what time are they do to leave that vendor? Because your building is scheduled to be completed, I would, in probably the end of 2026 calendar year, which really moves us into FY27, correct?
Correct.
I mean, let's be real. Okay,
Correct.
all right, okay. So that means that you would probably, well, tell me, when do you think those records would be moved from this vendor? Not until after, not until we open 27, FY27, right?
Right.
So you'll have a couple of more years of storage requirements. So do you have a contract which has option years, or is it you contract for a year and then they tell you at the end of that contract, well, to continue for the next year is gonna cost you 5% more or something? I'm just trying to understand what our real costs are so that we don't get halfway through a building and we still have records all over and it takes another 3 years to get the records in, and we end up in 2030 and we finally have an archives. Just wondering if we can, what do they say? Run and chew gum at the same time, just trying to see what we, because people have been waiting for so long, Dr. Matthews. They've just, they're,
Well, we pay per box. So
pay per month.
the
Mhm.
cost that we pay is per the number of boxes we have on the shelves. So if the boxes are still there, then we have to pay for them. Now, if they change the rate that we pay per box, that would then change how much we're paying for storage. And so as we remove them from the facility, probably much after the new building is open, because it takes time for the building to off gas and then we can actually bring records into the building. Then we'll go through the process of moving the records from the Naylor Court facility and from the NARA facilities into the building. And so that's going to take some time. But once everything is moved out, then
All right.
that cost will go away.
Would you do some checking to see if there are some cost savings? It may sound like a little money, but $1 million is $1 million. To see if you entered into a 2-year storage contract, would there be some savings?
Well, see, it's not by the contract, it's by the box. And so if the boxes are still there, we still have to pay for that space on the shelf.
I got it.
And so it's not, the contract is just an agreement that we can use the facility. The cost that we pay is by box. And so as long as we have an agreement, they don't state how much we need to pay. But because we have that number of boxes there, then that's how much we have to pay. And so unless we take boxes out, the cost won't go down.
All right, so are you telling me then that this is your favorite storage agreement? And therefore you will be adding additional boxes in the next 2 or 3 years, so you can't estimate what it's gonna cost. It will probably cost us more than $1 million in 2025 and possibly 2026. That's what you're telling
I wouldn't
us.
believe
Yeah.
it, though. It's fairly consistent, but. I
Mr.
think Paul
Blake.
So,
can give that.
yeah, so there's, we sign an annual contract with National Archives and Record Administration, NARA. And so it fluctuates, the monthly cost fluctuates based upon the number of boxes that are there. But the issue is, the Office of the Secretary doesn't control the number of boxes that other agencies can send boxes to NARA, which increases the cost. And so in the past, we've had issues where there's been unexpected costs, which has increased the amount of the contract, which is detrimental to their budget.
All right, and so, the secretary's office doesn't control the boxes. So who's in charge of our disposition of our records? Who does that?
The
It's
records
not
get-
general services, so, because they're doing construction. So what part of our government determines what gets stored away?
So it is the Office of Public Records, and that's handled through the record schedules. But the agencies have the records that they're transferring, and they're following the record schedules that are agreed upon. And so some years they have more records, some years they have less records. It just depends on how many records are produced by the agencies, but that's all governed by the record schedules. And so if the records need
So
to be
you're saying
stored-
your office is responsible for determining what is stored?
Yes,
Okay, and the volume that's stored,
so not the volume, just what types. of
not the
records.
volume.
Just the types of records that are stored, because if the agency produces a record and it has to be stored, it needs to be stored. They can't just destroy things because they want to save space. It's controlled by the record schedule. And so if they produce 10 more boxes of a certain type of record just because of operational issues, those records still need to be stored because they are government records.
That's it.
Can this process be relegated to the capital budget? Has to
These
be
are-
operating dollars?
Well,
Yeah.
could the-
Well, they are operating dollars. And I'm not sure if it could be moved, but we've done this.
Yeah, the only thing that was done in the past to mitigate the cost to the secretary's office was to have individual MOUs with the agencies which supply boxes. And so essentially, if an agency they have to pay for their own boxes under that scenario.
I like that plan. I like it because it really, it's more definitive. It helps us have a gauge on what we're spending. And I think it helps to make sure an agency is not going to put, trash or stuff that they didn't want to look through, binders, oh, here, take it, get it out of my way, kind of activity. So do you have an MOU with every agency in our government?
No, I was referring to the past. That was something that was done to kind of alleviate the expenditures on the office of the secretary.
Yes, can we do that now?
It's possible. I mean, there
What
was
would it take to do that?
an agreement, a citywide, a district-wide agreement.
Maybe we have a piece of legislation. All right,
'Cause as you can imagine, there was some pushback.
yes. Well, this is the real world that we're in today. And the real world says that not any one of us can have unlimited expenses, and we haven't planned for it. We are spending taxpayers' dollars, and they are asking us, how are you spending my money? And that tells me I have to be more strategic in what I do, telling all of us, we're all in the same box. We're all representing our government. So we will work on that immediately. Try to, contain what's going on that you have no real control over. Thank you. I didn't realize we were going to get to this point, but I'm glad that we did, because we're coming up with potential solutions to things that, affect our budget. So I appreciate that very much. The Office of Public Records also lists 6 internship positions. Can you describe, if paid, how much is the pay and how many hours they work and what's the funding source? Just trying, again, we're examining every penny And that's what this is about today, which is a little deeper than usual.
So we don't fund any of the interns that.
You do not fund
Yes, we
them.
do.
Okay.
And one of our interns is a district leader intern.
Okay.
They're part of the district leader program
Yeah, from the, okay,
from
okay,
HR.
right. Okay, and that one is paid through the
DC.
Department of
DCK, HR.
Human Resources, which is in this committee, so we'll get that. You have two that are listed as federal work study. What
Yes.
does that mean? Where did
They're-
they come from when they're federal work study?
They come from their university, the two that we have this semester or this school year from Howard University.
Okay, so it rotates. You don't go to the school and ask for the interns. The schools just automatically send.
So I met with them and they said they could send interns.
I got you.
And so we opened the position, the students applied and they came over.
So you have two. So is it possible to ask for 4?
We could.
So what would that take? What would you have to do to get 4? I mean, would
Just-
you go to one school and ask for 4, or would you go to 4 different schools and ask for 1 from each?
We just kind of open it and see who's interested in working with
Alright.
us.
Okay.
So we don't necessarily limit it in that way, but also we do have space limitations. As you know, our current facility is not that large, and so we do have to keep.
All
that.
right. And would you give me some sense of your timing if you are going to move forward with trying to get more? If you're trying to get more interns, in your program?
So, the federal work study doesn't open until August of the new school year.
Okay,
And so that's when the
Okay.
students would begin applying.
all right.
The other interns who are unpaid, they come often through education programs as well. So they start at the beginning of the school year or sometime throughout the school year.
Right. I noticed that you have one from the University of St. Andrews, Scotland.
Yes.
Is that something that reoccurs every year?
No.
This was just the one time. So did they reach out to you?
Yeah.
Okay. The same with the University of Missouri?
Yes.
So is there a sense that these will continue?
Yes.
Okay. Learning the archives process. And the
since Dr.
University of
Lopez
Maryland.
has been there, we've had a robust internship program, which I'm very proud
Excellent.
of. And everywhere we go, and most people that we speak to, we always talk about the opportunity to possibly work in our office. And we're just overwhelmed by the number of people who wanted to do archival work. And also, it's really important to us that we expose college students to this type of work.
I think it's wonderful. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to understand it and see what the line of continuation might be. Since we've already established we'll be needing assistance into the year 2030 and maybe even longer, hopefully, because we'll have the archives established. And so just want to make sure we understand what needs to be done. Does the Office of Secretary currently pay rent for the archives facility on Naylor Court?
No, our office doesn't pay any rents. Most of them are all managed and by DGS.
All right,
Mhm.
okay. You also mentioned that in your category called supplies and materials, other services and charges, and ceremonial services and international services, that there were some cuts. Can you tell me what the cuts are?
Yes, we had cuts in the office supplies. 37,000, in travel, 11,000, and in equipment, 15,000.
You said 37,000 in travel,
I mean,
15,
37,500 in office supplies.
okay,
11,250 in travel,
okay,
and equipment is 15,000.
okay. So equipment, how can we afford to cut equipment when, well, let me ask, Dr. Matthews, do we make, copies of things that we receive, or do we just keep it in its original? I'm trying to understand.
Well,
You're the master of our documents,
yes.
and Mr. Reed is the master of getting information out. I'm just trying to understand, with that big enterprise, what does this mean? 15,000 sounds like a little amount of money, but I'm just trying to understand.
Well, we made a significant investment in fiscal year 24. And so I don't necessarily see it impacting our operations since we did acquire quite a bit of equipment in FY24, so.
All right, Mr. Reed?
Well, we've been online for well over 10 years, and so we no longer publish a physical DC register. And the only physical registers that we use are for archival purposes. And that's 2 per issue.
Okay.
Other than that, our operations are online.
All right, very good. So for the seniors who are asking, what happened to that register? Why can't I get it? And the ANCs, because when I was a commissioner, I depended on my register.
Well, those decisions were made many years ago,
I know,
and we've been since at least 2009, we've been online.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all right. So, well, what happens when your budget is, when you're overspending? Who fills in for you? Is that the EOM or the city administrator?
Well, our office doesn't usually overspend. We're very good at, we have a good office manager, operations manager, who kind of keeps us on track. And we try our hardest to stay
Okay.
within our means.
Okay.
But if we were in a spending pressure, we would probably wait for our budget office to, give us advice on who we might be able to, receive help from, or
All
get
right.
additional funds from. But, we really do a really good job of staying within our means.
All right, so how are we with, I think we get money from the notary process, right?
Yes, we do.
Yes, and I guess we spend it, right?
We do, but we spend that money for notary service, our notary staff.
Okay,
That $1 million that we usually make, a little under $950,000.
okay. So what is the status of the notary office and the e-notary process?
So we're really excited that the e-notary process has begun. We have almost 30 e-notaries in the city. And we're about to implement our remote notary system as well. And so right now, we're just in the process of beginning training on remote notary, so that our staff will be able to handle the inquiries, and that's been going really well. So hopefully by the end of this month or the beginning of next month, our platform will be up, and we'll be able to use remote notary.
All right, now I understand that there's been a tremendous delay with this remote notary process. And the whole conversation was front and center during COVID. And that's
was.
been a couple of years now. So what does it take to make sure that this happens? Because we want to be a part of the modern world.
I agree. And it will be up by the end of this month.
You have to sign something or the
Well, we
mayor has
haven't-
to sign something or?
No, we have an on-base system, and so that system that we use to do all of our notary applications, which is electronic. It was upgraded just recently, and now we have put the remote notary system on it, and we'll be able to process applications around the
Okay.
notary system.
All
So
right.
we're up and running.
All right. And would you have a informational flyer that explains how it can be used? I think that would be very helpful. My office would love to have that so we can publicize the fact that we have this service.
Yes, absolutely.
That would be very helpful.
When it's up, we send an email out to all of our notaries, as we did with e-notary. You have to be a notary public in order to,
Of course.
be a remote notary,
Right.
use remote notary. So all of our all of our notaries that were identified, and we also keep a list of, people who are interested in remote notary. And surprisingly, it's not a large number of people, but we do want to make sure that we are modern and that we do have those services.
Okay. In your hearing responses, you indicated that your office has not had a plan for entering into a contract in FY24 and 25. And this is either for the two FY23 contracts that are they currently in force? And that is DigiDoc and the Crowley Company. These are, again, materials, paper and software and printers and all that stuff, all that jazz. Sorry.
Yes, so we do have a contract with DigiDocs.
Okay.
And it's a preservation software that we use. And that was, there's the implementation cost that we'll have to pay every year for that contract. But the contract with the Crowley Company, it was for purchasing scanners. And so that was a one-time contract, so we don't have to pay for that. But with
okay.
DigiDocs, we will have
Okay.
an implementation cost.
All right. And so the Crowley Company cost of $154,263 was a one-time.
That was for our scanners.
It's
Yes.
just for the scanners.
Mhm.
And do you have a maintenance contract with the scanners?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's part of that contract. It
Part of
covers
that
maintenance, yeah.
is the maintenance for 1 year, 2 years?
1 year with the option to extend.
All right. And what does the option year cost?
I don't have that cost, but we can get that to you.
All right. Please, could I please have it by Monday at the
Absolutely.
latest, please? I don't want others to find the money and figure out how they're gonna spend the money, or find the need and figure out how they're gonna take the need and the dollars that go with it. So that's
We
why I'm like,
understand.
really. Okay, and on DigiDoc, is this 186,682 a fee you pay every year, or just, or how is it tabulated?
Well, that was a one-time cost, but the implementation, which is maintenance, will cost. And so we don't have that amount yet, but I will
Okay.
get that to you as well.
All right. Now, were these contracts sole source, or were they bids or competitive bids, or are they in the community? You know, CBEs, remember we have that requirement as well.
Yes, DigiDocs is a CBE, and it was, we did have a competitive process.
Okay, competitive, okay. And the other was
For the scanner.
sole source.
It was sole source.
Only this company can provide these items, correct? The scanners. Okay, that's
The
right.
particular scanner that we require.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. We
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
hearing from you today. And we'll do everything we can to hold on to your dollars. And
Thank
I'll
you.
hear from Mr. Blake by Monday on a couple of items.
Okay, can we revisit the capital issue? So the testimony that the secretary gave about the $31 million
Yes.
being realigned, that is a sweep for this year, but the dollars will return in FY25.
Okay, so it was taken out of the FY24,
Right. For
but
another-
it's gonna return. So is the 31 encumbered in the 57 that's in the
30
budget book?
the 31 is in the 41, and the 41 is for this year. There's
Okay.
41 million for this year. So
Do you have that
31 out of
information?
that.
No, you're saying that the 31 dropped off in 24.
24, 41 million is approved.
Okay,
31 million of that is removed temporarily until next year.
to
when-
balance the budget.
Right, correct.
Okay, so that was the practice. So it will come back in 25,
In 25, that
31 plus what?
there's 57 for next year.
Is that
proposed.
57 the total, or is it for
57 is
25?
independent of the 30.
So it's
That's
31 and 57.
correct.
Okay, will be available to the agency. Okay, got it. That's what I was trying to figure that out. Okay,
Yeah, I know it's a lot of numbers
Yeah.
flying around.
it is 88. I get 88. Do you get 88?
57 and
Oh, yeah,
31, yes.
just, yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you so very much. It's
You're
very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the agency.
Thanks.
We are going to, Mr. Rice, you're here, do you wish to give, okay, and then we'll have Mr. Ross. Okay. All right. Mr. Flanagan, I've got your point. I got your point. All right. Thank you very much. We will now hear from public witness, Mr. Bill Rice, and we'll take his testimony at this time. Thank you,
very
sir.
much for this opportunity. And I will be, I think, very brief. Good day, Councilmember Bonds. As you just said, Bill Rice testifying for myself. I am a longtime advocate for state-of-the-art DC archives and for comprehensive records management for the DC government. I've been active since the early home rule days, when our outmoded facility was set up at 1300 Naylor Court under Mayor Barry. I'm a member of the Friends of the DC Archives and work closely with the Council's Archives Advisory Group. I strongly support the plan for a new archives at UDC. I want to associate myself with and support the testimony of Trudy Peterson, who I understand has submitted her testimony. First and foremost, I endorse the mayor's funding for the new building on the UDC campus. And I appreciate and don't quite understand all of the discussion you've had. And I look forward to a full explanation, which I gather you are, about what the funding situation is. The important thing, of course, is to put all the money that's necessary for a complete project to build the archives at UDC. I heard and welcome the news that Building 41 is finally empty this week. And that means the project will not be delayed by that unfortunate situation if the building were still occupied. We can't build a building, however, that does not have a core staff to preserve and make accessible our historic archives, materials, and manage DC government records. The mayor's budget keeps the current staff, as I understand it, at 8. And as discussed in the AAG testimony, in comparison, Maryland has a state archives of employees of about 71. Virginia has about 50, and Delaware 41. OPR should plan, we think, or the AAG thinks, for a 20-person staff starting this year, if you could see it in the budget, for 6 additional staff. Regarding the move to the new building, preparation must begin now to make sure that all the different kinds of materials are handled properly and kept track of. As the AAG says, preparing archival materials for a safe move is essential but slow work. The Office of Public Records needs the funds now for a contract to begin doing this. The current contract apparently also calls for moving the records from Naylor Court and the National Archives. But apparently, as we understand it, as I understand it, it does not include funds for a survey to find out what the universe is of all the records that we know exist in the DC government, and for moving these important records held elsewhere. And this includes office correspondence, architectural drawings, photographs, audio and video recordings, and delicate items. OPR again needs the funds for a contract authority for a survey of all these agency holdings, which I know has been discussed before. In conclusion, I support the AAG recommendations that the Office of the Secretary, OPR, staffing be increased, and that it procure contracts for a survey and move preparations. All are necessary to ensure that our history will be here for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We tried to examine just how much money would be in the budget, the proposed budget for 25. And we finally got the word that it's the 57 million that is in the budget book that was published and everyone can see it. And that the 41 million that is was in the FY24 budget will be returned in FY25 for a total of 88 million, which will be available in FY25. Now I'm trying to think ahead as to the total budget was given budget estimate, remember estimate, was given to us as 103 million. So, doing the arithmetic, at least 15 million, trying to figure out if that is that monies that will appear in the 2026 budget? I'm not sure. So it may be more. Given state of inflation, it probably will have to be more. But just trying to understand where that is. Now, of course, that's just construction That's capital dollars.
Yes.
The monies that we're most concerned with today is thinking about how records are stored and then ultimately how they will be moved. But you heard from Dr. Matthews today that records probably will not be moved until the end of 2027. And
I-
so that gives us a different light. And I know for those like yourself who have been focused on getting this archives done since the days of Phil Ogilvy, okay? All right. My buddy.
Yep.
That it is, it's been monumental. So we'll try to stay on track. One way I thought we would do that is in June, we'll have an update. And we will include general services as well,
And UDC.
and UDC, correct.
You
Yes.
you
So
essentially took
we'll
the
have a
words.
three-prong approach to understanding, because this is the archives project. It's not just the building.
That's right.
Okay.
And as I always like to say, on the UDC campus. I
We
kind of
can-
think of it as the
Well,
name.
we can try that. I think there've been some, believe it or not, some technical difficulties. That's why you don't find many of our hearings off or out of the Wilson building. For some reason, I remember years back, we were able to do that more easily than today. But if we can, we will definitely do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again very much for
Thank you
taking
very much.
at this moment.
Thank you. All right. We have waiting in the wings and has been extraordinarily um, um, faithful. We have Mr. Ross, and we're going to talk now about our fourth agency today, and that's the Employees Compensation Fund. Let me just review with you a little bit about the Employees Compensation Fund. Specifically, it serves as the operating budget for the public sector workers' compensation program of the District of Columbia. The goal of the public sector workers' compensation program is to respond to district government employees' workplace injuries by providing medical care to the injured employee and helping the employee return to work as soon as medically possible. The program is housed within the District of Columbia's Office of Risk Management, which is not in this committee, my regret, which is responsible for the administration of all public sector workers' compensation claims. The Office of Risk Management, which is in this committee, works with government employees throughout the claims process and pays the required claims costs of eligible claimants excuse me, pursuant to applicable district laws. And we'll now hear from the government witness, Director Ross, but I'll swear him in first. If you raise your right hand, all right. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements made before us today to be truthful and complete? All right, thank you. And you can begin when you're ready, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members, and staff of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I'm Jed Ross, Chief Risk Officer and Director of the District of Columbia's Office of Risk Management. I am pleased to testify before you today, not only as the Director of ORM, but also as a longtime district resident and advocate for the district, believing wholeheartedly in the mayor's strategic investments that support our shared DC values. Mayor Muriel Bowser presented her fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan, A Fair Shot, the district's 29th consecutive balanced budget. The investments laid out in the budget reflect the key priorities identified by district residents at budget engagement forums during the budget formulation process and provide every Washingtonian with a fair shot. Orem stands ready to support these priorities and continue servicing its customers, especially at a financially constraining time like this. As a district resident and employee, I'm extremely proud to work under the mayor, whose ambitious vision in the face of current economic challenges establishes a strong foundation for the district for the next 50 years, an objective we can all enthusiastically support. I too appreciate the leadership you, Chairperson Bonds, the other committee members, and all on the council have shown during these times. Orem's mission is to reduce the probability, occurrence, and cost of risk for the district government. To fulfill this mission, Orem works to institutionalize and systematize the practice of risk management within district government agencies, and to reduce the likelihood and severity of potential losses through the implementation of effective risk prevention and control strategies. We achieve these objectives by providing risk management leadership, guidance, and support to district agencies through Orem's 4 main divisions: the Public Sector Workers' Compensation Program, PSWCP, the Risk Prevention and Safety Division, the Tort Division, and the Captive Insurance Agency. The operating budget for the PSWCP is the Employee Compensation Fund, the subject of this budget hearing today. The budget provides ORM with the resources it requires to operate the PSWCP, including the cost of administering the program for government employees and paying the required costs. Payments are made as compensation for lost wages, medical services related to workplace injuries, and return to work services, including vocational rehabilitation. To provide a snapshot of the PSWCP's monthly operations, in March of 2024, the PSWCP had 718 open and active claims, 55 new claims were reported, 1 denial was made, 49 claims were closed, and 162 injured workers received wage loss indemnity, and 1,331 payments were made to providers for medical care and related services. This is just a partial look into the PSWCP's monthly operations. There have been dramatic improvements in all objective measures of PSWCP's operations since August of 2018, when Orem completed its investment in time and budget to in-house PSWCP operations. The removal of third-party administration of the PSWCP, which was first implemented by the Department of Employment Services to manage that program, was the critical step in attaining these results. Third-party administrators are ill-suited for running the district government's workers' compensation program. Unlike other state jurisdictions, the district has 2 distinct workers' compensation schemes. The PSWCP is only available to those working for the district government and provides benefits in excess of those afforded to other non-government workers in the district. But the greatest distinction is in the underlying objectives of the 2 schemes. The non-government scheme is intended principally as a compensation scheme to replace, albeit still based on tort measures of damages in civil litigation, and the PSWCP certainly is a compensation scheme, but its overarching objective is much broader than that. In the private sector, there is no concept of employment retention rights, modified duty assignments, priority job placement, continuation of pay, which obviates the need to even file a compensation claim and affords no interruption in wages for all but the most serious injuries. Wage parity, both while receiving compensation in the form of COLAs and upon returning to the pre-injury position, and continuation of health insurance and other employee benefits for the duration of the retention period, which is often a minimum of 2 years and often longer. The emphasis here is on the well-being of injured government workers and returning them to their pre-injury positions or other gainful positions within the district government, not merely the issuance of checks accompanied by pink slips, as often the case in the private sector. The workers' compensation scheme managed by TPAs on behalf of the private sector employees and adjudicated by DOES is not comparable to the distinct benefits and focus of the PSWCP. District government workers came to enjoy these distinct benefits because they were mandated by Congress in the district's home rule charter, which requires the district establish a personnel system, including employee disability benefits, at least equal to the federal benefits district employees maintained immediately prior to the enactment of its own personnel system. The federal analog to the PSWCP, upon which it is based, is the Federal Employee Compensation Act. These programs, unique in their range of benefits and orientation on returning employees to the government workforce, were innovative and ahead of their time when enacted and remain so today. The values and objectives of our compensation system merit a closer review and understanding. Consequently, I'm grateful for the opportunity of this budget hearing, the first, to my knowledge, ever held for the Employee Compensation Fund. The PSWCP is worthy of the council's financial support as reflected in the mayor's proposed budget for the Employee Compensation Fund. I urge the committee to approve the proposed funding. Moreover, I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge the amazing hard workers, fantastic team caring for our district government employees who are injured on the job. Ms. Jennifer Arnick, Merle Gaither Morgan, Berlina Smith, Tammy Hagan, and many, many, many more team members are working every day supporting people going through hard and challenging times in their lives. They do that with care and respect and fantastic support, and their tireless efforts should be acknowledged and not diminished by people stating that they aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. We have hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people getting great care from all of our employees. I want to thank you, Chairperson Bonds, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify in support of the mayor's 2025 budget and expound upon the essential role of the Employee Compensation Fund in supporting the operations of the PSWCP. The overall budget reflects the impacts of the current economic reality and Mayor Bowser's ongoing commitment to good government and fiscal responsibility without compromising our shared DC values. Orem looks forward to your support and our continued partnership. This time, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that very exciting testimony, I must say. And I hope that our employees feel the same way. It is important to know that as a government, we have some built-in protections for our employees. That's always good to know, and particularly in these times, and particularly when our employees hopefully are doing an outstanding job. And I say hopefully because I'm not in all the agencies, so I can't speak to it, but I know that the directors can speak to that. So thank you very much, Mr. Ross, for that. I have to find my questions. I don't think we have any questions of you. Let me just check. No questions of Mr. Ross. Now I'm talking to my staff.
Also very hardworking.
Oh, yeah. We have to be. You know, they switched out some of my script this morning, so okay. We just have a few. We do have a few. Okay. Yeah, all right. The agency has requested 2 additional FTEs in FY25. What function would these additional FTEs serve?
One of the functions is related to our return to work program. We want to continue to expound upon that in order to continue getting our injured employees, district government employees, back to work. The other element is around compliance and ensuring that we're appropriately paying for medical costs. So these are actually both services and cost controlling efforts. So they will help in reducing costs by ensuring that we're getting people back to work effectively, timely, and supporting people properly. And then, of course, ensuring that we're making appropriate payments and managing our costs appropriately.
Okay, can you explain the manner in which the fund operates? That is, how many divisions do you have within this? You mentioned um, working with those who are injured, the compliance. Is there something else you do? Is cost control a part of the compliance? Or when we talk, I know you have other divisions within the agency, but for
So-
this particular service, if you could outline that, it would
Sure.
be helpful.
Sure thing, Chair. So we have the Office of the Program Administrator, which is overseeing the general function, and then they're overseeing multiple different areas. We have a return to work area. We have an area for nurse case management where we're providing nursing support to our injured workers and ensuring that they're getting the right and appropriate medical care. We have a compliance division, which is ensuring that our payments to our medical providers is appropriate and accurate, along with just ensuring that the team who's providing service is properly filling out the files and doing all of their work. And then we have our case management team, who is obviously managing all the day-to-day matters for our injured workers. We also have an administrative team who is doing amazing work handling phone calls and processing thousands and thousands of pieces of mail. I wish that the medical world would be all electronic, but often it's through fax and through mail. And as a result, they end up scanning, uploading, sending data out to lots and lots of people. So those are a lot of the majority of the programs that we do. We also have a team that works under the program administrator that makes sure that people are getting paid properly. The thing we take most importantly, when biweekly payments are due to people, we want to ensure that they go out. And so we're checking and validating, and things change. People come back to work in the middle of a pay period. You have to work on getting supplemental payments. There are all sorts of technical elements. And then, of course, we have a legal team that helps to respond on legal matters. When somebody's requesting an appeal, they'll help to analyze that, make sure things are legally sufficient. So we have a lot of functions and a lot of things that we do specific to the workers' compensation program. As noted, we are caring for the potential of 30,000+ district employees. So our team of 50 or so people is not very many for how grand a program that is. And actually, I would note that those 2 FTEs, when the program first came in-house, we had 52 FTEs. And at one point, under a prior council session, some positions were taken by a council member for a different program. And so this is us trying to get back to about where we were. We're still will be less from that perspective. But overall, just to be clear, council member, our budget is decreasing quite significantly. You could probably see in the budget documents. So these FTEs are actually we're not requesting additional funding. We're using our existing funding in order to support those 2 FTEs.
All right, so you will take so I don't have to worry about what the document says. It says in 24, you had 49 and you're proposing 51 in 25, and you found money already for those. I don't
Correct.
have to find money for you.
That is correct, council member. In the mayor's budget submission, the budget will support those with no increase in
All right.
our budget.
Let's talk a little bit about the need that you may have to do these functions. You mentioned 718 open active claims. You also mentioned that you do payments for medical care and related services to 1331 persons. Are you okay? You don't need another person.
No, council member, we're great with the budget that was submitted. I think we're doing an excellent job. I think if you were to look at our performance metrics, which I'm happy to go over with some of them, but the team is doing amazing work and we are continuing to provide excellent care to people. I will note that, we get hundreds of phone calls and the team is answering the phone calls within 3 rings at like a 99% rate. We are responding to, I think it was in the last fiscal year, 98% of all claims decisions were being made within 30 days. And when we took over, the program was pushing out decisions for newly filed claims at a rate of 70% of the time. So we were failing to respond 70% of the time within 30 days under the historic third-party administrators that we discussed. And when we brought the program in-house, we went from basically a 30% success rate to now a 98% success rate. So we're just, any new claims that are being filed, people are getting care, they're getting responses. There's a system, there's a structure, there's a process. And you can see from our numbers, we are reducing a lot of the claims because people are getting medical care and they're returning to work, which was not always happening. People would just get paid. They wouldn't actually get medical care, and they would just sit on our rolls. And we've kind of fixed that problem.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Sounds wonderful.
It's a true success story, Council.
Yes.
Member.
Oh,
It
definitely.
really is.
Definitely. I remember once when Mayor Williams was head of our government, he had his little round table about, and we would report and, and a couple of us were very pleased because he said, for that, I think you need another FTE to help because it's a great job. So
When we started, we had over 2,800 claims and we're now down to 1,300.
Wow.
So there were some cases and there's some serious injuries that are challenging and that you can't always easily resolve, and things that have been going on for 40 years that are in litigation or challenges related to that. But new claims, new matters that are coming to our office, they're being handled appropriately so they don't turn into 30-year-old injuries. So we're not having the same problems that we used to have. And when you look at the numbers, out of 700 people filing a claim in a year, if we get 1 to even 20 people who are having concerns raised about whatever the issue might be, statistically and numerically, we're actually doing an excellent job for our injured workers.
all right. Well, I have a question here. It says, is there a circumstance that would necessitate us putting more money into this function? I guess the answer is no. You're good.
What I will say, council members, we are good. We're definitely, the budget that's been submitted by the mayor is fantastic and on point. There is always the potential for more litigation or a really adverse decision from an action that the agency has taken. And finally, there's always the unknown of if there were multiple significant injuries in future years that you can't obviously foresee, that we then have to care for and provide medical costs and replacement of lost wages for individuals that can be very expensive. But at no point should we budget for that right now. And should there be an issue, we will happily work with the mayor and the Office of Budget and Planning to resolve any of those concerns. But the budget is great as it is. It's what we need.
All right. So could you just give us a description of the Return to Work initiative? What is that really?
I'm happy to talk about it. I will say, council member, this was happening, but not really effectively when this administration came into office. Under the mayor's leadership and under the leadership of Jennifer Arnick and the rest of our team, our legal team, we were able to bring a more robust program to the district. So we work with we work with injured workers and agencies to get injured workers back to modified duty positions when they are needed during their period of healing. And then eventually the goal is to return people back to their full duty original position. So from a return to work perspective, everything is based on medical evidence from a medical provider. That's not something that the Office of Risk Management does. We rely on medical providers to tell us what can people do within their injury status. And so a medical provider might say, well, somebody, a sanitation worker can't lift a 40-pound bag of trash, but they could sit in a desk and they could help to file something. And so what we do is we look at every claim that's filed in our office and we work with that injured worker. And then we work with agencies to try and find them other work in the District of Columbia within their duties, typically and best at the agency that they were previously working. So their pay doesn't change, their benefits don't change. They get 100% of their paycheck like normal. And then as they go through their physical therapy or a surgery or whatever medical needs they have, then they can return back to their full duty position. And for those that have a permanent injury or an injury that they will never be able to return to that other position, we will then work with them and get them in a vocational rehabilitation service where they will work on new skills, work on resume building, looking for new jobs, and then work to try and get into new jobs in that way. I will say that statistics of it are pretty phenomenal for our team. We, there were 33 people in the vocational rehab program since early 2021, and 50% of them found new work. But even bigger than that, our more global number, and I'm just looking to make sure I get it accurate for you, Chair. Our bigger numbers, we've had over 600 people participate in our return to work program. And I think it's at least like 70%, I can get you the exact numbers, have all returned back to their jobs. So we are, back to their original job or another modified duty job within the district government. So it was what was missing with our third party administrators. So we constantly are reaching out to agencies, we're training them, and we're working with agencies to bring back those employees in a modified duty capacity. And then we're also working to hopefully place them in other agencies when they can't return to the position they were formerly in.
Thank you very much for that. And as you were speaking, I was thinking about, another area where when we talk about return to work, we're also saying to those that are not injured, we'd like for you to return to work or to at least understand what are the parameters that would make return to work pleasurable again. Because when we all began, we thought, our jobs were very, very important to us. So I would like to learn some of the, have an understanding of what you have done, the best practices that you have done. While I know it's about injury and medical attention, but I think that we might be able to glean something from your programs that would help us to understand how we might approach the general population. I hear that the federal government doesn't want to come back, and I think they do their own thing from agency to agency, but we tend to be more of a collective kind of government, and there may be a way for us to think about how we do it. I know the mayor said we have to do, 4 days a week in office? Okay.
Yes.
Well, the world is now saying 4-day work week is it. So do we then transfer to 3-day in the office, 1 day out of the office or remote? I don't know, but I think it would be worthwhile for us to look at that. And I wonder, has the DC Human Resources Department had conversations with you about how your model works effectively as you have described it now?
What I will say, Chair, is that GCHR works with us. They're in the IS cluster, as you heard earlier from the city administrator's
Yes.
office. My agency, along with DCHR, serves in that cluster, and we collaborate very regularly under the assistant city administrator. And I will say that we definitely have lots of conversations. We collaborate regularly. Specific to our program, I did get the numbers. It's 736 people have participated in our return to work program since 2020, and 653 have had temporary accommodations and then returned to full duty work status. So a huge success to the team and where their priorities are. I will say DCHR has been a great partner in that, and agencies have been a great partner. I mean, we could not meet these successful numbers if the agencies aren't figuring out modified duty statuses for the injured workers. And so we've had a lot of success in helping people continue to get their job, get their full paychecks and full benefits while they're recovering from their workplace injury. So I think that's a fantastic thing. I will say, one thing that we're really excited about is we are undertaking an effort where the Office of Planning was now willing to take on some return to work individuals who are going to be helping out with summer SNAP benefits. So getting youth and getting them the right food, as you discussed earlier, we're potentially having 1 or 2 people from our return to work program to help assist them while they are recovering in their full duty work. So those are definitely conversations that we have with DCHR regularly. We partner with them. This is a Merit Personnel Act legislative effort, the return to work and workers' compensation program. So I will continue to have those conversations, but I will defer to, they are the leaders, DCHR is the leader, the mayor is the leader on determining what the right work scheme for the District of Columbia is.
All right, and so as this office within your department or agency moves forward, do you see room for a few interns?
Yeah, Chair. Yeah. So we have historically offered them on a case-by-case basis, and we have applicants. We always help them. What I will also say is we've had return to work individuals work within different departments within our agency. So I think it all kind of ties together. But if there's an internship opportunity and people show interest in the Office of Risk Management, we're more than willing. We've had interns in the past, and we continue to be willing to do so in the future.
Thank you for that. I was remembering some of the categories of work that occurs, those 7 different divisions. Some are technical, so you could possibly have an apprenticeship program, right?
We definitely love to train people and hire from within and hire district residents. So that is a consistent goal of our agency to both care about racial equity, diversity, and hiring from within. And hiring district residents is a big priority of mine. So we look to do that every day. I will say we also have robust training for all of our new employees. We have our administrative team that kind of often moves up and moves into our claims management team. And so we have been regular at making sure that we're not just hiring technical experts from the outside. Some of our roles, especially outside of the workers' compensation system, are very technical, insurance and legal issues that are claims where you really do want people specialized within an industry, very hard to fill jobs. But those that are not hard to fill or those jobs that we can train up, we always do.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, and I'm sure that Director Morris Hughes wants to be right there with you because
She and her team are
yes,
great
of
partners.
course. So I'm just thinking where we have, outstanding programs within our system, we have to think about how we can utilize that talent so that we can develop opportunities for DC residents.
Definitely, 100%.
All right. I know that we'll have to come up with some stipend kind of situations, but we can do all that, right?
You can do it without money as long as you are strategic,
Excellent.
right?
All right. Terrific. Thank you. Thank you very much. We thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank
and
you
for
so
being
much,
with
Chair.
us.
Thank you to your committee staff. They've
All
been
right, thank
fantastic.
you. All right. We're going to take 5 minutes and come right back, and then we'll have the Department of Employment Services. Thank you. We will now hear from the Department on Employment Services. We'll hear from Director Morris Hughes. And let me just review with us the importance of this department. The Department of Employment Services, commonly referred to as DOES, is our primary agency tasked with connecting district residents, job seekers, and employers to opportunities and resources that empower fair, safe, and effective working communities. DOES provides customers with a comprehensive menu of workforce development services funded through a combination of federal grants and local appropriations. The Labor Standards Program ensures a safe and healthy work environment for workers in the district, administers a program to provide benefits to qualified individuals with employment-related injuries or illnesses, and administers the district's wage and hour laws and provides hearing and adjudication services to settle workers' compensation disputes. The Workforce Development Program provides job seekers with workforce development and training programs and services to ensure employers have access to qualified job candidates. The Workforce Development Program also provides district youth with jobs training, academic enrichment, leadership, and employment opportunities through the year-round Marion S. Berry Summer Youth Employment Program and other youth programs. DOES Division of State Initiatives, DSI, is comprised of locally funded signature programs that seek to generate positive long-term employment outcomes through extensive collaboration with district agencies and with the local business community. And finally, DOES serves as the administrator for the district's paid family leave program, which provides paid leave benefits to private employees in the district. For FY24's operating budget, it is currently $199.3 million. The proposed budget for 25 is a little less. It's $196.2 million. And so now we're going to hear from our government witness, and I will swear you in. All right. Yes, and if you raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements made before us today to be complete and truthful?
I do.
Thank you. And you introduce your staffer who is with you, Dr. Hughes.
Yep. So this is Shalonda Wilson, my AFO for the DC
Okay.
Department of Employment Services.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. And you can begin when you're ready.
All right. So good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, council members, staff of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and everyone watching. My name is Dr. Unique Morris Hughes, and I am the Director of the DC Department of Employment Services. And I'm pleased to testify before you today on Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2025 proposed budget and financial plan, a fair shot, strategic investments, and shared sacrifice. As the lead labor and workforce development agency in the District of Columbia, DOES provides comprehensive employment services to ensure a competitive workforce, full employment, lifelong learning, economic stability, and the highest quality of life for all district residents. DOES proudly served over 100,000 customers, providing over 330,000 services, and we've adjudicated over 150,000 claims and received over 210,000 calls across all programs, and that was just last fiscal year. Although the district is facing significant budget pressures, Mayor Bowser's FY25 proposed budget supports and advances district residents and workers as we champion equitable workforce development and invest in economic security. DOES's FY25 proposed operating budget of $196 million is mainly comprised of $70.2 million in local funding, $54.8 million in federal funding, and $70 million in special purpose revenue funds. In addition to our operating budget, the agency also administers the Unemployment Compensation Fund, the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, and the Universal Paid Leave Fund. Guided by our Helping Others Persevere Equitably strategic work plan, it is through these combined resources that DOES will continue to connect district residents, job seekers, and employers to opportunities and resources that empower fair, safe, and effective working communities. As we approach this budget with financial prudence, we're thankful that the strategic investments made in prior years placed us in an advantageous position to continue providing equitable access to in-demand jobs, furthering impactful connection between employers and job seekers, and creating earn and learn opportunities in FY25. In tight budget years, we know more than ever it's important to translate how dollars received will equate to services for the residents of DC. To that end, I would like to walk the committee through our anticipated service levels based on the proposed budget. Our adult workforce programming provides apprenticeships, various trainings from job readiness training to industry-specific in-demand career training, work experience, case management, wraparound services. In FY25, by strategically investing local and federal funds, DOES will serve approximately 90,900 district workers through the American Job Centers, provide on-the-job training and work experience to 220 participants through our federal workforce funding, provide 230 locally funded apprenticeship opportunities through the Office of Apprenticeship Information and Training, increase the number of registered apprenticeship program sponsors, continue providing job search assistance and work experience to seniors and veterans, train 315 participants at the DC Infrastructure Academy in high-demand fields such as information technology, energy and utilities, CDL, and health safety. Provide approximately 30 DCIA participants with 4-month internships at various DC government agencies, including OCTO, DGS, CFSA, and DCHR to get experience in the IT field. Other job readiness and life skill training, case management, coaching, subsidized work experience, and job assistance to 150 current and 350 new district residents facing barriers to employment, including previous incarceration through project empowerment, and managing 60 hiring events with the goal of 500 district residents accessing high demand employment opportunities as a result of the hiring event. I'm particularly excited about the HBCU Public Service Program, which is focused on recruiting the next generation of public servants. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY25 budget includes 31 FTEs and 10 district government agencies for year-long apprenticeships, which create a seamless pipeline for HBC graduates to enter public service roles, ensuring the DC government benefits from the brightest and most passionate talent. The FY25 budget also continues the mayor's commitment to expanding DCIA to 2 new locations, providing more infrastructure training to residents throughout DC. The budget continues capital investments for construction at Spingarn High School and DCIA's IT programs, which are expected to move into Shannon Place in FY25. Finally, although funded at the same level in the proposed FY25 budget, the Office of First Source Compliance is a key component in ensuring district residents are prioritized for hire in jobs funded with district dollars or resources. This program has been integral to the district's strategy to reduce unemployment. In calendar year 2023, 2,430 positions were created on First Source projects and contracts, with over 1,300 of those new positions filled by district residents. The First Source requirements are important, robust levers to economic development in the district and will continue to partner with employers to ensure we build a district workforce ready to fill jobs created by First Source projects. For our district youth, DOES operates a variety of programs that reach youth who both are in school and out of school between the ages of 8 and 24. In FY25, by strategically investing local and federal funds, DOES will provide an estimated 12,000 young people with enriching constructive summer work experiences across 750 host sites through our Mayor Marion S. Berry Summer Youth Employment Program. leadership training and seminars and community service projects for over 6 weeks for 400 young people, year-round leadership training and development programming for 80 youth, internship opportunities for 1,000 young people through high school internship program, and occupational skills training, career awareness, counseling, work readiness modules, internships, and vocational skills to 175 young people between the ages of 16 to 24 who are not attending secondary nor post-secondary school. In addition to our workforce development efforts, the FY25 proposed budget maintains the operating budgets to administer unemployment insurance, paid family leave benefits, and workers' compensation. In FY24, we launched the modernized unemployment insurance benefits system, and we look forward to continuing the modernization effort by completing the second phase of the capital project, the tax system. A modernized tax system will ensure that employers are paying into the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund promptly and appropriately. The capital project will result in the district having a robust, fully integrated unemployment benefits and tax solution, resulting in efficiencies and the ability to offer broader services to residents and businesses in the district. The DOES Office of Paid Family Leave has adjudicated over 55,000 claims since the inception of the program and paid out over $105 million in benefits in FY23 and $69.2 million in benefits thus far in FY24. DOES will continue to effectively administer the district's paid family leave program, which is essential for a strong workforce and ensuring equitable access to improved health and economic outcomes for our residents. The mayor's proposed FY25 budget includes an adjustment of the paid family leave tax back to FY21 levels. As part of the mayor's approach to closing the gap across the financial plan, a proposed 0.23% of a covered employee's wage will continue to fund the district's robust universal paid leave program and pay workers in DC for time off for tending to pregnancies, bonding with new children, and caring for yourself and other family members' serious health conditions. The remaining portion of the tax, 0.39% of a covered employee's wage, will be added to the general fund as new revenues. The new tax rate would go into effect on July 1, 2024, and payments under the new tax rate would be collected beginning October 2024. The new revenue raised through the paid family leave tax is a shared sacrifice the district is proposing for businesses to contribute to maintain priority investments in the district's safety net programs. Further, as part of shared sacrifice to close the gap, DOES will see reductions to local funding in 2 areas. First, the DC Career Connections program, which serves participants 20 to 24 with 2 or more barriers to employment, will be eliminated. However, DOES will continue to serve this population through various other programs within the Division of State Initiatives and across the agency. Second, the administrative funding and support for the Commission on Poverty will also be eliminated. While the commission itself remains established, it is expected to operate under the leadership of the chairperson, similar to other boards and commissions in the district. While this was a challenging budget, DOES has pursued federal funding opportunities to serve district residents across the agency. We've applied for multiple grants through the U.S. Department of Labor and the Department of Justice that focus on employment outcomes, supporting transition into reentry, providing wraparound services and support, increasing workforce system partnerships and registered apprenticeship program sponsors in critical high-demand areas. DOES hopes to share the good news on these federal grant awards in the near future. As our agency continues to support DC's comeback, we recognize that our work as economic first responders is essential to moving the district forward. It continues to be my great pleasure and privilege to serve as the director of this agency and to lead a team of the dedicated and quite frankly, best public servants in district government. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the dedicated DOES staff who work tirelessly and enthusiastically to serve our district residents and businesses on a daily basis. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to address any questions that you may have for me at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony. And I always like to start with the testimony. And so I will do that now. Just wanted to understand, you're saying that the Commission on Poverty will no longer be a standalone program in your office, but it will be a traditional border commission.
That's somewhat correct. It will be
Okay.
a traditional board and commission, but the administrative funding to support the Commission on Poverty will be eliminated.
It will. All right. So how is it then supported?
So we'll provide technical assistance. We can provide space and some administrative support, but we'll not have FTEs or NPS dollars dedicated to the Commission on Poverty.
I think if I'm not mistaken, the other boards and commissions do have a staff person that is allocated a portion of their time to work with whatever that board or commission is. So are you saying that 0.2% of a staffer's time would be dedicated to working with the commission, or?
So it varies across commissions. You know, there's
Mhm.
over 100 commission. I can't recall the number that Deputy Chief of Staff Walker mentioned, but I know there's over 100 commission, and the staffing model varies across the commissions. What I'm saying is that the DC Department of Employment Services will provide administrative and technical support, and that could mean technical support on questions they may have, space, supplies,
There you go.
basic administrative operational support. It will continue to operate under the leadership of a chairperson. We just won't have 3 FTEs dedicated
Gotcha.
to it.
All right, thank you. It's not a standalone office as such. I got it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And then you mentioned that the DC Career Connections is eliminated. But have no fear, you will serve this population through other programs. What other programs would serve this population of 20 to 24-year-olds that have 2 or more barriers to employment? And I assume one of the barriers might be that they dropped out of school.
Correct. So Project Empowerment will still serve that same population and age group. And then also our out-of-school youth programs, which also include apprenticeship. So that's work that we're currently already doing. It is a bit of a redundancy, and so we want to branch out. And matter of fact, I predict we may be able to serve more than what we've done in previous years by leveraging these other programs that are currently serving 18 to 24-year-olds.
Tell me a little bit about this program, Career Connections. How did it come about? Because you're giving me an indication that it doesn't serve as many as it could serve. So I'm just wondering, I know you have 100 programs, I'm sure, if not more, that are in the agency. So, and then you can tell me later, at some point later, how you keep track of all of them.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the DC Career Connections was established to support 20 to 24-year-olds that have barriers to employment. We took the Project Empowerment model and we replicated the exact same model, and we just isolated the age group 20 to 24. And so it was really an effort to focus on a target population.
And what does the data tell you about that focus? Does it say that that was a good focus and that we were getting results? Or did it say that it was too confined?
So I believe it's too confined. The 20 to 24-year-old age group, well, let me back up. We started going up to the age of 24 for SYEP. So several different things happened. We made some strategic investments in youth apprenticeship as a pathway to career and employment, and we started to really build that up. We expanded the SYEP program that went up to age 24. And so with those two sets of strategic investments, more opportunities and more diverse opportunities became available. And so what we find is that there's great interest in youth apprenticeship. We have a lot of young people who may have been court involved, did not have an opportunity to complete secondary school, which is high school, and are looking for ways to go to school and earn money at the same time. So we think SYEP, our year-round youth programs, which includes youth apprenticeship, and it includes adult and basic education and earn to learn programs that we're currently funding through grantees and human care agreements, are stronger career pathways. DC Career Connections were actually serving much fewer participants than we are in Project Empowerment, but it's an exact replica of Project Empowerment.
Thank you very much for that. And it sounds like this is a program that served its purpose briefly, and we found a better way of getting the kind of results that you intended to get.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talk a lot about apprenticeship. And apprenticeship is of great interest to people right now. So providing young people, especially in the skill trades, between the ages of 20 and 24, an opportunity to work and make money and learn a skill that can create a career for them has really become a focus of ours. We want to change the trajectory, not just of a person's life, but a community. And one way to do that is through career. And the ability to earn a family sustaining wage. So I really believe this is the right thing to do. There won't be a loss in services. I actually think by highlighting apprenticeship, SYEP, and year-round youth programs, we'll see even greater interest in this particular age group.
And all right, and when we talk about apprenticeships, I want to understand approximately how many different apprenticeships do we have that are, I guess, I'll say housed at DOES? That would help us. I know that there are a few others in other parts of the government, but those that are housed in DOES.
So I'm going to answer the question by providing a little bit of context first, which is that DOES is the state entity that regulates apprenticeship.
Right.
And many of our registered apprenticeship sponsors have apprenticeship programs in the region. And then an actual apprenticeship that someone works in is based on an apprenticeable occupation. So we could have thousands of apprenticeable occupations and a few hundred registered apprenticeship sponsors. They're not DOES apprenticeships, but we regulate and authorize them to work in the district.
All right, so how many have you authorized to operate in the District of Columbia?
Thank you. So we have 293 registered. We have 6,156 active, and we have approximately 877 apprentices in the District of Columbia.
Okay, 293 that authorized to operate.
Yes.
And 877 apprentice.
Correct.
Individuals.
Yeah.
And then you said
6,156 active. And that could be an occupation that we have deemed as approved to operate as an apprentice.
All right.
Like my elevator program, you know, we keep talking about.
Yep.
Yes.
He's waiting. He's waiting.
We're working. We're working on it.
Please, that would be great. So the point I was trying to make is that the 6,156 are programs that are approved You
Yes.
approved 293 that you, working in the city.
So 293 are sponsors.
Oh,
Those are
sponsors.
entities that we have approved to operate
Gotcha.
6,156
Different kind of little
Different
programs.
ki-
What are you trained to do?
Yes.
Yes, gotcha. Okay.
programs for individual
Occupations.
occupations.
Yes, all right.
Right?
Fantastic.
And that's both in the traditional skilled trades and then non-traditional apprenticeships as well. And there are 877 bodies currently working in apprenticeship jobs.
Okay, so these 293 sponsors, did they all get DC government funding of any type?
Not necessarily. Through the first source law, there is an apprenticeship requirement. So, but not necessarily. You can have a registered apprenticeship program without being a beneficiary of government funds.
Okay, so it does include the first source contractors or those that are doing things.
Yes,
that
because there
require
is an
the first
apprenticeship
source.
requirement in
Yes.
first
Okay,
source.
all right, okay. So that helps me understand the magnitude. Thank you very much for that. Then of these 293 that are not in the first source arena, what number do we have that are not first source
You know how-
contractors?
Yeah, you know how you were saying, I don't know how you keep up with the hundreds of
Yeah,
programs in
yeah.
your agency. That detail, I will have to get back with you
Okay.
of how many of the 293 are not connected to first
Okay,
source.
okay.
We'll provide that as a follow-up.
All right, thank you. Can we get it by Monday? Because, okay.
Yep.
okay.
If I
All
could
right.
get it before.
That would be perfect. Thank you.
I'll see what we can do.
Yeah, yeah, thank you so much. We have a battery of questions here, but
Okay.
I prefer to ask based on, the discussions that we start, so forgive me for that.
Chairwoman Barnes.
Oh, yes, indeedy. We have with us Councilmember Treyon White representing the great community of Ward 8. And I'm so glad you spoke up because I got the note about 10 minutes ago that said you were going to be on. Welcome. And I know you have some questions, so you have a round.
Thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barnes, and I want to thank you for having me. How you doing, Director?
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon. I guess I want to start with asking about our seniors. I see that senior services lost $48,000. How is this determined, and what impact would this have on the service to our seniors?
So our senior program is primarily funded from federal funds. And so the 48,000, and I might need your help, Shalonda, because this might be a technical edit that we made in table 4 of the budget book. Give me 1 second.
While you're looking for that, I am concerned about residents who have referred to the 50+ program, coming back saying the program was full. Is it my understanding that you only have 25 slots for the whole year?
That's correct. The CSEP program, which is our senior community employment program, has about 25 slots. It's fully federally funded. There's no local appropriation except for a match or cost share of local funds.
Yeah, we want to look to increase that number. 25 that's not even, I don't know what that is. I mean, and if the person continues the program every year, then maybe no entry for new people, 25 people with the amount of seniors we have in the district who are on fixed income coming to the government saying I need additional help making more money because I have to choose between paying the copay on my medicine or my money for my food, vice and other things as well. So we want to figure out how we can support that. And 25, I have a follow-up to that. I know you're looking for something, but I have a
So
follow.
I did find the answer. It was cost savings and local. So currently there is a local match to the federal grant. So it's related to cost savings. That's the $48,000 reduction. But the senior, so there's a few things here. One, there's not an age limit on the adult programs that we currently run in the agencies. So seniors can participate and do participate in those programs. Matter of fact, a lot of our project empowerment participants tend to be over the age of 50. So we have lots of programs in the agency that seniors are being served. This one particular program, which is branded exclusively as a senior program, is 100% federally funded minus the local cost share, which is a requirement of the federal grant.
And how do you classify seniors? 'Cause I heard you say 50. How do you classify seniors and numbers in the agency?
So seniors could be over the age of 60 and older, but we have no age cap and our programs in the agency and our adult programs in the agency. So you can
Yeah.
go to Project Empowerment, the American Job Center, apprenticeship. There's no cap on the age.
Yeah, even in that, so I've been to a number of graduations over the years. I don't know how many are over 60, but there are probably some, especially those who are returning back to the community and looking for opportunities. You spoke about the American Job Center. I see that funding fell by over $1 million. And apprenticeship information and training decreased by $690,000. Can you speak to how we maintain the effectiveness of the American Job Center due to these cuts?
Yeah, so I'm going to have my AFO speak to it, but this was a mapping issue in table 4 of the budget with diffs. There is not actually a decrease in the American Job Center. And the CFO's office did send an updated table 4 to the committee as well. Do you want to speak to that, Shalonda?
Sure. Good afternoon, council member. There are a couple of mapping issues in the budget chapter narrative. Most of them are evident on table 4 of the budget book. We provided a supplemental schedule that would highlight every program or cost center that is affected by the mapping issue. In the corrected version that we do have a year-over-year decrease of 1.1 million, but that is just to right-size the federal grants budget. So it's not a true elimination. And there's also a shift in FTEs. Again, it's just right-sizing the federal grant budget. That's where most of the changes were made there in the corrected version of the chapter narrative.
Okay, we'll analyze that. Can you provide a breakdown on how grant funds are distributed across different vocational training initiatives and categories? Um, uh, and do you all fund the Pathways program?
So we can provide, we might need to get some additional detail from you, what you mean funded across vocational training, because the models that we run are earn and learn, and
So I heard-
occupational skills training is part of most of our programs.
So I heard you mention that some of the vocational training in your response to Councilmember Bonds is what is it called? It's this type of contract you have, but you have to commit to a certain amount of hours before you get paid. It's a word that you all used. It's a type of contract. It's a type of contract that you have with them.
Oh, a human care agreement?
Yes, human care.
Okay. But that's not, you have to commit to a certain number of hours before you get paid. A human
Well,
care.
So I thought that because historically, based on what I remember, was there were a number of providers for DOS that was getting funded up front, and DOS went through some issues with the federal government, and so now you have to have a certain amount of people in the program. You get paid a certain percentage up front based on participation. It's some new stipulations along how the human care agreement work. If you can give me
Okay,
me on
I
that.
think what you're referencing is performance-based contracts, and that the organizations that we enter into agreement with have to perform, and their payment structure is tied to performance.
What's the 40% part that I read that they that kind of has some benchmarks as it relates to the programming?
So like 40, and I don't have it's not necessarily standard across every single contract in all of our programs, but in some of our contracts, it's like 40% of your payment is tied to job placement. 40% of your another 40% might be tied to completion of the program, and then another 20% might be tied to submission of enrollment documents or verification of a number of people enrolling in your program. So it's performance-based contracts, and it's based on the delivery of outcomes that are outlined in a contract.
Okay, I want to shift gears real quick about the summer employment program.
Mhm.
What's the estimated youth we're going to reach this summer?
12,000 young people through MBSYEP, 400 for MBYLI, and 280 for our new Career Ready Early Scholars Program.
And for the mayor's youth summer youth program, how much they getting paid per hour?
They are getting paid, I have it right here. 14 and 15-year-olds are getting paid $6.25 an hour. 16 to 21-year-olds are getting paid $9 an hour. Then our 22 to 24-year-olds get paid minimum wage. And then the Career Ready Early Scholars Program, it's $125 a week for 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's concerning to me. That we $6 and they get money taken out of that. It's not straight 625. It's something comes out of that, correct? By the time they get their pay.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
they're not even in that. So is this a stipend? Because I know it's illegal to pay below minimum wage, and I know DOS governs wage stuff. How are we justifying paying anybody 625?
That's a great question, because we do manage enforcement and compliance of the Minimum Wage Act. And so this is not a wage, it is a stipend. It's a training wage, because young people have to have a work permit in order to work. You have to be at least, I believe, 16 years of age. And so this is considered a training wage for supportive employment.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about this because I grew up in the district, was under the school, the schools. I was under the summer youth employment program, and the house was about $5 back then. That was over 20 years ago, and we only had 625. And so we really, saying we want our youth to go get active and get some real experience, we got to put our money where our mouth is. I don't know if you agree to this, but this is an extremely low amount in 2025. 2024 going to 2020. That is 625, and you're not even getting a full 625. Like, how can we keep them engaged, right? So I don't know. What's your thought on that?
I have a few emerging thoughts on this, which is technically it's not even legal to work under the age of 16. So we provide an opportunity for young people to learn important skills, to earn a little bit of cash for the time that they invest in the summer in an environment that's safe and nurturing. I understand the concerns that you have with the amount, but I think we have to strike a careful balance with having enough money to serve as many young people as possible and providing them a little bit of money, but emphasizing that they need something to do. So I think it
I
takes
got
a
that.
careful balance.
Directly, we had more kids in our summer youth employment program when our budget was only $8 billion. Our budget is $20.9 billion. And so it's not about of money or having a willpower, and we can change the age, you know. So I want to talk through that because it's not a matter of money, it's a matter of priority. Like, what do we want to feel like we are valuing with our young people? Like $6,000, that's not. And what about those who are 16? Do they get? I heard about, you know, those who are older getting more money, minimum wage, but what about those between that age and 16?
Well, remember, we added 22 to 24-year-olds to the program. And years ago, the program stopped at senior and high school. And so now we have a wider range of ages that we're serving. And some young people who participate in the program, especially older young people, have an opportunity not just to earn, but to hopefully find a full-time position, which my staff does. We help connect our older youth to jobs. And so I hear your concern, but the program has evolved in so many different ways, from now adding this 9-year-old program, which I think is phenomenal. I want to invite you to come out and see what we do this summer, to now, adding up to 24. You can't find that anywhere in the country. Ages 9 to 24, where they can work in the summer and earn money. It just doesn't exist anywhere else other than DC. So we can work together on it. I hear your concerns, but I also have to be a steward of good funds. And right now my focus is trying to serve as many young people and expand the ages as we possibly can.
Councilman Bonds, I'm over my time. I don't know if I have enough time to ask any more questions, but I'll defer to your judgment.
All right, why don't you take another couple of minutes? Because I sense you're burning up. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, just concerned about some of these things. I see, and I'm happy to see the program is at 833,000, which I agree. I think it should be a lot higher for the summer youth program and even year round. Did want to say I'm disappointed that the Commission on Poverty was cut, eliminated. I hear the rationale, but it makes no sense. It doesn't really feel like there's going to be a real focus on that. The poverty gap for Black and brown people in the city is widening every day, and we haven't had any real measures to close those gaps that we allude to. In fact, it's getting wider by the day, and with the new budget coming in, I'm just in fear that we're going to lose a lot of people that's going to leave the city. We lost 20,000 African Americans in DC in the last 10 years that were documented, and I can imagine that with the ERAP being cut, Housing Reduction Trust Fund being cut, we had to argue back and forth about SNAP, that we're going to lose a lot of the people, not just to resources, but to, you know, the crime. And I hear the narrative that crime is going down by 20-something%, but we had a shooting at Ballou today. We just had a shooting on 1300 Pennsylvania Avenue, a homicide today. And so these social budgetary items also affect the crime and also our businesses. We Department of Employment Services, when we talk about our business is affected by the public safety in the district, and we had to have a real improvement. We talk about youth services or how youth are being affected. It doesn't all fall on DOES, but it affects all agencies, and us trying to figure out a comprehensive solution to engage in our youth and young adults in something productive. And I just say that minimum wage don't help to recruit or keep people engaged, because it really is less than that once they get it in their pocket.
Councilmember White, may I say something about the Poverty Commission? Which is that the Poverty Commission has not been eliminated. The Poverty Commission is still in full existence. They will still have members and a board and be run by a chair. Which was eliminated was the 3 FTEs dedicated to the Poverty Commission and a small amount of NPS dollars. DOES will still support administratively the Poverty Commission, but the Poverty Commission itself was not eliminated. And I want to just explain to you my thought process here. We had a really, really tight budget. And when I think about what is happening in the District of Columbia right now, I want to prioritize our agency's efforts into action. And the Poverty Commission is grounded in policy. They don't run programs. They don't go out into the community and provide direct services. It was a difficult decision to make, but I would make it again, which is that I want to invest dollars in the agency on direct services. I want people in project empowerment. I want wages to pay. I want people on the ground in the community doing work. And I had to prioritize policy and talk over direct services and actions.
I
And that's what
appreciate,
we did.
I appreciate that. What was the budget for the Commission on Poverty?
The Commission on Poverty budget is
What
$521,000.
what is it now?
It will be zero.
Exactly.
And
That's my point. So it's a budget hearing, and if it's eliminated, then it's no real direction or no person in the government focus on it that's getting paid to do it every day.
the people that work at DOES focus on it every day.
All right. So what's the salary for those in project empowerment? I mean, not salary, but how much they make an hour?
The participants,
Yeah.
they're at minimum wage, which we raised.
Yep.
We raised it to minimum wage. It's $17 an hour.
And based on their contract, how many months they get subsidized?
You mean the vendors in a contract?
Yeah, project empowerment, those graduates go to other companies and they are working for a particular period of time. And
Yeah,
then
they can get up to 6 months of subsidized work experience. And if they're not connected to employment during that time, we bring them back and we help them find a job we call professional development, where they still earn a wage, and we help connect them with another opportunity.
Director Morris, I'm glad that the minimum wage went up, because it was concerning, disheartening that grown people's wages were so low. So we're happy to get it up to $17 an hour. I know there was some gripes in the last few years in hearings about that. And so I'm glad that's up. But I just want to know what percentage of those who are going through project empowerment getting full-time jobs?
So that percentage would be, sorry, I was prepared to talk about all the other things first before project empowerment. I'm going to have my team fact check it, but I believe we are about 52 to 53% that successfully complete the program, including paid work experience, obtain unsubsidized employment. I'll have my team fact check that, but that's where we're at. And that's comparable to the national average, which is about 50%.
And what do you attribute some of the barriers to full-time employment that you are seeing based on the work case managers and those who are job coaches? What are some of those reasons?
Occupational skills, sometimes substance abuse. Those are two key barriers to employment. But then also I want to keep in mind that project empowerment is designed to give people second, third, and fourth chances. Sometimes folks in the city get it wrong. None of us got any of our employment and career decisions right the first time. And so the same sort of luxury and privilege that we provide to others in DC to give them a second or third chance to obtain employment, I want to do the same for project empowerment. And so what I mean very directly by that is if I have project empowerment participants that don't successfully complete because they may be in mental crisis or substance abuse, I don't hold it against them and I don't look down on them. We give them another opportunity to come back, regroup, come work with us again, come go through training again, and then we're going to try it again to get you a job. So the 52% or so isn't a bad thing. And sometimes folks are confused by that.
Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, I'm in the hearing, brother. Hold on one second. So, yeah, I guess my last question, sorry, Councilmember Bonds, is that are you all working with any other government agencies to provide those wraparound services to kind of undergird that?
Oh, yes. So we have a DBH clinician on staff full-time in project empowerment. She sits in project empowerment, sees participants day in and day out. We work with the ONES office. You had asked me about, did we partner or fund pathways? We do. We fund them at about $500,000. I wanted to make sure I said that because you did ask me that. And job placement support. We help with our job developers. We also work with Morca as well. And then I'm constantly calling as many directors as I can for job opportunities for our graduates in project empowerment.
All right, I'm over my time. Thank you, Director. I'll follow up with your office. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was 22 minutes over. But I'm a good sport. I wanted to, if we could, we were talking about the types of indirectly talking about the types of contracts that you have. That was one of the first questions that were raised. And you were telling Councilmember Trayon White that you have the benchmark type. Yeah, okay. I'm bringing
Okay,
you back
sorry.
to
Yeah,
that.
now I'm gonna
Yes.
go back there.
I
Okay, it's like
all the way
mental
back.
jumping jacks.
I know, I know, I know.
Yeah, so the agency started doing performance-based contracts probably 5 years or so ago. One of the challenges we had, Councilmember Bonds, is that we were paying training providers for people to go through training who weren't successfully completing training. And which was even worse, they weren't getting jobs. And so now we're putting our money where our mouth is. We want people to get jobs. We're going to hold you to a standard and we're going to pay you based on performance deliverables in a contract.
All right. That sounds wonderful because, that's been one of my concerns is we train, but, we don't have jobs.
Yeah.
And the goal is to really train for a job. In other words, to have a job. And
Yes.
so thank you very much for moving in that direction. Let me ask you, how many performance-based contracts do we have in force now during this FY24?
Okay, so we have a combination of contracts and grants. I can tell you off the top of my head, I have 62 grants that are performance-based. And we'd have to follow up with the number of contracts that are performance-based.
Okay.
I did mention the term an HCA, which stands for a human care agreement. It's a type of contract vehicle that's often seen in social services. And so we'll follow up with OCP and get the number that we currently have.
Okay, that's really important. Now, human care, I thought was more related to, well, maybe it isn't. I thought it was related to I called the amenities that go with the training packages, but you're saying it is a separate type of contract.
I'm saying it is a contract vehicle.
Yeah.
And as part of a human care agreement, it's or the focus or the spirit of a human care agreement is the provision of care and direct services to individuals, which is very different than procuring a commodity like a widget or a bullet or a screw. And so a human care agreement allows us the ability to scale up or down quickly and take into consideration the commodity in which we're procuring, which is a services for a human being versus a widget. And so there's a little bit more flexibility with the human care agreement, and those amenities or those we call them like wraparound services.
That's a different one.
That it could be included
it could
in a
be.
human care agreement, or it could be its own separate human care agreement. What's important is that we've moved to a performance-based model. We need to see outcomes before we fully pay for a service.
Well, all I can say is hallelujah to that, for sure. What makes it difficult is trying to identify the dollars and cents.
Yes.
Through this process. I appreciate performance-based contracts, and I think they make a world of difference, and we therefore will get more of what we're paying for. So thank you for that. Let's just talk a minute about, if you could also inform us as to how many apprentices or apprenticeships that we have enforced during FY24 that are performance-based, and if you could stipulate what is a grant and what is a human care, and if there's any other type of vehicle that you're using.
Okay, so apprenticeships by definition is a job, an occupation, in which a person is working as a full-time employee and learning on the job at the same time.
Correct.
We have issued grants to support related services and some of the related instruction, the teaching and learning to support the on-the-job training. But an apprenticeship isn't really grounded in a contract. So you won't find a contract from us that says we're going to pay you to have 100 apprentices. But we may have contracts that say the training or supplemental services or the pre-apprenticeship training, which we do have, I believe, 2 or 3 grants for. We have that, but by pure definition of an apprenticeship, it's a full-time position in which a person is earning and learning.
Right, and I understand that, but I know almost attached to every apprenticeship, there is some resources that leave the government that help in some way or the other through this human care approach, or maybe wraparound services or something. So I'm trying to understand the nomenclature, understand how we fuel and fund the employment arena, the workforce arena that we have. I mean, I don't know how you do it. It sounds like it's, I don't know.
For a lot of years now, that's.
But I'm just saying, it's really, it's almost short of saying, okay, let me see all 600 contracts and I'll go through it and then we'll rack our brains for 6 or 8, 10 months, and then we'll have an answer.
Yeah.
You have the answer. So I'm just trying to understand, because when we talk about what we are accomplishing in this workforce arena, it's very important. And as we are asking more businesses to ante up, to be a part, they love this city, they get, Washington DC address, which is premium in this nation. Want to make sure that, we kind of understand what are the parameters, where can we go with those kinds of organizations?
Yep. So I'm going to work backwards here. Actually, if you'll just indulge me for 60
Most
seconds.
definitely. 20 minutes. If
Okay.
you have to.
Okay. Think about, and I'm going to use the only one that comes to mind, Copeland Brands restaurant that has several different, under the umbrella of the Copeland's family, has several different restaurants, TGI Fridays. I'm going to make something up, McDonald's, right?
Yeah.
Very similar in nature. They all serve hamburgers, but they serve them in different way. One is fast casual, one is casual, one might be drive-through. That's kind of like the workforce development program model. Under the umbrella of workforce development, you have programs that are individually branded, but they have the same core components. Just like all of the restaurants, and I can name 20 more under like the family brand, all serve hamburgers. They might serve them in gourmet ways. They might serve them in fast casual or drive-through ways, but they all serve burgers. It's very same. workforce development umbrella. All of our workforce training programs are branded differently, but they all have very similar components. They all have a work readiness piece. They all have a paid work experience or on-the-job training piece. There's a learning component. There's a job search component, all the same, branded a bit different. Apprenticeship is under that umbrella. You may get some work readiness, but your learning takes place on the job, and the supplemental services, the wraparound supports, may come in a different form. For instance, transportation is often a barrier for our skilled trade apprentices. So the agency, through its federal funding, provides Metro cards, Uber Lyft cards, and transportation subsidy. That's a wraparound service like you were just asking about. That money leaves the government. It usually leaves by the agency directly procuring, like with WMATA through the CFO, a bus card to help our apprentices get transportation. But maybe in one of our other programs like Project Empowerment or SYEP, transportation subsidies are offered. Sometimes it comes directly from the government procuring it and giving it directly to the participant. Other times it comes from the training provider that we have allocated amount of money to spend towards transportation. So I just wanted to kind of lay out, that's how I keep it all together in my head. Same components, branded differently for different purposes. For apprenticeship, we have apparently 4 grants in which the government through federal funds has provided resources to support the provision of training and wraparound supports. It's approximately $750,000 in the previous fiscal year that we've given out. We'll confirm that that is the actual amount. And those grants help the provision of both the actual training and supportive services, which could be transportation or case management or, you know, job seeker services, uniforms. We often fund and help with uniforms and tools. Those are some of the supportive services that could be given directly from the agency or from the grants that we have. We have 4 for apprenticeship.
That's very helpful. Indeed it is. I was just making my last notes here. So, and I write all over my paper, so I have to be careful. All right. So when you're going to get me the actual number of apprenticeships we have.
I think I got you.
Did you give me?
Yeah, I gave you the number of
Oh, yes, you did.
apprenticeships.
Yes, you
We
did.
have, so we have 293 sponsors. We have 6,156 active, but we have 877 bodies in the 6,156 active apprentices.
Right. So but the arrangement that you have, I'll just call it an arrangement because I don't know whether it's a grant or whatever.
Sure.
Okay, the arrangement that you have, I'm not going to be totally confused. I'm gonna work through this. Okay. The arrangement is with the 293.
The agreement, yes, ma'am. That's
Okay,
correct.
all right. Okay, we're on the
Yes.
same page. Okay.
And the 293 have the 6,000, the over 6,000 occupations that they have applied
That's right.
to be authorized and approved to be active.
Yes.
And they have 877 bodies in
Yeah.
those, 6,156
Yes.
active.
Very similar to the registration with
Yes.
the Department of Small and Local Business
Mhm.
where CBE registers and they may have 5 different things they say they can do.
That's right.
All right.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
All right.
You got it.
Understanding these systems. I think housing was easier.
You got workforce.
Okay, I wanted to understand within the apprenticeship, buckets that, this is the correct one, right? Okay, within the buckets that we had, and we have we actually got the updated, paperwork. Within this, category, where I guess I'm reading correctly, you, it's almost reduced, 50% from the currently you're working with, 1.49 million. Proposed, it would only be 813. Am I correct? 813,000.
Yes, that's our
Okay.
FY25. Yes.
Okay, all right. And why is that? What happened?
So in FY23, we did have ARPA funding that was eliminated going into 24. So I believe that's why we're seeing a slow decrease in the FY25 budget.
All right, so prior to COVID, let's say in 20, do you have historical information that would speak to the budget for apprenticeship in, let's say, 2019, 20?
I'm sure we could get that. Yes, I'm sure that we can get that.
I think it would be important to understand where we were before COVID and whether or not we're really making a dent in getting more opportunities for apprenticeship across the city.
Yep, we can provide the historical budget information.
Okay. When we look at, we're still on table 4, and we look at the summer program, 1,200 is the proposed enrollment for this year, using 2024 money. Am I correct?
Yes,
Okay.
12,000
Yes. Okay. Oh, it's 12,000.
for MBSYEP.
Okay, enrollees.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. Okay. And so we're saying we're going to spend this 27 million on that program, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so for 2025, is this a little additional 833,000 based on inflation, thinking that we'll have the same enrollment, and we've got to now account for inflation?
I believe the increase is related to FICA and interagency transfers.
Looking at the Leadership Institute, I'm seeing that you expect a tad of an increase in that from this year, 24, to the proposed budget for 25. Again, is that
That's
transfer, or is that
interagency FTEs that weren't previously included in the budget.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at the money first, and then I'll go to the FTEs.
Yes.
So the money says, I'm just trying to understand, is the money because you anticipate it costing more, you're gonna service the same amount, do pretty much the same kind of programming? Is that the thought?
The change in dollars would be that we formulated the interagency project in fiscal year 25, whereas in fiscal year 24, we did not. So it more than likely was a part of the revised fiscal 24 budget and not the approved. So that year over year variances, we formulated as a part of 25.
Now I get it. All right. Trying to understand your budgets here. All right. You have indicated that you do more than 100 programs. throughout,
It certainly feels like it's more than 100 programs, but I'm
Okay.
sure if my team was here, they'd give me the exact number, but it's not 100 programs, but it feels like 100 programs.
oh, it's less than 100?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, okay. But it feels like, okay.
Yes.
So we're talking 80,
Probably fewer than 80.
75.
We
60.
probably,
It's all right.
yes,
It's
something.
okay. All right, and so my question is it possible to shift resources between these programs when the need arrives?
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that. You mean from our local appropriations and shifting
I mean, for instance, a number during the performance period, we had a number of vendors to come forth and indicate, oh, my contract, I thought it was for a year or I had an option year, but it was cut to 6 months. And I just wondered, I'm just trying to understand the concept and how we operate.
Yeah, I mean, we don't frequently, unless it was some sort of dire emergency, leverage funding in one program for another. It would have to be a pretty dire need for me to look at project empowerment and shift it somewhere else because the need already exists there. So that's not a practice that I utilize all of the time, but it certainly is a tool that is available if we
Okay,
need to.
and I'm thinking about your 20 to 24-year-old program.
Yes.
That's kind of like if you thought you could get more bang for the buck. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's a perfect example, except we're not necessarily taking money from, project empowerment and moving it somewhere else. We're just leveraging what already exists, and we'll expand our recruitment and outreach to that target population so they understand what options are available to them.
Okay, thank you for that. I have this question, but I believe you're already talking about how you're trying to manage this. And that is, it appears that on the job training, that the agency no longer tracks the percentage of program participants that stay on the job more than 6 months, or the percentage of participants that complete the program. I think you have already indicated you're making some changes so that you can have better numbers, indications of success of such programs.
Across the board in the agency, we're streamlining how we collect data and how we measure outcomes. The project is called DataWorks DC, and there's a link on our website that talks about our efforts. I do anticipate in the near future having better data available related to outcomes on specific programs. We typically look at, in terms of performance benchmark, we look at the second and fourth quarters after someone exit a program. So if they're able to obtain and maintain unsubsidized employment, it's the second and fourth quarter after they exit, that is a benchmark. So we don't have that for all of our data yet, but through this initiative, we are getting there, and we will have it.
Thank you very much for that. First source, again, this is about data. Do you have plans to modernize the public data available on the website to reflect the importance of first source hiring in the city?
We have so many IT modernization projects at DOES. I would love to modernize, and we've done some work in fours. We have done some work in fours, so that is on the horizon. But in terms of my top 4 IT modernization projects, it probably is falling 5, because we have, unemployment insurance modernization, which has been a massive undertaking. So some work has taken place in 4s, and we'll continue to evaluate and work on it.
All right, so, okay. I was gonna ask, do you need additional staff to monitor the progress towards your benchmarks? Are you
Well, I mean,
comfortable?
we are doing our best to leverage the technology that we have in place and really depend on the technology to help us. And that's not necessarily another body, but the technology, I think, those investments that we've made in technology, we're starting to see returns on. So not necessarily a body, but investments in technology will remain constant. And I think we're good there.
All right, well, we ask these questions because I hate to ask so many questions of the director, but it's our only opportunity.
Understood.
We try to get answers ahead of time. It doesn't always work that way. Federal programs. According to the most recent data from the U.S. Department of Labor, the district has the lowest combined obligation and expenditure rates out of all, get this, 51 states. That includes adult, dislocated worker, and youth categories. In fact, the district spends less than 30% of its WIOLA funds, which is well below the 72.9% national obligation rate. If the agency is the agency aware of this data, and what plans, if any, have been made to increase the amount of funds that would be obligated and spent?
Now, I don't know if we're the lowest out of all states. I'd have to see where that is being reported at. And trust me, I'm in constant communication with the Department of Labor a few times a week. So I have not heard that statistic. But we do have plans to spend. Program implementation and spending is underway. Historically, we've seen the majority of our expenditures come through in the final 2 quarters, and I anticipate that it'll be the exact same this year. We will leave very few dollars on the table this year, but there is a plan to spend. We are spending and working.
Okay, all right. Help me understand the relationship that your agency has with the WIC, because the WIC has indicated a few times that while we do not have a lot of resources, we're expecting DOES to help us out. What does that mean?
So the Department of Employment Services is a state workforce agency recognized by the Department of Labor. The Workforce Investment Council is one of our boards, just like the Apprenticeship Council and Youth Apprenticeship Council. And so the Department of Employment Services is the grantee for all of the WIOA funds. And we do provide, I think, and Shalonda, you'll have to help me or Nicole, I think it's 1.5 million a year, give or take a few dollars, to the Workforce Investment Council to operate and fulfill their duties as a council and a board.
All right, and so you mentioned that they are one of a series of boards that relate to your office. When I'm talking with them, they give the impression that they are almost the overseers of the DOES federal grants that come in, as well as it has morphed into also being overseer of the local grants. I'm trying to understand that concept when I know that the US labor money comes in directly through DOES. So that's why I asked that question.
No, that's a good question. And, I used to have a chart that explained, a diagram that explained the relationship. I'm gonna have to pull that back out and share it. The Workforce Investment Council is, both the state and local board, for the District of, Columbia. And we are both the state and local, workforce agency. And so as part of that board's responsibilities, they have policy, and compliance oversight responsibilities. And as part of our work as the state and local workforce agency, we have provision of service, compliance, operational oversight obligations and responsibilities. We work very closely together on our joint responsibilities. We provide, like I said, 1.5 million, give or take a few dollars, to the Workforce Investment Council. And I would say they're our sister agency in workforce.
All right, that's very important because, we have within this committee also the Board of Elections. And the Board of Elections is an independent operating entity. It has a board that really does similar kinds of, it has policy and compliance responsibilities to the executive director of the Board of Elections and that staff. So I'm trying to get a handle on these team players and understand, just what the relationship is.
Similar to like the Board of Education.
The old Board of Education that really ran the school system.
No, like the current one, like the
Oh,
current
that's-
State Board of Education.
The current one is, has some very specific tasks.
Yeah.
So you're saying the WIC has specific tasks?
Yes,
Okay.
and it's regulated by federal
Yeah.
regulations.
Policy and compliance is, for me, it's bottom line. I mean, it helps me understand who they are, who the WIC is, and how it should operate. So that's what I really was trying to understand more than anything else. So when they say, oh, they might give me some money, I was curious about what that meant.
Yeah, no, I mean, we do fund them to support
Yeah,
their activities.
Yeah. The information I was sharing earlier
Mhm.
is from 2022.
Oh.
So you've got 2 years under your belt, but DC was at not quite 30% back in that day. And you may be familiar, we don't have it in color, but
No,
you might be familiar with.
perhaps, Kevin can share with
Yes.
Jason and we'll take a look at it.
Sure.
I think it's also important to note, which we don't really talk a lot about, is that these federal grants are 3-year grants. And most states have a spending strategy where they spread the money out over 3 years. So you plan to carry money into the next year to cover the activities that you started to fund. Also, the federal fiscal year is July 1 to June 30.
Right.
Our local fiscal year is 10/1 to 9/30. And so it has some unique challenges in terms of standing up contracts and grants. And so, 30%, it isn't awful, but there is typically a strategy to carry in money because the grants last for 3 years. And that may only show 1 year of funding, 1 year of spending.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. We've heard from several of the public witnesses a few weeks ago that staff supporting job retention is one of the highest needs for training providers and new employees. Does DOES have any plan to provide job retention services or to work with the training providers to ensure that they are doing that? I think you kind of answered that at the beginning, but just want to be specific in this.
Yes, so we do have staff through case management that support job retention. We also have a strategy of utilizing retention bonus incentives for our participants so they can, if you maintain employment the second and fourth quarter after exit, you can get an incentive in which we will pay out. And yes, we do help our training providers. We often, though, view it as part of their job as well, as we are paying them for the full cadre of services in many cases. But it is a multi-pronged approach to ensure that people are staying on the job.
Okay, so let's say I'm a trainer and I have an agreement with DOES. I have 12 people that I'm training. Of the 12, 10 move forward, complete the training, and they go into occupations, into jobs. Am I hearing that after 6 months, and they're still on the job, your monitors have checked and they're still on the job, that there is remittance that comes to me as the training company that I then move to or pay out to the trainees that are on the job, or does the money go directly to the trainees from DOES?
The money goes directly from DOES to the trainees for their retention incentive bonus. And that is a feature of our Project Empowerment program.
Okay, and is Project Empowerment the only program that utilizes that model of the trainee retention?
Yes, currently, yes.
What do we have that would be similar to help our young people who are out of school to do the same thing, or must they be enrollees in the Project Empowerment?
So, I'll have the team double check for me. In previous years, and it's really dependent upon funding available, we have included an incentive bonus for some of our out-of-school youth programs. I'll have the team double check if we're currently implementing that today. But it's usually driven by funding available. And so in periods of time where there is more funding available, we will make that.
Okay, let me ask you then, I'm hearing the different nuances, the different programs and what have you. Are there rules that or regulations that stipulate how any of these programs are managed, or is it that, I'm a contractor, I want to be a contractor, I'm new and I come and I talk to you and then whammo, I'm in the system in some way? Are there some compliance issues that or systems that I must follow?
Yes.
Enrollment, I mean, that's,
And I thought you were going one place.
yeah, not, I
Which is
decided-
that we, okay, we run a lot of different programs, like I was explaining, the whole branded concept. And so we have information on our website of all of the programs and the requirements. I'm currently working on as an initiative, a guide for like all of our adult programs. So if you are a participant or job seeker or prospective training provider, in one easy place, all of the programs, in a chart of some sort of, age, minimum age, because remember, there's no cap, minimum age, training amount. Is there a work experience component? Is it on the job training? So we're currently working on a single guide for our adult programs. So I thought that's where you were going, but that's something we're.
No,
working-
I appreciate that because that's a part of it. That was my next question to move into that because I feel like there is such a need to have some uniformity because sounds like, no real criticism, but it sounds like we're all over the place. And yet we've been so anxious to train people and get them into jobs. So we're all over the place. And I worry that um, when you decide to become the Secretary of Labor, US Labor, what do we do? You see what I'm saying?
I think that is, and no offense taken to criticism. I mean, my job is to get district residents jobs.
Correct.
And one way to do that is through training. So that's a great observation. I agree. It's difficult, if you're the lay person or if you're a job seeker, it's difficult to make sense of all of these things. Like I was explaining with Council Member White. Yes, we have the senior program, but that's not the only opportunity that seniors have. And seniors should have in a guide, right, that you can print, like something that's very easy to understand. Here are all of the programs. Here are the different features or focuses of the program. So that's currently an initiative that we're working on. My goal is to have it done by the end of the fiscal year, if not sooner. I think it probably could be done sooner, but something that's very easy to understand. What are the eligibility requirements for these programs? So for instance, project empowerment, you have to have 2 barriers, and we list 10 or 12 barriers that you can, from a list, and you have to have at least 2 of those. Well, that's different than apprenticeship, right? So making sure we have something very easy to understand that will help people navigate or select which is the best program for them. And then I also think for our American Job Center staff, it will be a tool that they can easily use. So when someone comes in, they can say, okay, well, this person has these characteristics and this profile. Let me offer these 3 programs to them. So no offense taken, the idea is to try to connect people to services in a real, tangible, outcome-driven way. And so that's our focus in doing that.
Thank you for that because I feel like it could be a tremendous guide to the contracting community. We get a lot of inquiries in our office, and it's hard to discern what we should say, so thank you. We really and truly need that.
Yes. Well, as soon as I have it available, we'll share it, and I'm going to make sure it's available in all languages.
Excellent. Terrific. You brought this up earlier, but let's go to it. Can you explain what the capital project DC apprenticeship management system is?
Yes. So the Department of Labor requires us to have a system of record for our apprenticeship body of work. And so DCAMS helps us manage all of the data points that we're required to report on regarding apprenticeship. So registered, if they have active apprenticeships, and which occupations, and people, the actual apprentices themselves. And we want to be able to have disaggregated data. What ward are all of our apprentices living in? Are they male or female? What's their age? Is English their first language? So it'll help us track all of the data points that we need to report to for the Department of Labor.
Wow. And for the district government and council committees.
Correct.
Specific. Thank you for that. Is there an increase in staffing for the summer youth employment program?
I think what we see in the budget table accounts for intra-district or interagency FTEs.
The 38.5?
Oh, that might be the FTEs that we split. The 38.5. So every summer, and while Shalonda's looking for it, prior to the implementation of diffs, we would hire, summer or seasonal temp staff. And the way we did it, and this is very old school, I'm sure you'd appreciate this, we would split what they call split the FTE. And, you know, you could hire 15, 20 people in the same FTE, and they're all the government acronym, they're WAE, wages is earned, hourly staff. Well, diffs now requires us to actually budget for each of those FTEs. So instead of having 4 or 5 FTEs that we split and hire 38 or 40 people and pay them hourly just for the summer, we now have to budget them as actual FTEs. So that's what the increase is. But they're just seasonal workers. They're not on staff full time.
All right, so it is showing 38.5, so you're saying from the 21.4, strange.
And maybe Shalonda, you can.
Yes,
give the-
please help us,
No,
yeah.
no problem. So the FTE increase is actually 17. 38.5 is the proposed amount for fiscal year 25. And the fiscal year 24 amount is 21.4, so a net increase of 17. And that is a combination of what the director mentioned about our summer positions that we now had to allocate to a separate position number. They can no longer share, coupled with the interagency agreement. So that 17 is the net of both of those two items.
All right, and so in the past, you did not have to account for them
No, we
in this way.
correct. We shared the summer workers. They shared a PIN number, a position number,
one
just
position.
one. And now with the new budgeting system, we actually have to budget every position.
And so for this year, 2024, how many are sharing this one PIN number?
Need to confirm.
Your
Okay.
WAE,
We will confirm the fiscal year 24 number, but they
Okay.
are sharing in 24, but we'll
Okay.
confirm it for the committee.
Okay, maybe 8, but we'll confirm.
okay, please do, because that does represent some increase in staff if they're possibly only 8 this year. We had a question about that as they were thinking about how family leave should be handled. Okay, interestingly enough, yes, but we got that question. I wanted to make sure we put it out. Paid leave, let's talk about that.
Let's talk about it.
You reduced the budget by a total of 10.6 FTEs. And they came out of administration 3.6 and appeals 4, enforcement down 4. And 1 was added only to benefits. Can you explain the change in staff and
Sure.
help us to understand that it shows the change services that or
So
enrollment?
what you see there is intra-agency FTEs. It accounts for FTEs at OHR, OAH. There's some right sizing or an adjustment of, I think it's 2 or 3 2 FTEs on the program administration side. And they're really technical edits. You know, most of this is related to diffs and intra-agency FTEs.
All right.
Except for the 2, which has to relate to the direct administration of the program. And I believe we changed the grades or the position titles.
Okay, so they're grade or position changes.
We made 2 changes there.
Considering that many applicants are first rejected only to receive benefits when they make the file for an appeal, what's going on there?
Oh, no, that's not true. No, I wouldn't say that. Matter of fact, I'm proud to say we only had 3 appeals last quarter at OAH for paid family leave. I don't don't think it's very many agencies that run benefit programs that can say that in the entire district government. And I credit that to the staff. But our internal processes, which is instead of denying people outright, we have an internal reconsideration process. So, you know, a lot of programs in the past, you may send in the wrong document, they'll deny it and send you to OAH. Not us. You send the wrong document, we'll reach out to you, we work with you to correct the document and then approve your benefits. So the data doesn't support that notion.
All right, well, this is not so much based on data. These are questions that I
Oh.
got from the public.
Okay,
Uh,
understood.
And so I'm just working through them.
Understood.
In fact, the next question, do you have a plan for improving the percentage of claim determinations which are issued within 10 business days of filing?
So, we process claims faster and paid family leave than any other program I have in the agency. And I'd put
Takes longer
PFL
than 10 days?
Takes less than.
Less than 10.
And in many instances, it takes less than 10 days. And I'd argue that we probably process claims faster than a lot of similar benefit programs in the district. I'm trying to see if I have the percentage of.
Can we get a copy of whatever your data shows for the last quarter?
Yes,
And that will bring to closure this issue.
yes,
Thank you.
yes. And I'm so close to it. I have it at my fingertips.
All right.
If I can't get it, we'll get it to you.
There also have been questions about how do we advertise paid leave, including family leave, medical leave, parental leave, and prenatal leave.
How do we advertise? So we have a very robust community outreach strategy. This past Saturday, we just had a citywide baby shower. It was our fourth consecutive citywide baby shower, but we have a strategy to engage business, engage hospitals, doctors' offices, community-based organizations. We try our best to reach every single entity in a variety of languages. We have a very strong approach with, diversity and inclusion, and it shows. And let me tell you why. Because we have increased in the number of claimants from communities of color. When we first started the program, communities of color were not utilizing the benefit at the same rate as non-minorities, but that has since changed. And I think that's a direct connection to our outreach strategy.
Can you send me something in writing that would indicate that, and a copy of the citywide baby shower
Yes.
flyer so we can get that out?
Yes,
Thank
I'd
you.
be happy to.
Thank you.
And I'm kicking myself because I had that
Okay.
percentage committed to memory,
right.
but you see with my 500 pages here, I just can't
Yes,
put my
of
finger on it
course.
at the moment.
Well, I want to go back to apprenticeship to just ask about um, the slash from 8 FTEs to 2 FTEs. And what are the plans to remain competitive for federal funding, given the reduction in the apprenticeship staffing?
I believe that's a mapping issue in table 4, and the CFO has provided an updated table to the budget chapter there. It's not really a reduction of 8 FTEs. And I know I don't want my staff back at Minnesota Avenue to say, oh my God, we're cutting the team, because that's not true. It's just a diffs mapping issue. There's not a reduction of 8 FTEs. Do you see it there,
Right.
Shalonda?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, please, no.
Yes, correct, Chairperson Bonds. It's a realignment, it's actually a change in funding source. For the FTEs, the funding source changed from local to federal. So because it's a program cost center issue, it gives the appearance of a true reduction, and it's not.
All right, so the FTEs will now be federally funded.
Correct, and they're showing up in another cost center.
What cost center do they show up in now?
I can get that information for you.
All right,
It's
would
in
you
the federal
please,
WIOA grant.
Okay, I'll confirm it.
please? And again, if we can have everything by Monday, please. Otherwise, I don't know if I can protect it. And a lot of scalping going on.
Mhm.
Mhm. What are your targets in terms of growing your apprenticeship participation?
Youth apprenticeship is a big area. I gave my team a very ambitious number of increasing by 100. And so they are working very aggressively to do that. And I want to remind everybody, these are full-time jobs with benefits and salary. It's not a subsidized training wage. So that is one way, and that's on the youth apprenticeship side. Another way is we've put out grants trying to attract non-traditional apprenticeship providers. So that's in IT, that's on business types of jobs. So we are trying to attract businesses to register. One of the grants that we've received, which is speaks to another target, is to increase the number of apprenticeship sponsors. And so again, we're doing outreach. We're working with the Apprenticeship Council to help us source new potential apprenticeship sponsors. But what makes this completely different than our other programs is when we attract and recruit a new apprenticeship sponsor, they're coming with a full-time job and they are making a commitment to hire someone full-time, salary and benefits. That's a harder, a harder sale, and they have to go through a process which we regulate to become an approved registered sponsor.
Okay. I thought about that. I was trying to remember the other one. What about the healthcare industry? We know that there are at least 1,000 jobs that need to be filled. And I've talked with them about how quickly can they train a person and then get them in a job. And it seems that it can be easily done in less than a year. In fact, maybe a few months for some of the tasks.
That's right. And so I'm actually, and I missed it because I was here today, or I would say we missed it, but Howard University Hospital has 20 high school students that they committed to hiring to work in the hospital. But they're not providing patient care. They're on the business side of healthcare, which, when folks, think there's 1,000 jobs, there's jobs on the business side in healthcare too. There's lots of opportunities. So apprenticeship is a viable mechanism. Yesterday, I hosted a tour with the DC Hospital Association at the DC Infrastructure Academy. I wanted them to see what I believe is the future of healthcare training in the District of Columbia. Replicating our DCIA model and having hospitals and managed care organizations become partners, just like what we do at the DC Infrastructure Academy and Utilities, to launch a brand new training model for healthcare. So we have a couple of strategies and a couple of irons in the fire that we're working, but we're laserly focused, especially with Cedar Hill opening in probably a little less than a year, fingers crossed, on getting DC residents into healthcare jobs, both in patient care and on the business side.
Yes, and I understand that, but also the Hospital Association is offering on-site training in the current existing hospitals. So I hope we'll take advantage of that. And you're right, it's not just I call it healthcare or medical care. It's also HVAC systems and things like that. In other words, all that makes these hospitals and these medical systems operate. They're very anxious to
Medical
do that.
coding and billing.
Yeah.
Right. And so what I've said
Exactly.
to the executive director of the DC Hospital Association, she asked me very directly, is your vision just a brick and mortar healthcare training? And I said, no, this is beyond brick and mortar. This is us working and partnering with you to offer training at a hospital, allowing DC residents to go into the hospital, receive training, and then get on the job experience or apprenticeship training. So we are thinking outside of the box to get DC residents trained, but jobs. And,
All right,
and
so it sounds like that might have the ability to move into FY25, and whatever certification you have to give them to be a bona fide apprentice program is all that seems to be needed, because they're willing to take on many of the concerns. We may have to look to, I think they're even, I believe our conversation was that they may even be willing to help with transportation, childcare to some degree, very limited, but that's the bucket that we would have to come up with.
and where they can't, we can. That is a
Alright.
supplemental service that we
Holding
provide
it
that I
to it.
just shared
Yes,
about.
yeah.
So it's it's happening. We got irons in the fire. I will speak more with you offline about what the vision is and what we intend to launch. But we want, and I want DC residents to have jobs in healthcare. And so that's what we're
Alright.
going to make sure of.
We also have the opportunity to partner with some of the housing vendors and nonprofits. They have a grant to do the necessary training. And what they will need is transportation and childcare, perhaps to some degree, in order to realize their program. And their training would be on site for the most part. They may be willing to do some training and may need to in the infrastructure academy. So we really should, take them up on that deal.
I had a great meeting with the Housing Authority Executive Director last week, where I've committed the agency to be at the summer events that they're having. They want a direct link to workforce development training. And so we're we partnered last year as well. We're gonna do it again. But how cool would it be to have residents in at DCHA properties now working to help service the same community that they live in?
Yeah.
So, we're working that. That's an iron in the fire too. So we're working that as well.
Well, public housing and through HUD has had that program for many, many years. It's just that we didn't realize it very much here in DC until now with new leadership. So I'm very hopeful of that. But I'm speaking of another group that wants to do housing in various properties, management and what have you. So I will fill you in on that.
Okay.
But yes, this is, yeah. So we're blossoming. We've got to make it happen.
Yes.
And I think this is the time, as we all want to be a part. What do they call it in the old days? The Renaissance.
Yes, the
yeah,
Renaissance.
and the rising from the ashes. Everyone wants to come from the ashes. So this should be a good time for us.
Good. And Councilmember Vaughn, last year we talked about making sure my project empowerment graduates and my program graduates had housing. It's very important to me. I want them to have a fair shot at
They
be a
most definitely
contributing
should. And I think
member.
it's just a matter of articulating, as you call it, you mentioned it earlier, the system that you have where individuals get a bonus, so to speak, for being employed past.
That's right.
So maybe you're employed past a year,
Yeah.
and the world becomes your oyster. And I think we should do that because it's a shame that those who are trying do not have an opportunity to move to, let's say, to the top of the list, so to speak, or have an opportunity to continue to better themselves and their household. I think we have to have a readjustment as to how this, our system works. So
Yeah.
I'm
Well, we
looking
can work
forward to it.
together
Yeah,
on that.
yeah. Good. Thank you on that. On the senior services and the Veterans Affairs, are these programs that are wage-based or stipend-based? I thought they were stipend-based but I may be wrong.
Yeah, they're stipend based, and we often use the term stipend and wage interchangeably. It's a training wage that comes in the form of a stipend or vice versa, but they earn an hourly
all right.
training wage.
All right. I know that the DACL has some interest in how these programs are
Yes.
moving forward, because many of the participants or those that reach out to DACL, seniors, of course, and and they're happy to be a part of a stipend system.
Yes.
So I hope that we can have some sort of marriage there. And
That's
Yep.
my plan. And so I share the same concern with Councilmember White. I want to serve more seniors. And so we are finalizing our state plan for our federally funded senior program. I'm actually going to utilize a model that's used across the country, which leverages agencies like DACL, AARP to run the programs on our behalf. And they'll be similar. I mean, I talked about my branded similar components. We'll have the wages, the training, the job readiness, but I really want to find a way to serve more. And I think it's by leveraging Director Hines and these other CBOs, and us then becoming the grantor and giving them the funds to implement on our behalf. I think we could have a really good partnership. And I'll tell you, the folks at DACL, they really know seniors, and they do I've been to a few events, a really phenomenal job at working with seniors. And so that's my plan. More to come as we share the state plan for their federal senior program. But I intend on issuing the money to DACL and maybe another organization to run the program for us.
all right. Well, you have DACL, and you also have of course, about our senior villages. They may be equipped. I'm not sure. You also have, there is a geriatrics department at UDC that has a very active volunteers program with seniors.
Okay.
So, and they get I think they have a little stipend, something. So there are opportunities. I'm just hoping that we can move rather swiftly to get some of this resizing and reorganizing
Oh, no, we
done,
will.
please.
No,
This is
the
so
beginning of the
important.
federal fiscal year is July 1. My senior plan has to be submitted to the Department of Labor, and that is what I am proposing, is that I will issue the money to organizations that have expertise. They will run it on our behalf, and we won't run it internal to DOES. So that is the plan, and that they have to serve more than 25 seniors, because we've got to do better. And I agree with Councilmember White. I want to serve more than 25 seniors.
Yeah, that's especially when we know, a couple of thousand are
Easily.
anxiously
Easily.
wanting these resources. hold on, just. The Office of Talent and Client Services budget is proposed to increase by 300,000 from 1.68 mil to 4.64 mil in FY25. At the same time, the number of FTEs in the office is decreasing. So is everyone being promoted to $250,000 annual salary, or what's going on?
From your mouth to their ears. That's not the case. And I think that's connected to the Washington Gas. Mhm. Oh, the talent and client services. But so and Shalanda's gonna to fact check me here. But we have an increase in funds on the Washington Gas grant. And I believe we've moved some FTEs, or the funds are gonna pay for FTEs there. Does that sound right, Shalonda? Yes, it does. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
So you are informing that Washington Gas provided additional funding, and they were at the Infrastructure Academy, correct?
Well, Town and Client Services falls under, yes, oh, Innovation and Partnerships. And so, let me just make sure I have this correct. I don't think I have it.
Chairperson Bonds, are you looking at talent and client services? Is that the activity that you're looking at?
Yep.
And
Yes,
it's-
ma'am.
And it's showing a decrease of 0.46, a negative 0.6 in FTEs. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I have to find the page. Here. Of the chart, right? Oh, I don't see it in mine. What's the page?
Sorry,
number?
too many things.
Okay.
Right sizing of the federal grant.
Yeah, it's under GO 47,
Yes.
Education and Workforce
what is that one?
Strategy.
Okay, so it's not a decrease. Oh, I know it's Michael. It's realignment of the grant, and the decrease in positions is a reallocation of the FTE to the grant.
Yes, so it is a net amount across multiple funding sources. It's an overall reduction across federal, SPR, as well as local for that net amount of the 0.46.
So what does that mean? Help me. I'm not into, okay.
No problem.
I'm not an
So
accountant.
we have a variety of funding sources within the agency, and we do a lot of allocation of costs. And so sometimes you might see a 0.4 here or 0.6 there. Depending on the activity that's being performed, the funding source may change. So that's why you may see a partial increase here or there, or when we say it's a net amount across multiple funding sources. And so that's what happened in that activity.
All right, well, in this activity, the change is 2.9.
2.9 million is the dollar amount.
Yeah.
Correct. 2.9 million. And so we have the budgeted dollars, and then we have the FTEs. The FTEs is the negative 0.46, correct? I just want to make sure that's what you see on your copy.
Oh, think so. What we see on the copy is that
Here it is.
in what we have really says in FY 2023, it was 15.6. In FY 24, it's currently 8.6, and it'll be 8.1 in 25.
Yeah, we may have to get back with you. Yeah, I see FY24 is 2.9.
It's the same as, we have it as the same, almost the same as 24 and 25 are pretty much the same, 8.6 and 8.1 as it relates to FTEs. But the budgeted amount from FY, well, let's start with FY23. It shows 1371. FY24 is 1686. And then 25, it jumps to 4640. What is this?
I do follow your line of questioning. So the 2.9 is attributed to two funding sources, is our federal grants as well as local. So it's the right sizing of the federal grants budget to the tune of 3 million. And then there's just some small local adjustments for cost savings. So the bulk of that is being driven by our federal grants budget.
All
That's
right.
what reflects the 2.9.
All right. And so you are saying that what I'm hearing is that you will have federal funding that you will expend in 25.
Correct. That is what we
Yes.
formulated. And so we
Yes.
go through a process with our grants, because of course we formulate, several
Yes.
months in advance. We will make whatever budget
Right.
amendments needed to even realign the budget once the fiscal
All
year
right.
starts, but that's correct.
Okay, so in talent and client services, what does that line, what do they do?
So the Office of Talent and Client Services is responsible for employer engagement, putting on job fairs. We also have, there are folks that double as case manager / recruiters. So they're workforce development specialist. But their focus is to engage the business community and serve as a main connector to jobs. So that's their
Yeah.
focus.
Yeah, I kind of heard that there was a new emphasis in your shop on conducting job fairs for businesses, very specific type job fairs
Mhm.
to help them identify the talent. So I wasn't sure
Yes.
if this is it. And I match it to what Jenny Reed shared when she went through the 29 different buckets of leftover federal dollars. So I can pull it together. I just need to know what it is that we're pulling all the apples together and the bananas together and what have you.
Yes.
Okay, so we got it. All right. Thank you very much for that. Well, guess what? It's the end of the day and we've just delighted that we had some time with you and thank you so very, very much. And I hope it wasn't as excruciating as was imagined. But thank you so very much
Thank you.
for your time today and for your
Thank you.
team's work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I want to thank everyone who participated in today's budget oversight hearing for their contributions. I believe we have a better understanding of how our dollars are being spent to ensure that we are providing appropriate services to district residents. And I certainly appreciate the chance to take a closer look at all of our agencies. And I look forward to working with them as we move towards and into the fiscal year 25 budget. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, please submit it through the council's hearing management system at dccouncil.gov or simply email it to seal@dccouncil.gov and it will be included in the hearing record. And that's seal, CEAL @dccouncil.gov. The hearing record will close on Friday, May 3rd, 2024 at 5 p.m. We're on a really rush cycle and I apologize for that. So please get any of your written testimony in and we will move forward from there. We will be conducting a public hearing on the 22nd of May, 2024 at 10:30 in the morning. And it will be on Bill 25-615, Wellness and Health Optimized Lively Existence Amendment Act or the whole act. We're getting fancy like the mayor does hers. And also on Bill 25-782, Work Models Task Force Amendment Act of 2024. And with that said, it is now 4:25 PM, and this meeting and hearing is adjourned. And thanks again, everyone.